There was a big fight underneath the house this morning. Huge. Lots of banging. Lots of screeching of a cat. Don't know who it was, but it was, man, it was super banging into wood items. So there could be a dead animal under my house right now. I don't know. Hopefully we see Mama this morning. I don't know. Something could have been bad. I don't know yet. Morning, Mark Cardwell. First one here. Gold coin, gold in coin number 2. This is T number 3. So much for your generosity, your support, your camaraderie, your penmanship. That's right. When was the last time you got complimented on your penmanship? I'm here for you. Are you intimidated? I didn't mean to scare anybody. My apologies. Nice. This is an official Bruce Lee shirt. I got it Ross. Like in 2006. This is an antique now. The brand is Bruce Lee Enterprises. It's damn near an antique now. Well, it wasn't that one. Oh my goodness. Well, alright. I guess I'll go out early. Hold on, I'll be back. Back. You wouldn't go that way. You don't. Get back means to get back. Get back. Ah, God! Get back. Fucking cunt. Hey. with me. Oh wow, Mama. What's under the house, huh? Oh no, she not hurt. She's going for the fancy feast first. I put Ziwi in the middle. I had one more can that was not in a case. It was out of the case. So last of the third case, or no, last of the fourth case. I still got two more cases of it. But in one of them, I put one pump of fish oil in, and the other one I didn't put anything in. One on right next to the bowl, to the right of the bowl, has fish oil in it. And the one next to the plate that she's eating has nothing in it. And the one on the far left is Fancy Feast. We got Fancy Feast on both ends. So I tried it running off as I went out there. Oh, she came running out, huh? Dang. Wonder what Mama got in a fight with. Meow. Meow. Probably won't eat the middle two, though. Food is their least favorite. Most expensive, but least favorite. Trying to get something to eat it. I got two more cases of it at $90 a case. They won't touch it, probably. I did not get a refund on. I don't know, I feel kind of weird asking for a refund months after I bought something. I squirted 1/2 teaspoon of fish oil in Simon's mouth again this morning. It went a little better this morning. I think he's kind of used to me putting stuff in his mouth. He probably still doesn't like it, but I don't know, maybe do it for a month and see if it helps with his itchiness. It's a lot of fluid I'm squirting into him, his mouth. So hopefully we can get this. I don't know, man. When he gets older, I think it's going to be harder for me to peel him. Harder for me to like just put stuff in his mouth because he's not going to be as able to swallow without breathing it in. But one day at a time. And one thing I've always liked about Mama is that she doesn't usually doesn't eat like a little bit off one plate and then go to another plate. Like Tux would do that. He would eat the top of it off and then go to the next one and eat the top of it off. Mama's a real feral. Tux was a stray. Yeah, Felicity. I was thinking about Felicity last night and this morning. Hope she's eating. I sent him a message on Discord. His name might not be Mark Bass on it. Oh, look at that. She's eating the regular Ziwi. What? Wow. Well, that's unexpected. Yeah, just a couple bites. Okay, this one has the fish oil in it. Oh, Mama's cute. Get a little fish oil in her. That's good. Some's better than none. Put a half a teaspoon in there. Mixed it up. It might make her like the flavor of it. That's why I did half and half. Oh, nope, she does not like the fish oil. She does not like the non-fish oil. She's gonna go wait. She doesn't realize that the end plate has fancy feasts. That's why I separate the fancy feasts and put the other ones in between. Might have to put another one out if she finds it. Might have to put another one out for Trident. She's gonna have to walk past it. She never goes the other way to leave, really. Wait a second. What is she doing? Going back under the house? Oh man, oh she's not pregnant too. Well, I guess I don't have to go out now. Cool. Works for me. Hopefully she got enough. She must have got enough to eat. She didn't go snip that other plate. Good girl. Good girl. There. Hey! Jump on him? What are you doing? The fuck? Did you see that? She jumped right on top of Simon. From that height. Man, that could really hurt him. Right on his lower back. You acted reckless. You know that? What? I show you. My little sweet. Little sweet. Oh, my sweet. So D-Live is working again, the bot. Cool. Shout out to Tidy for getting the bot working up again. Oh, I gotta pop my chest. Let's get it. I gotta stand up and do it. See if we can get it. Oh! No, you couldn't hear that one. That one fucking hurt. Yeah, that one needed to be done for a little while. I didn't realize. Oh, the longer it stays in the wrong position, it like stays in. I don't pop it out. The more it hurts once I pop it. It hurts right here, right in the middle of my chest. This is where it pops at. Right? Dude, we got 2 follows on D-Live yesterday. DJ Frito and Code of the 420. Sweet. Man. Moving on up. We're up to like, dude, we got like 106 here. What is going on? What are we up to here? It says 106, yeah. Thanks, y'all. Couldn't have done it without you. Couldn't have done it without you for sure, Sister T. It would have just been me here, and everybody would have thought that was just some weird, creepy guy trying to meet my cat lady. I know she's out there. She's gonna find me. She's gonna love my cats. She's gonna love me for feeding my cats, and I mean, we're gonna live happy ever after with our cats. I can't wait. Are you out there, baby? Baby girl, I'm here. I'm out here in Long Beach, just chilling now. I'm feeding my cats. I'm waiting on you, baby. I miss you. I miss you, and we haven't even met yet. I love you. No, it's not. It's definitely not, man. Dude, I know that you guys are probably over half the reason other people would like to come here. Like, people want to come say hi to you. They know you. They know everybody else that comes through here. They grown to appreciate the banter, the camaraderie of the community, it can is probably 70% of the draw. You know, after like once there is people here that have been here for years, that's definitely at least as much as me being here because there's more of them. I mean, there's like 10 different personalities that someone enjoys coming and hanging out with is much more important than just me because that's a mastermind group. That's a group of people you relate with that you can bounce ideas off of, and they could say one thing. All it takes is one thing to be completely life changing, and that's 10 times more people than just me being able to say that one thing. So it's exponentially more valuable having you guys here than just me. And I've always known that. No, I don't think so. I think chat's higher. Maybe if like I was just starting out and there was only like 1, 2 people here, sure. But now that multiple people come throughout the day and y'all know each other and like everybody knows Brody's in Canada and everybody knows Brody is a food freak, and you know it's the little things like that that goes for all of you that make like all my channels, since it's the same community pretty much that kind of moves around, that makes all of them what they are. Without you guys, I would just be some fucking weird ugly dude talking to himself. That's not very appealing. That definitely isn't easy in the beginning. Once you got a crew, a few people that are willing to come by, other people are willing to, like the randoms are willing to lurk longer because they're like, hey, there must be something here. There's those other people that are coming by here, and they seem alright. They seem normal. I'll kick it for a second, and plus your chats. Like yesterday when Nightbot deleted Miss Bungle's chats, that guts me because that takes away from so much of the ambiance of what it is here. Being able to scroll back through the chat and see what people are talking about and just jump right into it. Like, hey man, I saw you guys were talking about that earlier. This is my thoughts on that. And it sparks the conversation up again. I can't do that alone. Without y'all talking, no one knows what the hell we said earlier, what we talked about. And it makes it so that content doesn't even exist for the present content. Like the past content doesn't matter. Past content, you guys make what happened earlier in the stream matter more. Because people were more easily able to jump into some conversation we had earlier. Just by seeing what you said. You guys are more important than I am. You really are. I'm just like a figurehead, like the Queen and King of England. Like I'm here to you know, I'm the orchestrate it kind of and keep it on track. But it's like the movie. Sure, the movie needs the director, but if it weren't for the actors, it wouldn't happen. Y'all are the actors. Y'all are the production. I'm like the production crew, and y'all are the actors. Because I mean, when you have like 1,000 people in chat, people are talking to each other and reading chat constantly. I know I do. I spotted a black cat with a tail, without a tail. Oh, coming to my outside feeding spots. Oh, all right, right on. Did you feed it? It could have been amputated. It also could be half Manx. I had a cat that was a quarter Persian, a quarter Siamese, and half Manx, and it had a tail about this long, stubby thing. It was an orange cat too. Maybe shorty, female. Man, that thing could jump because apparently Manx, their back legs are known for being longer than a normal cat's. Thing had some hops. And I would train it all the time by getting it to jump higher and higher. Oh. Mm-hmm. Coming? Oh, buddy. How would you do that sometimes? Give me the option. Okay, so yeah, how many cats? Feed your feeding, or feed at your spot. Three? Family of American held by Taliban reveals devastating phone call with Biden. Oh, dude, am I banned from Costco Reddit? Let me see. I fucking said something to an abortion sympathizer. I might be banned from the Costco Reddit. It's killing babies. Alright, see, alright. Let me first ask, what do you guys think of Plan B? Do you think it's a baby killing drug? I get it that they're not actually babies yet, but do you believe that, like, what are your thoughts on Plan B? I get it, people get broken condoms and shit, but I think a lot of people use it as so they don't have to use condoms. You know what I mean? Anyway, what happened is someone posted on Reddit this morning, and I got into it with them because early morning I'm feisty. So 11 hours ago, somebody posted. I'll put the post up. Fuck it. 1 second. FYI, you can get Plan B at Costco in the Midwest for $6, max 2 per visit. Why do they put a max on it? Anyway, not to be political, but it may not be available in some locations soon. If you, a family member or friend, might need it, I would recommend getting it, and it is best price at Costco. Just ask the pharmacy. My family lives in Michigan and Illinois, and both were $6. Okay? Right? So I commented on this. I said, we should all celebrate the death of babies. / sarcasm. Someone said, please learn how Plan B works. It's not killing babies. Okay. It's not killing babies. I mean, it's definitely keeping a baby from being born, though. If it were to have happened. You're making sure that no baby will survive that environment, right? So it's kind of killing babies. It is keeping babies from being born, actually, in a time where we actually need babies to be born in America because our birth rate, our fertility rate is we're dying. America's dying because of our birth rate. Nobody's having 3 kids anymore. You got to have 3 kids to keep us going up. Most people aren't having kids at all. So that means the people that are having kids have to have 6 or 9 kids to make up for it. That's not happening. So it is killing babies. That's not all. This is I said it here, and then I said something else for it. So I think it was on this comment thread probably. Oh no, this is another one. I didn't see this comment yet. Plan B does not have the ability to end a pregnancy. It can only prevent women from releasing an egg from the ovary, which then travels from the... Dude, I don't give a shit about any of that. It's still keeping a baby from being born because you like having unprotected sex. No? Is it not? Like, why not just get on birth control? Why like... I feel like it's celebrating the death of babies, even though... But she's like telling people to stock up on it and shit. Why do you feel the need to have unprotected sex with people? Why not just get on birth control if that's the case? I guess a lot of people like Plan B. I'm getting extremely downvoted. I don't care. I'm the most downvoted comment at -30. I said, and then someone said, FYI, post, not political post. I said, why is being moral considered political? She said, you do you, not morals. It's a FYI. I said, yep, good luck on aborting your future babies. At least your priorities are in order. I don't give a shit, dude. How they look at it. Weird. It says 1.6K upvotes, and everyone is so stoked on having the ability to buy egg killing pills at Costco. It's weird. Why can't women just stop being whores? Oh, I guess that's American. I think it would feel just as weird if someone is posting this as showing off how you can get bulk Trojans at Costco. Like if a dude posted how you can get a fucking 100 pack of Magnums at Costco now for $20. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird even talking about sexual shit on the Costco subreddit. Why do I want to think about you having fucking sex while I'm looking at Costco stuff? Why do I want to think about you having unprotected sex and freaking out the next morning on a Costco subreddit? I don't want to think about some dude boning chicks either on a Costco store. So it'd be just as weird if some dude was like, hey man, check out this condom deal. Hey, what's up, ladies? Huh? Got the magnums. I wouldn't be surprised if the person's bisexual. It's like all fucking gay people, they're over-sexualized. All gay people want to fuck constantly. They can't stop thinking about it. Like, I wouldn't post a thing personally. If I was a woman, I would feel weird being like, ladies, this is where you can get this, feel that, so you can get all that raw dog penis. Ow! Like, you're looking like a whore, baby. A little bit. You're looking a little hoish. Especially when she puts max 2 per visit. What does she want to get? The 30 pack? She fucks. That bitch fucks. More than likely a millennial. No, not a millennial, a Gen X. More than likely, I'd like to know what generation she is, actually. To make it a point to like be like, hey ladies, just in case you want to get a little hoish, Costco got your hookup. There should be. Well, there is a limit. There should be, I guess, but it's per visit. Why should, like, the only reason they're doing that is so people can't resell them easily to other states, probably. You haven't been able to get Sudafed at all lately. Their systems have been down. They haven't been able to like verify shit or something. They had signs up last time I was there. They couldn't sell it. But I'm surprised they haven't banned me from the Costco for subreddit for saying that. This would have been the Long Beach subreddit. They would have gotten rid of me like an hour and a half ago. 2 comments in, they would have deleted my ass. Because Long Beach is bullshit. Long Beach? I can't stand most of the people here, honestly. All you gotta do is go to Costco, man. Fucking see how everyone is completely self-centered. They don't give a fuck, dude. They're like, I'll look at them straight in the eye. Let them know, like, yeah, I've been kind of standing here trying to get into this aisle, but everybody just keeps walking. I'll like look at them straight in the aisle as they walk past me, and they'll look right at me and just keep going. Like, yeah, okay, you could have let me in, you know, like, motherfucker. And those fucking food things, the food things. They're back like they haven't had a peanut before. Blocking the entire aisle. And lackadaisically walking to the fucking trash can to throw the little piece of crumpled up paper away, all up in the way. Not even, not a care in the world because they got a peanut now. But they don't even have any plan at all to buy it. They're just wanting some free peanut. Or whatever the hell half bite it is. Holy shit, I don't ever get samples at Costco because I despise those sample eating motherfuckers. Those are the same people that put their carts, just they just put them everywhere in the parking lot. What the fuck, Simon? I just let your little ass out. And you come at me with a double meow. I'm gonna put his foot up real fast. He seems to be eating more since I've given him this fish oil. I don't know. Both y'all. The power of the psst. Here I am. Burn on, rock you like a hurricane. So is it killing babies or not? The Plan B pill. I feel like it's a baby killer pill. So I don't give a fuck what. I knew it. I knew I was going to get. This is the beginning of my downvotes. It's going to get worse. Like, I only have 30 now. By the time this is said and done with, I'll probably have 1,000 downvotes. I don't give a shit. I'll die on that hill. If you're depending on some pill after you have sex so that your shit doesn't pop off with a baby inside of you, you kind of nasty, okay? And you're probably going to get herpes. Gross bitch. Come on, buddy. Because I don't think most people that are using the Plan B pill to an excess like that are in a committed relationship. Hopefully he's learned that pull-out game. I grew up in a world before Plan B. Well, motherfucker, sometimes God decides you're going to have a baby. And people would have it. But I guess a lot of these people that are using the pill, we don't really want them having babies anyway, do we? Because they'll probably be fucked in the head. They'll probably make a problem child. Problem for society. Problem for his fellow classmates. Before, in the early days, it's going to be a problem for the teachers and classmates, causing a strain on the system. Maybe a problem for law enforcement. But that can even happen when you want your kid. I mean, look at me. I was a little bit of a problem child myself. And my mom really wanted me. They tried really hard to have me. Lots of sex. Lots of trying. They didn't think they could have kids at one point. It was before they have all the stuff they got nowadays to make it happen. So even this, I guaranteed you're not going to be a problem child. Brody. What's going on, man? Hopefully Felicity's already on, man. Yeah, the mods of Reddit. I know what I'm getting myself into. And this morning, what time was it? It was 2 hours ago. It was actually at 5:45. I was on the shitter. I'm just like, I saw this post and I'm like, I just feel like being sarcastic. We should all celebrate the death of babies. I can't believe I'm not banned yet. because they're all like, I don't know, I said it because they're all kind of like celebrating. Yay, we can get it at Costco for cheap. Heck yeah. Kill the eggs. Kill my eggs. And I've been with women that have been on birth control in the past and probably thought it was kind of neat at the time. Like, hey, 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 hey. All right. But now as I've gotten older and I realized that our birth rate in America is extremely low and alarming, and we're importing our kids from other countries that aren't going to have any allegiance to us. They're not like, yeah, they might go through the steps to get citizenship eventually. Maybe no, our anchor babies being born here that their first language is probably going to be their mother tongue, not where they were born, but the language their mother speaks. We're getting broken apart, man. All the World War II vets are dying off. That's a big deal. Because Vietnam vets don't get any fucking respect, and nobody knows shit about Korea. Oh, Planned Parenthood's making money off it. Yeah. And the thing is, it's not helping to save lives either. See, I don't know if it's the devil's advocate or saving grace or whatever the fuck, but one thing about what they're doing with those fetuses, they are using them for, I hope, like some sort of medical research or being able to, I mean, hopefully they're not going to the cosmetic field to help with a makeup application or some shit. Hopefully they're being used for science somehow, whether it be treatment or experiment. I don't know, man. I don't know which is worse. Like, do we need something from the embryos? Like, we need plasma from blood to treat babies? Okay, plasma centers. New sub hype, AO, YP, some chick. Welcome. Yeah, I sent Mark a message. He hasn't gotten back to me. He might not check his Discord messages very often. Brody, I've been squirting over 1.5 milliliters of fish oil into Simon's mouth. That shit's crazy. Oh my god, I'm squirting liquid into his mouth. Hope it helps, so scared I'm gonna squirt it into his lungs. Because it's a lot. What was supposed to help people that were paralyzed? Oh my god, I hope they don't ban me for trolling because I put that comment. I just realized that when they have a... I didn't make a political comment, by the way. It says no political comments. We'll see. I'm not calling her out a name or anything. Not personally attacking her or trolling. I'm being civil. I was civil. Dude, if this were the Long Beach subreddit, they would have banned me already because they're fucking idiots. I said some sarcastic stuff there. Remember? Ban me. And I even asked him twice to unban me. Like, dude, I'm a Long Beach resident, long time Long Beach resident. I've been here for like 2 decades, off and on. Still banned there. All because I said I sure would like to meet some of my white neighbors. After she was like, I'm particularly interested in meeting my black neighbors, and she put a capital B. And all I said was, I'm particularly interested in meeting somebody capital W white. I didn't. I just put a capital W. White neighbors. I didn't even argue with her about it afterwards either, or anything. And then they paid me for it. Stupid. That's so whack. And then this lady does it again and makes another post about it, says it again, and somebody else worded it differently. Instead of making a like comment like the idea, they actually like called her out on it. And they let that slide. And they had a whole rant about it back and forth, and other people were going at her too on it, like, yeah, man, yeah, the fuck. And then, like, they all get to stay. That's when I asked them again. I was like, "Come on, man! They're going at her again over here. Why y'all letting them stay?" And I got kicked. They must have looked at my YouTube channel, or they looked at my previous post on Reddit or something. They're like, "Oh hell no, he's definitely a Trumper. Get rid of him. He's not just talking about that. He's a Trumper." They fucking hate Trumper. That's why I couldn't put a sign up in my window here, dude. Antifa will come after my ass probably. Stupid. Long Beach sucks a little. That's why I keep saying Long Beach sucks. It's because I used to like it here more when I didn't think that it was so fucking liberal and democratic. Even my man, bro, oh brother. My parents are anti-Trumpers even in Tennessee. What the fuck? My dad was like, I don't vote, but I sure wouldn't vote for that idiot or something like that. I'm just like, you're not paying attention to what's going on in the world, I'm thinking. I couldn't even anymore after that with him. It's out there in the woods. Yeah, dude, if I would have put a Trump sign in my window here, I would have probably either had graffiti tagged up on my shit, a broken window, they might have kicked kicked one of my succulents out here or something, broken one of my plants. Who knows? They could have poisoned one of the cats even over some shit like that out here because he's not popular here. Maybe Huntington Beach he is. That's just south of us. It's a lot more expensive to live there, though. It's a lot nicer. All the shitty areas of town are Democrats. They just keep making they keep their cities shitty, I'm voting for Democrats. I tried to vote homie out of Congress here. Garcia, my vote was for the other person. I don't even know who they are. I don't care. As long as it's not a Democrat. But he's a gay Latino, so, you know, he's a shoo-in for Long Beach. He's got to be the guy. A gay Latino? Oh, a gay minority. All of Congress should be gay minorities. Can you imagine how awesome our country would be then? And rainbow flags as far as I can see. Discos on every corner. Everybody wearing thongs. No prejudices. Only against rednecks. And white people. White males in general. White males in particular. Yeah. They're ruining this country, white males. Black slaves built this country. Chinese slaves built the railway. White people? They just been ruining the place the whole time, ain't they? Slaughtering the Native Americans for no reason. They weren't even doing nothing. They didn't have any arrows or spears or anything. They were all peaceful. They were all with their cornucopia of food, teaching them how to grow. Everything was Thanksgiving. White man ruined everything, killed all the buffalo off. It's kind of sad, actually, about the buffalo. Made the Indians move. That's kind of sad, too. But if they could have done it, they would have done it, too. Best believe that shit. You think they would have respected each other if they had the guns and steel and germs that we had? No, they would have used it against their enemies. They would have taken all that land and had it for their own people, just like we did it. They were already killing each other when we got here. The white man's rooted everything now. Definitely, for sure, for sure. What amazes me is how the white man was able to conquer pretty much the entire world at one point. I mean, before World War One broke out and the British got spread out so thin that they couldn't afford Africa anymore, white man was doing some damn things everywhere. Holy shit. England was, wow. Wow. That's amazing, England. Shout out to England. Shout out to the English speakers of the world. The most spoken language on the planet. Pretty cool. White people. We did stuff. Before we're forgotten, before they delete us by making us all think that we should all mix. Remember, we did something. Sure, we did bad things. So did Genghis Khan. So did Alexander the Great. So did a lot of other races. They did fucked up shit in their past, you know? Killed, slaughtered millions. White people aren't the worst, actually. If you look back at history. Others slaughtered way more. Even if you put Hitler in there, Genghis Khan definitely did way worse. So did Alexander the Great than Hitler did. Hitler just did it to one race. Which is, I don't know which is worse. I feel like Genghis Khan was worse than Hitler, dude. Let's see. Because it was multiple, like, they were taking over multiple countries. Genghis Khan deaths. Genghis Khan's conquest caused the deaths of roughly 40 million people. How many was Hitler? $16.3 million. And that was at a time when there are way less people on the planet when Genghis Khan was here. So that was a much higher percentage of the world's population. Oh, really? Am I saying it wrong? Genghis Khan? Hold up. Genghis?
Genghis Khan.
They say Genghis Khan on the known as Ching. It says he's known as this though on Wikipedia. Is this what you're thinking?
Chinggis Khan.
Chinggis? It's the Alexander the Great deaths. It's probably up more than Hitler. How come I can't find this? Murders. I gotta put. No. Not casualties. What's the other word for it? I'll just put casualties. Maybe it'll let me know. There isn't much information about the death toll of Alexander the Great. Oh, because the Great Library got burned up, huh? Casualty reports vary widely from something like 100,000 to millions. While I usually prefer conservative estimates of army sizes, deaths in battle do add up. Based on very little, I've given an estimate of 1 million. Okay, so, but the population of the Earth at the time was much lower also. This is before Genghis Khan even, right? Is how many people did Alexander the Great cause to die through his actions? Deaths by starvation and disease always outweigh deaths by weapons and military campaigns by a factor of 2 or 3 or more. I'll give an estimate of 2.5 million, bringing the total number of people Alexander the Great caused to die at 3.5 million. If that sounds high, consider how much of an impact he had on lives in the Persian Empire, especially in the Persian Kurdish heartland. The people there went from being well-protected elite and prosperous peoples in the greatest empire in the world to having most of their crops eaten by the enemy armies. Really? Dude, at one point, like that area that is now known for living in mud huts were the Persian Kurdish heartland, what used to be where it was at. Wow, man. Wow. I wonder if they like daydream of it being that again one day. They're like, it'll happen, man. We're gonna defeat the white man, the American white man, the Western world. Western world, that's white people, right? That's why don't they just call it the white world? That has ring to it. I like it. White world. The whitey world. I don't give a shit. Call it that. That's awesome. See, black people would take offense to that shit. I think it'd be awesome. Can we have something? We can't have shit, can we? They would bitch about it for sure. Yeah. Oh, the blackie world? Oh, hell no. Well, I'd be like, Whitey world! Ayo! We got something. They gave us something. They let us have something. That's cool. We just came over first. To where? Yeah, to America, right? Or to where? I mean, America is whitey world, actually. Because we're majority white people. No other country, I mean, besides maybe England, very few countries can say they're predominantly white people. I don't know how many. Let's see. How many countries are mostly white? 15. Only 15 countries in the entire world are mostly white. Let's see who they are. Can't this just be a list? It's okay. I'm about to look at this somewhere else. Okay, first off, what percentage of the world is white? This is interesting. The 5% of the world population that inhabits North America is in no way reflects the racial mix of the world, in which only 16% are white. That's about 1.19 billion people out of the total world population of 7.4 billion. And it is predicted that by 2060, only 10% of the world will be white. Oh, well, there you go. You can't say that we're not being deleted, dude. Only 10% by 2060. It's going to go drop 6%. We're only 16% now. By 2100, 2200, we'll probably be 5%. And then they'll start getting really racist against us, probably. Hey man, why'd you get with why are you so racist? We're gonna be considered the racist people because we don't want to intermix. And I've had black girlfriends, dude, multiple that I could have gotten pregnant back in the day. Actually, even at the time, I was okay with it. Now I look back on it and I dodged a bullet, dude. Sheesh. Try to take it. Just try to take it, man. They might be like there's not any, like, we're not allowed to even really talk about it. It's racist to even have a conversation about it. We're not allowed to. And we're so indoctrinated in school, in elementary school, in middle school, and high school, that the kids are completely sold on it. That's why it took so long for me to wake up. Let's see what the white countries are, though. Here we go. Wow, Lithuania and Albania. Oh wait, here we go. Latvia, Poland, and Czech Republic have 99.8% white. Lithuania and Albania are 99.7%. Croatia, 99.6%. Estonia, Slovenia, and Greece, 99.3%. Finland, 99.1%. So if anything, Europe is way more racist than America, dude. You look at those numbers. How the first thought about becoming a minority is that you'd be ostracized and treated poorly. Yeah. Well, they would. And they can be. That definitely happens to minorities. And it happened here. I mean, we had slaves, dude, because they were the minorities and we could keep them in check because there were so many white people that were willing to be on board with all that. That if you saw a black person weren't roaming the streets and they knew that the white people would be like, hey, there's one loose right there, get him. He must have gotten loose from old Jethro's plantation. Once white people are the minority, they are treated differently. I mean, look at what's happening here. As the minorities are growing, it's happening. White people are even starting to hate themselves. Look at the Democrat Party. If you're a Democrat, you're a self-hating white person. You care more about immigrant rights than you do about people that are the ancestors of the people that fought for our country and died for our country. Holy shit. Homeschooling groups is the best way to go. I mean, that depends on the parent. If you got a fucking moron as a mom, you don't want her teaching a kid to be a moron, do you? So, yeah, not always. Most of these people are not the brightest people that are having kids in abundance. Unfortunately, it's the ones having kids in abundance that are the dumb ones here in America. Most families nowadays that are college educated or have good careers, high aptitudes, high IQs, they know better than to have too many kids because it's too fucking. The world's made it so damn expensive. It's not the boomer age where people can just pop out babies and be able to afford it. The economy's shit. So that's why we're importing babies now, because these people are willing to cook rice and beans and live off of pennies and have 4 kids. Americans aren't willing to do that. They want to be able to go out and have fun and blow money on all kinds of dumb shit. That's why we're importing babies right now, because Americans have gotten stupid as shit, dude. They care. Their priorities are all fucked up. They care more about getting the Plan B pill than they do about getting their life together. Beta generation is coming at us now too. Wow. This is going to get interesting. Want to limit people's number of children and their families. I never said that. No, that's not what I said. I gotta go back here. Look up racism in South America. White minority with extensive history of black persecution to this day. Right, but they're not really the minority though. When they're more powerful, they're the minority in number, but not really because they have the backing of England. And due to that, they're actually still the majority there, even though there's not that many of them in the actual country. Limit people's number of people. No, I didn't say I want to limit the number of children at all. The opposite. Have as many as you want. Just be able to take care of them. If you can't take care of your kids, be more concerned with getting your fucking life together to where you could take care of kids rather than fucking so much and worried about getting dick and having to get the Plan B afterwards and pissed off that you can only get 2 at a time when you go get them from Costco. Like all that. No, that's where we're at. That's where most women are at right now, I think, in America. They care more about getting their dick, their weekend penis, than maybe learning how to cook. Huh? Learn how to make some good sandwiches or something. They care more about getting the job that the guy's trying to get, like a firefighter chief or supporting their local tranny, because that's an admirable thing to support. Oh yeah, trannies' lives matter more than anything. Put them up on a pedestal because they are the golden gooses, the golden gods of our generation. That what they say is so important that we should always support every one of them, no matter what they're doing, no matter how weird they look, no matter what position they're trying to hold. They're going to be the best at it, no matter what that anybody could be, because they are special human beings. Oh my God, they're so special. They're not fucking mentally ill. Don't say that. I will ban you. I will ban you if you say that they're mentally ill. They have nothing wrong with their head at all. That's what women are supporting. You'll see dudes out there supporting that shit. Why the fuck would dudes be out there supporting that shit unless they're whacking the head too? This is where our country, they thought it was going. This is where Reddit thought it was going. They thought they were winning. They had them confused. They saw the fake numbers at the Harris, before when she was campaigning. They were busting those people in, man. They were paying for their lunch to be there. They were incentivizing them to come. People for the Trump rallies are waiting out in the cold for hours, for days, hoping to get in. No incentive, just to want to be there. Fuck America. Fuck yeah. Reddit's so funny, dude. I think that was a Redditor here. This Vans comma dude might be a Redditor, actually. Some of them have definitely been coming through every now and then. They have to. I say dumb shit on Reddit. Well, they see it as dumb shit. I don't care. Hopefully I get more downvotes. That shows that I'm somebody. Well, they haven't deleted my comment at least. Dude, 2 of the comments have been completely deleted. Like maybe they haven't woken up yet to delete me. What's a negative 33? I got 3 more. Hey. The women, they really, oh no, I got negative 21 on that one. And then I didn't get any negative ones on that one. Yeah, that's good. I'm breaking them up. I'm at the bottom. I don't give a shit. I still got points on here to give up. Oh, how many do I got? Fuckheads. My comment karma is still at over 3,000. Y'all trying to get me below 3,000? You can't do it. I don't give a shit about that. What is this? I got another comment. Where'd it go? They deleted it. Oh wait, here we go. The thing is that history scholars have been able to directly track the start of the anti-abortion movement, and we now know as a fact that the entire thing is a fiction. Even highly religious groups used to counsel in favor of abortion based on their teachings of the Bible because it was considered the more moral route to take. Here's an article that roughly outlines the timeline. But actually, I found documentaries have done a better job. I saw a documentary on Netflix that interviewed pastors who talked about how they had always counseled in favor of protecting the mother's life and the well-being of the existing family in favor of abortion prior to the church reversing their stance. So if it has historically been considered the moral thing to do, but then suddenly a small group of people were able to reverse the sentiment, and we know through history scholarship that those people were admittedly did so as a deceit. I think we need to challenge the idea that it is immoral suddenly now. I don't believe this lady. You left a link here. What is this? Politico, the religious right and the abortion myth. Is Politico a who are they leaning any certain way normally? I don't know anything about Politico. Bueller. Yeah, no, but what color are they, Savage? Are those black women you're talking about? Popping out the women? Popping out the kids? Are those minorities popping out the kids? All Politico is leftist? Oh, fuck that. I can't trust it. Like, it's not fact based. It's I don't know. I feel like it's probably not fact based. It's this long ass drawn out article too, dude. You know what I'm saying? Not really trying to do all that. The bill. Oh, they're bringing up that it's racist or something down here. Weinreich's genius, however, lay in the understanding that racism, the defense of racial segregation, was. There she is. Guidance here. You did not go with a fancy feast first? I wonder if it's her that got in a fight with Mama earlier because she's wanting to have a baby. Her baby's down there. Something got in a bang up fight under the house earlier this morning or around 6 o'clock. It was still dark out. This one's Trident. There was lots of banging, dude. I mean, it was more than just screeching. I thought that stuff was falling off of shelves in my house. It was so loud under the house. I thought that it was Sweet Pea in here knocking stuff off the desk or something. Simon ran to the back of the house listening to, like, it was pretty bad. I think it woke the neighbors up too. I know. I think they probably hurt themselves from all the banging up against the wood underneath more than anything, because it sounded like wood on wood. It was so knocky. It was like pop pop. Oh. Well, this thing says that Politico is neutral and balanced. Oh, it's called Ad Fontes Media, whoever the hell they are. I've never heard of them. The name like Politico, it seems like they're biased. Because why is it? Like it's Spanish? They're trying to infiltrate. Mm, they didn't start off in America either. So, but now they're headquartered here. And they're owned by Germany, but they're headquartered here. They're owned by Axel Springer Publishing Company. It was founded in 1946, right after World War II. Do you think they have our best interest? Did Germany like us right after the war was over? They're like, hey, America, they're all right. Oh, I guess that makes sense. That they would want to be our buddies all of a sudden. Nice reload. That's Trident. Yeah, Germany probably still wants to be a superpower. I don't think that ever just went away. You gotta be more low key about it, though. Come here. Come on, bud. Oh, oh. Here. Now that oil starts working, licking all his hair off. Interesting. Which one is she? Ate mostly the one that had the fish oil in it. I don't know why she didn't eat hardly any of the fancy feast. Almost a full can still, but she ate almost all of the ziwi with fish oil. That's got the salmon oil. That's good for her. She's pregnant. That was a daily dose for somebody. Ate almost all of it, so I mixed it in. And I've researched it. It's okay for pregnant cats. It's actually good for pregnant cats. That's pretty cool, man. So hopefully, like every day, she'll have her little daily dose of. I'll put it out there like that. She seems to be the only one that really likes it. Maybe she knows she needs it. Like she craves whatever's in there. So far, Mom has had her a whole plate. The right one. I mean, a little bit of the ziwi on both of the ziwis, but then tried it. Had just a very small amount of fancy feast with looks like about all of the. I had about 40, 50 grams with the fish oil. That's about a quarter of a can of ziwi. Um, oh, I'm really curious to see if that fish oil works with Simon. I'm squirting it in his mouth, so it's a whole thing. Oh yeah, it's not. 34 negatives. 34. They're really getting me here. Like, what's Germany's birth rate? I feel like they want our birth rate to be low. Oh, it's lower. The birth rate in the United States is 1.64 children per woman. Birth rate in Germany is 1.35 children per woman, which is a record low. This is a decline from 2021, where the birth rate was 1.58. So look at that shit. So look at that shit. All right, I should post this to her. Should you really be citing a news agency who's owned by a company whose country's birth rate is a record low this year? See ya. Well, fuck you too, Mark. See ya. I bet cats would like the sardines as well. Right. Japan is lower? Are you sure? I thought he didn't like what I had to say. It was like interesting. See ya. The fuck? Later, Savage. You down? What? Man, alright. Sorry. I'm hostile. I'm ready for the Redditors. Come at me. Germany's birth rate is below the replacement rate of 2.1 children per woman, which is considered necessary to maintain population levels in wealthy countries. However, Germany's birth rate is higher than China's, which was 1.3 in 2020. Oh, well, okay. They're higher than China. But China doesn't need it to be high, do they? Oh, wait. Does China higher? Yes, China currently needs a higher birth rate. Oh no. Because of the one child policy, they screwed up, I guess. Yeah, see? That's why everybody needs to have kids and not use the next day pill. Yes, they need a higher birth rate, Bill. It says it right here. They screwed up. At one point they didn't need it, but now they do need it. Now they're like, have kids, please. And they're not letting us adopt our kids either. Did you hear about that? Because of it. Because Americans were adopting their kids and hurting them even more. I really wanted a little Chinese kid. You know what I mean? I was gonna have him build me a little train. We're gonna start small, little train set. Then I'm gonna eventually. I was gonna convince him to be a railroad track builder, just like old times. Is that a bad joke? I was thinking maybe like he would have it in him to want to like follow in his ancestors' footsteps. Well, I mean, they were a branch off. They were like cousins that came here a long time ago, you know. Those are still ancestors, right? It's happening. YouTube, I mean, Google said so. By 2060, the world population of white people is going to be 10%. It's currently 16%. By 2060, we're going to drop a third of our percentage. That's insane. You drop a third of that, we'll only be at like 7%. Drop a third of that, 5%. Crazy. It's almost like a sort of what happened to the Jews, where they were trying to kill all of them. What's that called? Holocaust. Like a Holocaust, sorts. Slow burn. What were they saying that they're doing to the Gaza people? It's like that. So that's the word I'm looking for. Genocide. Genocide. It's a genocide. That's the one I was thinking. Not Holocaust. It's a genocide of a race, but slowly. But black people are allowed to do it. All of the races are allowed to do it. To care about it. To not want to interracial mingle the DNA. But if white people want to do it, it's racist. Even though we're the extreme minority of the planet. And with that extreme minority, somehow ruled the entire thing. Wow. Holy cow. You would think that's kind of special, not something you want to get rid of, right? No? It's backwards. We used to be able to be proud and be white. Actually, it wasn't that long ago. 100 years? It happened so fast, didn't it? What word? Word's banned now. Type it with spaces. Once, like, you know what I'm saying? Space it out, one letter at a time. You don't have to do one letter and enter, one letter enter. You're like, the word white, W space, H space, I space, T space. While y'all trying to say it earlier. I guess the militants hide among civilians. Who is? Well, list of words? No, there's not. I don't think so. I think I looked, but yeah. Maybe there is. Maybe you can find one. That'd be awesome. If you find one, dude, that'd be very helpful. Because, like, I doubt it says anywhere you can't say the word Hamas in a live chat. What was the other one? Was there another one? There's weird ones, man, that come up every now. We should keep a list of them. I'll start keeping a list of them. From now on, let's try to figure out which ones it's not letting it say, and I'll keep track of it. Right now, for sure, it's Hamas. We all know that, though. Oh, you can't say retard either, right? You can't say the word retard. Not every. Some people can say the word retard and some can't. That's what we learned. So if you can say the word retard, you're one of us. Because I can say it. Look. I'm one of us. One of us. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I thought I was one of us. Maybe not. Oh, man. Well, maybe if I say it with my name, with the channel name. No, I better not. I'll get. No. Then they won't recommend me anymore. Oh, you're able to say it, but could you say it without putting at kitty cam? Uh-oh. Everybody can say it? Why couldn't I say it? Oh no, I'm a mod too though. But and I'm able to see hers though. But oh, I was able to say it. But wait, no, it's yeah, it wasn't though because it didn't come through. Oh, mine got deleted. Yeah, y'all can say it and we can see it and everything. Oh, it's the lowercase? Let me see. Oh. What? Okay. So you just can't say it lowercase. There you go. Well, can you say Hamas uppercase? Okay, there's Hamas both ways. No, neither way. You can't do it either way. That one's still strict lockdown. The battle continues for the fire. Arrests of. Oh wait, we got a
ICE
thing.
CBP.
We got a daily caller. These are always funny. Let's have something funny. I'm so happy I don't have to go out there and pick up any food yet.
equals domestic terrorism. Stop the terror. Well, what has got these people in California so upset?
This week, U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents conducted unannounced raids of undocumented immigrants in the Central Valley. Congressman Jim Costa said the CBP commissioner told him the mission was targeting criminals of drug and human trafficking, and that all 78 of those detained had previous criminal records.
He told me that, in fact, that they had concluded their effort as a result of their arrests as of a day or two ago.
These raids stoking fear among uncertain immigrant communities and are already taking a toll on the Valley's agriculture industry.
There is real fear within the community.
Bakersfield Vice Mayor and Sikh Punjabi advocate Manpreet Kaur says the impacts of these unprecedented operations will last.
Our community also comes to places like the United States in diverse documentation statuses.
Diverse documentation statuses. That is a new one I've never heard before. They're not here illegally. No, you see, their documentation status is actually just diverse. And diversity, as you know, is our strength.
In a statement Friday morning, CBP announcing during the three-day operation called Return to Sender, 78 people, all here unlawfully, were arrested. CBP also says the operation targeted those with criminal records, from raping a minor and trafficking drugs to having DUI convictions. When asked if for some their only crime was unlawful residence, Assistant Chief Patrol Agent David Kim answered, crossing the border and illegally residing in the U.S. is against the law.
The El Centro sector sharing on social media Wednesday morning that 2 of the arrests made in Bakersfield were suspects in the rape of a minor.
Oh, no. You can't just go around deporting people like that. This led to protests.
In the wake of Border Patrol activity here happening in Kern County, residents from all over have gathered here at the corner of Ming and Weibel to protest Border Patrol's activities.
Take a look at the massive gathering of protesters on Blackstone Avenue in Fresno Sunday in an outcry over a recent Border Patrol operation near Bakersfield and an incoming administration zeroing in on immigration.
With immigration picking up, people like...
What is this flag, bro?
In on immigration.
It's like half Mexican, half American flag. I've never seen that before. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of these coming up.
With immigration picking up, people like us, it motivated me even more.
What in the hell? Is he going to Venezuela to get his hair cut and coming back up here or what? We got barbers that can do this shit right. Dude, it's not that expensive. If you're like, you don't have to put a bowl in your head and try doing it yourself. You can just, they might even do it for free if you walk in looking like this.
Because I am a dreamer. I'm a DACA recipient, so it hits home.
Hundreds
what
coming
is the deal with that fucking, it's called the edger look, and half the time those dudes that have it are up to no good, actually. Like, I've been noticing, like, there will be, like, a robbery or something, and the dudes will have that haircut, and people in the comments, some of the highest upvoted comments will be like, the edgers strike again, something like that.
Demanding an end to deportation operations, many doing it on behalf of others fearing a similar fate.
I always had that haircut,
was
though.
Organized by the Rapid Response Network of Kern, an immigrant advocacy group. Dozens of people in attendance waving Mexico flags and signs that read, "Stop deporting the hands that feed you."
Don't you just love when people come to the U.S. from other countries and then wave the flag of the country they fled?
So proud of the Mexico, bro. We just send them back too. We should make that illegal. Like if they're here illegally, just doing that, what they're doing, that gets them to go back. because they're instigating a riot.
Lincoln Avenue.
You can't be coming here and being an illegal, instigating a riot, hoping other illegals are going to come hurt American citizens. That should be the deportable offense. If you get caught at one of those protests, instigating a riot, you get deported along with them, if you're not legally here. If you are legally here, you're just an asshole. But you're going to help the people that, if they are there with you and they are there illegally, you're going to help them get deported by doing what you're doing. How about that?
I'm going to bring up
You're not helping them stay. You're helping them get deported.
Now, Lincoln Ave Station just goes and goes and goes. That's kind of the same description we were using for the Palisades fire.
Watch
but in this
this
case,
insubordination.
This is all neighborhoods. We saw a couple of neighborhoods out there in Palisades, and then you saw
Coming here
sporadic
acting
areas
up.
where homes were destroyed. But
We
this
didn't
is
used to
just
allow
block
that type
after
of shit
block
here.
after block. And this devastation
Here
for
acting up like
me
that.
personally, I have never seen in Southern California. One or two homes are clearly always
They come
standing
here
whenever we show this type of
assimilate.
picture. But every now and then, when I was panning along here when we first arrived, I actually saw
Learn our
burnt out
culture.
vehicles in
I expect
roadways.
us to
And I was
fucking
kinda
learn
wondering,
yours,
maybe
you
those were
fucking
people
idiots.
trying to escape,
Learn English,
but
you
the firestorm
shitheads.
was too strong, or perhaps the vehicles just rolled out of the driveways after the fire or when they were on fire. The one thing I do see out here
My
that
neighbor that I used to have here,
different than in
his
the Palisades.
wife, very broken English. Her son, their son, who was born here in Long Beach, was graduating high school like last month or last year. I mean, year before that, actually, years ago. So for 18 years, she's lived here with her son and didn't know English good enough to talk to me without getting him to make sure that she was talking correctly. That's crazy, dude. 18 years. She couldn't take a little bit of time to learn the language here? I mean, she was sweet and all, but what the fuck?
That's going to be up to the north. That's going
Her
to be
husband knew better English because he had to work. He would do jobs, and he wanted, I don't know, maybe he cared more about learning English, but I could talk to him all day about stuff, and he understood nuances much better. Like she would get lost.
But as far as movement goes, I can say I see a lot of utility workers.
Or maybe it's a sexist thing. Maybe he was keeping her from learning English.
And of course, thank goodness, no hotspots. Sending it back to you all.
Yeah, Stu, thank you. That gives us a vast overlook at the lives impacted by all this, and then every single person, of course, when you zoom into each of those destroyed homes, has a story to tell. In fact, right here, new video giving us a documented timeline of what one family went through on that night that the Eden fire started.
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now. We have a very big problem. What? Holy.
So video from the family's Ring camera shows them realizing there was a fire on the hill behind them near power lines. Less than 20 minutes later, they were trying to spray water on their roof. When they realized how quickly the wind was driving that fire, they evacuated just 10 minutes later. We did speak with family over the weekend, and they say they went back to their home last Wednesday, and it was actually still standing. Wow. But they haven't been able to go back since then.
The video really shows the fire like
So
a freight
it's
train
not a
coming
big
right
deal.
to their home.
Okay.
And it's amazing that their home is still standing, given the conditions of, look at all that ember flying and right directly in their home.
And how quickly things happened.
Yes.
You know, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, and all of a sudden they're out of there. But that's a great way of describing it, Sandra. A freight train that really makes you feel what they went through. Look at that sky.
Wow, that's cool looking.
Unbelievable.
Just horrific. Horrific.
Titties are
I
cooler
have a
looking,
friend
not
who
you,
lost
the other
her
one.
home in Altadena and her child's school, all within the same week. So having to tell
They
her
just
child,
be
you know, you don't
topless
have
up there,
a home
you know,
anymore,
since there's
and
going to be 3
you don't have your school
females,
anymore,
make
it's
it
just heartbreaking.
nice for everybody.
This just came into my inbox. Gap is working with the American Red Cross, the LA region, Baby to Baby, and the Good Plus Foundation to facilitate product donations to those in need at locations all throughout the city. I'm going to give you a list. There's
You know,
got
if we
to
were
be
in the
a
Greek
location
times, they
near
would probably
you.
do that.
If you really need some supplies, check out. We've got
Right before
the
they fell.
Athleta in El Segundo, the
Super
Banana
horny.
Republic at the Grove, the Banana Republic in Pasadena. If you need supplies right now, if your family was affected by these fires, please go pick it up. They also have the N95 masks as well for those who need it as well. 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. are the times. You can also go to the Gap on Wilshire
There needs to be
Boulevard and the
at
Gap
least
outlet
one
right
guy there, I
in
feel,
Burbank.
just to keep them in check.
Again, the time 11
We got
a.m.
3
to
women
6 p.m.
there. Of
today.
course, there's a dude in their
Some are
earpiece
10
telling them
a.m. to 8
everything.
p.m. So just check within the store
Right? There's
near
got to
you
be.
what
What if
hours
it's a
they are
woman?
doing it as well.
I need to know.
Okay, so you have take a screenshot or take a photo of those locations. There's
They're
even one
taking
in
over,
Whittier.
dude.
This is great
Guys,
because this is really good information.
minority
for people
women are taking
needing
over.
Yes.
These essentials.
Yes.
A lot of these lists we've been giving out is for
Man
people
the
wanting to
hatches.
donate,
Right.
which a
Need
lot
to
of those
dive.
donation centers have become full. But this is great for people who
Oh,
really
they're in
need
submarines too now.
some items to get
Absolutely.
them through this.
And hopefully there's a location near them where they can go real quick and pick those
You
up.
can't get away from
You know,
them.
ladies, for 3 decades, the Dream Center has been a place
They're
where
in the
people
Boy
can go for
Scouts.
help or to help when it's needed most. And during this time, they are hands-on with donations and volunteers this past weekend and all week long.
LA has responded. They're getting the diapers ready. They're getting the food ready. These people have literally nothing. And so we have to sit here right on this campus and we have to help them rebuild their life.
We're the feel-good station. It's kind of hard to feel good, but I think now is the time to start pivoting some of that, you know, that nervous energy, that anxious energy that we've all been feeling looking at these images, and we're here at the Dream Center to do just that and give. Now is the time.
Now is the time. So if you are looking to donate or if you're looking to help sort the donations,
I want some
you can
Cheez-Its,
go
though.
all week
How do
long
I
to the
do-
Dream
how do I
Center
go
from
about
9
that?
a.m. to 7 p.m.
Hungry.
I was told by the Director of Disaster Relief that they are pretty good on clothing right
All right,
now.
what else we got?
And the things that they're looking for the most are personal hygiene items, diapers.
Batteries.
You can also make a monetary donation to the Dream
chips.
Center if you
Got
can't
some
get down there
Doritos.
to donate in person.
Where's the
And
chips
if you
at?
have a donation
Oh,
site
some
near
cereal.
you, you
Was
can
that
send
some
me an
Reese's
email
cereal?
to
Ayo, y'all got some milk.
amanda.salas@fox.com. I want to spread the word on all of your community efforts. Send me pictures,
Whole
send me
milk.
video.
I like it
If you
creamy,
have something
baby.
coming up this week, I would love to promote it and get the word out.
Kind of creamy.
Perfect.
Amanda, thank you. Coming up, businesses among
And,
the thousands of structures burned to the ground, as we know. How owners, though, can
I
get
like
the
the way
crucial
she
aid they need. We'll
sits.
have that coming up next.
Sticking them all out. Baby. 9:24 in the morning, looking at the girls' titties on Fox 11. So early for me. Morning. Kind of a nice little beat, dude. This is up there with the with the Fox Now. It's got some production value to it. Almost sounds like some dramatic. I bet they get a lot more people staying with this than the Fox or than the especially than the Associated Press one. That's the worst one. But the Fox Now one, it's got some staying power. Was it actually going to switch it up? How long is this thing? I'll get the copyright on me. Probably this song is gonna get me. Simon. Who? He gets very. He doesn't go away, dude. Very often. He just sits there and meows. Until I open the door. I go stick him back up here. Oh no, where did it go? I don't know how long the line being gone. Oh, there's a pred poacher. Oh, what? You know that he's trying to come up here right now, and then you just jumped up. Oh, y'all gonna have to fight over this. Yeah, sometimes he does just walk away. Simon. Oh, Simon. Here, buddy. Come here, Simon. Come here. 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 He looked at her and looked back at me. Here, bud. Oh, he's triangulating it. Oh shit. He's gonna do it. Hey, bud. Simon, come here. You coming? Oh, she laid down now. Is there enough room? Come on. Simon. Hey. Hey. Come on. So somebody's car alarm and leaves is blowing outside. Come here. Come on. I don't think he sees it there being enough room. He's gonna jump on my lap out of nowhere when I'm not looking, probably.
Further complicating the efforts of firefighters nearly a week into this firefight. Damaged area bigger than the city of Paris. Most of that damage here in Pacific Palisades. You can see neighborhoods now unrecognizable. Just every so often a brick chimney visible shooting up into the air with these fires still burning. Officials scrambling to contain them.
Not even looking over here.
Firefighters in California racing against the clock to contain blazes ahead of the return of dangerous winds.
It's going to cause more problems, which is why containment's going so slow.
For nearly a week, conditions have made it difficult for crews to get a handle on the largest fires, the Eaton and Palisades. The deadly blazes around Los Angeles have caused devastating damage. More than 37,000 acres have burned, with fire officials saying at least 10,000 structures have been destroyed.
Lots of tears, anger. We're going through the stages of grief. There's no doubt about it.
Neighborhoods from Pacific Palisades to Altadena, unrecognizable.
The middle school that I actually attended was burned. All the homes on that particular street. My mom's street, you can actually see through.
I had to call Sweet Pea to get him to come, because he's like, well, if you're going to call her.
Al Hugo, an Altadena-based firefighter, sharing these before and after photos of his family's home.
It was kind of surreal. I mean, it's something that really hits home. You know, you do this for a living, but you know, you invest your life to try to protect life and property. But when it's your own, it's just a different feeling.
And California's governor says it could hopefully take just 2 weeks to assess all of the damaged buildings. But after that, officials say the process of actually removing this debris, these toxic materials, that could take 6 to 9 months. At this point, search and rescue crews continue to go through some of these neighborhoods. All of this happening as those fire crews are racing against the clock to try and get these fires contained and eventually put out. Reporting in Pacific Palisades, I'm Michael Yoshida.
We want to go live now to that update we promised from officials there in California. Let's listen in.
Inspected. Severe fire weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please be assured that all fire departments and all law enforcement agencies in the area will be prepared. The anticipated winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in all of Los Angeles County critical. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I did want to dispel one rumor. The LA County Fire Department has never turned down any offers for mutual aid assistance and resources. Repopulation will not occur until all areas are safe. Additionally, our CL-415 Super Scooper that was damaged because of a drone incursion is reportedly going to be flying tomorrow morning. It has been repaired, and we're waiting for the FAA to give us approval to fly again. Thank you to Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for your unwavering leadership and continued support throughout this unprecedented disaster. And finally, to all the Los Angeles County residents affected by this catastrophe, please be assured your firefighters continue to work towards full containment of these wildfires from the air and on the ground. We stand alongside each of you as you begin the repopulation of evacuated areas when safe and the rebuilding of your homes, your communities, and your lives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'm going to start off with just a moment to share with everybody out there that's been impacted by these wildland fires that the entire LAFD family, sworn and civilian, our city family, Mayor Bass, city leadership, everybody, our thoughts and hearts and prayers go out to you as we continue to push forward and mitigate this emergency. We understand the impacts, and we're working and will continue to work very, very, very hard for everyone. Another point I want to make is that also we are so very grateful for the firefighters and the first responders that have already arrived and continue to arrive in the Southern California region. We absolutely know that we cannot do this on our own, and we are tremendously appreciative of all of your continued support. As the increasing wind event is upon us as we speak, the Los Angeles City Fire Department has maximized our resource capabilities and response capabilities. All available LAFD resources have been staffed. I have strategically pre-positioned engine strike teams and task forces which are dedicated to rapid response for any new fire that breaks out in the city. In addition, I've directed the Fire Prevention Bureau to augment wildfire patrols in high hazard areas. The Palisades fire, your LAFD remains committed to this fire, and we have a significant number of engines that have been dedicated to this fire. The crews that are involved, we have crews from up and down the state, outside of the state, have made excellent, excellent work overnight, mopping up flare-ups and hotspots. Their primary focus last night was on the Mandeville Canyon area, and this fire is now at 23,713 acres with 14% containment, with 5,123 personnel assigned to the Palisades incident. Firefighters will continue to work diligently throughout the day to increase containment and prevent further fire spread. Again, I want to focus my comments on the amount of resources that are here in the Palisades, from the first responders all the way up to our incident command teams. Again, we're going to keep working really, really hard for you. Just a brief comment on the Hearst fire. It's been held to 799 acres with 95% containment. Again, thank you to the community members that are out there for remaining vigilant. We're not in the clear. I want to make sure of that. We are not in the clear as of yet, and we must not let our guard down. As we have right now extreme fire behavior, and we need to make sure that the community is staying updated with the most information, updated information as well. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. And please, please stay safe. I would now like to introduce our next speaker, and that is Sheriff Luna. Thank you.
Robert Luna, Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Regarding our deployment, we still have well over 1,000 of our Los Angeles County deputies out there working on 12-hour shifts. We have 172 California Highway Patrol officers. I'd like to thank the commissioner who was with me yesterday, Sean DeRee, for all of his assistance. I also want to thank Major General Beavers. I was with him as well, and he has fortunately been able to increase the amount of National Guard assistance that he is giving us to up to 600. And he told me yesterday if we need more, we can ask for more. And we are strategically looking at that, analyzing it, and we'll ask as needed. Evacuations, we have approximately, and this is some good news because it's dropped, we have over 92,000 people who are under evacuation orders and approximately 89,000 people who are under evacuation warnings. I want our community to know this, and Chief Maroney did talk about this for a second. In every conversation we're having about evacuations, warnings, whether they're going to implement them or take them away, the conversation about repopulation is on all of our minds. I know that we are attending, staff's attending community meetings, whether they be out in the Palisades Fire area in Malibu for us at LA County Sheriffs, in the Altadena area. We are hearing our community loud and clear, and we want to get you in there as soon as possible. But I want to reiterate what is holding us up. This is very important. We are still, for the Altadena area, we are in the third day of grid searching. It is a very grim task, and we, unfortunately, every day we're doing this, we're running across the remains of individual community members. That is not easy work, very sad to report, and I believe that work is not only going to continue, but I believe we'll continue to find remains. So please be patient with us. People are saying, I just want to go look at my house and I want to see what's left. We know that, but we have people literally looking for the remains of your neighbors. Please be patient with us. There's a lot of hazards in the area still. The area has not been rendered safe. Please be patient with us. And then we have the potential
we'll
of
tell you when it's
crime
safe enough to
scenes.
go home.
And I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying we have to think ahead because we can't go back from that. So please be patient with us. The curfew is still in effect, 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. for specifically the mandatory evacuation areas in both the Palisades impacted area and the Eaton Fire impacted areas. Those are subject to change depending on need, one way or another. We understand, again, that people want to go back, but it is dangerous to do so, and we will not put anybody's safety at risk. I want to talk about arrest for the LA County Sheriff's area. Overnight, we had several other arrests. It brings it up to a total of 34 in our geographic area. We have 30 in the Eaton Fire area, and we have 4 in the Palisades area. Last night specifically, again, for LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction, we arrested 4. 2 were for curfew violations. 2 were arrested for 1 drone incident. To my knowledge, we have now had 2 specific drone incidents that have resulted in 3 arrests. So as I talk to our community again, if you do not have business in the evacuation areas, do not go there.
End of meeting. I want to see Carol Bass talk.
Los Angeles is battling through the worst fires in its history. At least 24 people have tragically been killed. More than 150,000 have been forced to flee their homes. 10,000 structures have been completely destroyed, including some of the country's most expensive real estate. And when the fires broke out, LA Mayor Karen Bass was in Africa. And when she returned, instead of answering critical questions from reporters, she chose to just ignore those questions and stay silent.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
Karen Bass had a choice in that moment. Instead of fronting up and showing leadership, she ran away. Who else would like to know why she approved an $18 million budget cut for the LA Fire Department?
I bet that entire time she was thinking, how the hell did this guy get through? How did he get through? How is he by me right now? She wanted to yell, security!
She approved an $18 million budget cut for the LA Fire Department, why a major reservoir which holds 117 million gallons of water has been sitting empty for almost a year, which meant that smaller tanks were quickly exhausted and fire hydrants were running dry as firefighters risked their lives trying to save homes. And why did Karen Bass have nothing to say as the people of Los Angeles were going through the most horrifying experience that was made worse because of the government's mismanagement? Well, after ignoring reporters and showing no leadership at the start of this crisis, Karen Bass has posted a bizarre video where she appears slightly upbeat and even smiling as she tells the people of LA that she's seen the devastation.
Angelenos, we're still going through it, and to any of you and all of you that have experienced a loss, the grief, the anger, the just utter shock, I've seen the devastation. It is unbelievable the amount of loss that people have experienced. But we have to get through this crisis, and I know that we will. I was at the Sylmar command post today, and I saw the work of our first responders and how they've been able to defeat the fires in certain areas. We know we still have much more to go, and we know the winds are going to kick up again. But we got to stick together. We got to stand strong. And then we have to rebuild our city. We're the nation's second largest city, one of the greatest cities in the world. And
is that helpful? The people of LA don't need to be told that she's seen the devastation. They're all experiencing the heartbreak and devastation for themselves. They also don't need to be told that LA is the nation's second largest city. They need answers, they need leadership, and they need to know why decisions were made that meant that LA was not prepared to fight these fires. Well, there are calls for Karen Bass to resign, and those calls are getting louder. Almost 100,000 people have signed a Change.org petition demanding that she steps down due to the gross mismanagement of the fires. And Karen Bass isn't the only one facing calls to resign. President-elect Donald Trump is calling on the Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, to stand down. Writing on Truth Social, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him. He wanted to protect an essentially worthless fish called a smelt by giving it less water, but didn't care about the people of California. Now, the ultimate price is being paid. Now, Trump has been criticising Newsom's forest management for years. Back in 2019, he wrote, "I told him from the first day we met that he must clean his forest floors regardless of his bosses, the environmentalists, demand of him. They must also do burns." Trump warned Newsom to, quote, "get his act together" and to open the closed water lanes coming down from the north. But Gavin Newsom now claims that he doesn't know what Trump is talking about, and he also tries to claim that all of the reservoirs in California are full. Just look at this spin.
I don't know what he's referring to when he talks about the delta smelt in reservoirs. The reservoirs are completely full, the state reservoirs here in Southern California. That mis and disinformation, I don't think advantages or aids any of us. Responding to Donald Trump's insults, we would spend another month. I'm very familiar with them. Every elected official that he disagrees with, very familiar with them.
We do know, though, from reporting here locally that that one reservoir that serves the Palisades was not full.
And that's exactly what triggered my desire to get the investigation to understand what was happening with that local reservoir.
Gavin Newsom is trying to do his own PR, claiming that there's a lot of misinformation out there, and posted on X a link for people to get the facts about the fires. Now that takes you to gavinnewsom.com/California Fire Facts, which also directs people to donate to the California Fire Foundation. But that link that's on the top right-hand corner doesn't take you to the California Fire Foundation. If you click on it, what it actually takes you to is actblue.com/donate/CFDEM LA Fire 2025. Act Blue is a fundraising platform for the Democrat Party. On that link, it shows Newsom's campaign for democracy and informs donors that they'll be signed up for text updates from the Political Action Committee. Professor Joseph Siracusa says that Gavin Newsom can kiss the White House goodbye.
Oh, he's gone. You know, he can kiss the White House goodbye. This is a political disaster. Americans expect their governors and their mayors and their police chiefs and fire chiefs to get a handle on this, and they were poorly prepared for this. And keep in mind, there are, I think, 7 major water facilities that were supposed to be built, but they couldn't meet the ecosystems criteria as a result of Newsom's pushing on this angle here. So he's going to have to bear the burden here, and I do not think Kamala Harris is going to rush in to replace his job, because there's a lot of people there who are angry, and with good reason.
Annalise Nielsen is on the ground in Los Angeles.
Streets normally gridlocked with traffic are held clear for emergency workers, while entire neighbourhoods remain closed, those both at risk and those already hit.
Could I be the
Many
Republican
residents
candidate
don't
for
know if
California,
their
y'all?
homes are still standing.
I got my beard going.
House, they're 79 and
official.
85, and my dad's sick, and he's asking about his house because he spent his entire life, you know, wanting to live by the sea or having a house by the sea.
We found Cindy Salcedo with her bike, trying to get around the roadblocks.
Bike and her
If our house is still standing, you can't get past Getty Villa. It's a hard stop.
Armed with an address and our press credentials, we made our way past the police checks on the Pacific Coast Highway, where house after house had burned to the ground. So many, in fact, it was hard to tell where her father's home was even supposed to be. I'm going to send you a photo. I don't know if we have good news for you.
I think you had to work up to governor.
So I'm sorry.
Work up somehow. Starts
Okay, I understand. Any news is something I'm grateful. Thank you so much. It came in 20. Oh, yeah, 20. Yeah, I think you're in the right spot.
I'm really sorry. I was hoping this would be a good news story.
I got information and now I know. No, but thank you. It's at least now I have a little bit of closure.
While those living in this city under siege want answers for why government authorities weren't better prepared.
Well, I want to know why we didn't have enough water for all the fire hydrants. Oh, of course. Of course. They cut the budget, of course. And like I say, I want to emphasize more than anything how amazing our firefighters are and the first responders. None of this is on them. We are immensely grateful for everything they did with the limited resources they had towards the end, because they have not, they went to every neighborhood that they could. And like I said, just the fact that they had the foresight to throw our flammables into our pool so that our house wouldn't ignite and that they put out the fire on our hedge, they were there at least. Do you know what I mean? They tried to do what they could, and we can never repay them for their heroism or what they've done for us. We just can't. But I think the town, everyone I'm talking to, most of the people in this hotel are evacuees, and they are angry and they want answers.
And answers are still difficult to come by as authorities were dealt with another blow. New fronts broke out, threatening new neighbourhoods, just as slower winds were supposed to give firefighters some reprieve. What makes firefighting so difficult and dangerous in the canyons surrounding Los Angeles are tiny spot fires just like the one you can see here. It is small but has the potential to climb quickly up the mountainside, and we're just on the cusp of a highly populated area of Los Angeles that has already been evacuated. At the same time, firefighters are doing those water drops to try to put those small fires out. But as the wind picks up, as you can see it is now, it makes it more difficult for planes to drop that water, and in an instant it can be out of control. There's no end in sight to this catastrophe. Here in Santa Monica, there's an eerie calm, with many people who live here choosing to leave, even if just to escape the smoke, while the citizens of Los Angeles fight to survive another day.
Hi, I'm Mark Brown.
Now it's time for Lefties Losing It, and we have so much content. The lefties have been extra crazy over the Christmas break, so get ready for a barrage of woke lunacy. Let's start in Canada, where the neo-Marxist himbo himself, Justin Trudeau, has finally realised how loath he is and is stepping down. I wonder if over the last few months there were any clues to his unpopularity. Take it away, rock legend Mick Jagger.
I mean, we love your Mr. Trudeau. I mean, his family's always been such big fans of our band. By the way, congratulations on the Canadian soccer team getting to the semi-finals.
Very skillful of Mick there to just quickly change the topic to soccer. Yes, the Rolling Stones, I don't think, are too used to hearing booing at their concerts. Justin Trudeau was a media darling, the picture-perfect progressive male feminist, but the people in Canada have finally seen through him. He has caused untold damage to the country, and Canadians are no longer shy about confronting him, whether it's in the streets or in a diner.
Mr. Prime Minister, please get the out of BC.
Have a wonderful day now.
Yeah, you suck.
Yeah, that's him, all right.
Now, many deranged folks have been utterly broken by Donald Trump, and there are also those who we once thought were sane and mildly intelligent who have allowed TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome, to completely destroy their standing among thinking people. And no man better demonstrates that than Sam Harris, a member of the intellectual dark web. Remember that? But turns out he's just a massive hysteric. Here's Sam Harris, who's now a ballistic expert apparently, embarrasses himself by questioning whether Donald Trump was actually shot. Even fellow TDS sufferer Bill Maher was left shaking his head.
I'm surprised that a rifle round making any degree of contact with an ear wouldn't do more damage. I think a shattered piece of shrapnel from a teleprompter is far more likely to have done that to his ear than a rifle round.
That's so silly.
Well, have you seen what rifle rounds do to human bodies?
I know, but like, if it just hit it by the slightest possible degree, it just, it makes much more sense. The guy behind
Well, no, but I do, no, there's no question there were rifle rounds flying. I mean, someone was killed. I'm not debating that at all.
Oh, he acknowledges that Corey actually died. I mean, what an absolute disgrace Sam Harris is these days. And if you think I'm being too hard on him, remember this from a couple of years ago when he said he didn't even care if Hunter Biden had dead bodies in his basement. This guy is deranged.
I mean, Hunter Biden, at that point, Hunter Biden literally could have had the corpses of children in his basement. I would not have cared. Right.
Now, I'm going to bring you plenty on the suicidally stupid lefty policies that have devastated California and hamstrung the ability of firefighters to fight fires. But first, let's check in on a typical Californian leftist who somehow finds a way to blame Donald Trump for the fire response in a state where the Democrats enjoy a supermajority.
So we should have seen this coming. Instead of reaching out with compassion to the people in my city, Los Angeles, for losing everything in the fires, miserable Trump and his cronies are politicizing it, of course, for their own advantage. They're blaming Gavin Newsom, they're blaming the Democrats. Funny, he doesn't blame the red states for hurricanes and tornadoes and floods.
What?
No, he's a miserable man out for his own good. And by the way,
fires are preventable. The forest bear would always say forest fires are preventable. Well, I'm the forest bear. I will fucking eat you. Name's Smokey.
he doesn't believe in climate change. It's a hoax. So you know what? We are in big trouble.
Where do you start?
Well, still like
the difference
eating people.
between
Don't get it
hurricanes
twisted.
and tornadoes and fires is you can't cause a hurricane or tornado or fight a hurricane or tornado. You can only do a stellar rescue and recovery job, which Ron DeSantis and others like him managed to do. But you can do plenty to prevent the severity of fires,
I
like
give Simon's medicine,
managing
y'all
the
hear about it.
fuel loads, forest management, water management, having a well-resourced fire department. Plenty, and we'll speak about that a little bit later. But first, let's check in on just how violently deranged the left have become, where they literally defend and indeed celebrate murder on the streets.
So the CEO of the multi-billion-dollar United Healthcare Insurance Company was shot and killed this morning in New York City. And I will say that it is pretty tragic that the shooter was only able to get one of them, but it's a good start. I mean, it's a good foundation. Good. We can only move up from here. And before any of you come at me with, "Oh my God, I can't believe you'd say that," go yourself. Seriously, go yourselves.
Now, I bring you worrying news about Rosie O'Donnell, whose TDS may be causing an outbreak of herpes.
And look what I have on my lip. Everybody's been saying you have herpes all this time, and I never had a cold sore in my life, and now I have a cold sore. And it makes me think that perhaps this weird pimple that had a tiny little head was a cold sore too. So I don't know. I will let you know tomorrow if I do in fact have herpes, as some of the taunting from the MAGA people in the last couple of weeks. Hasn't it been fun, ladies and gentlemen, to be standing in direct opposition to everything he is and represents? And always have been. And always will be.
She's right. The feud with President Donald Trump goes a long way back, years and years. You might remember this from 2016.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't. Your Twitter account...
Now, let's check in with leftist Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. She's now made her Broadway debut, yes, in a production called & Juliet, which is a queer twist on Romeo and Juliet. Of course it is.
Female empowerment. Sick. I like it too. I think when I I like about it is that I am having a very strongly negative reaction to it. Like I hate it. Which makes me think it must be brilliant.
You'll remember that's the woman who didn't know what a woman was. She thought you had to have a biology degree to answer that question. Let's go to the next clip. It's pretty incredible. And if you want to see the decay, the lawlessness that exists in parts of America, then this clip demonstrates it perfectly. Here you have thieves threatening to call the cops on the storekeeper if he doesn't open the doors so they can take their loot home.
Stupid. I might as well just put that down.
Open his door.
What?
Open the door.
All right, put that down.
Okay.
You go ahead, put it over there.
You have activated our one control. Don't touch me. You don't have the right to touch me. Don't knock on my kids.
Put your kids away. Call them. Call them.
You can't touch me though.
Call them then. Go ahead, call them.
Whoa.
Go ahead, put that down.
Come on, y'all this way.
The sense of entitlement is off the charts. Let's look at a new Netflix program. I think this is a movie that looks like it was made by the jokesters at Babylon Bee. This is a true story. This is not something they've made up, but I've got to say, as lefties often do, they will destroy the telling of this important story with their usual self-delighted idiocy. This is a movie called 6888 starring Oprah.
Mr. President, this assignment is proven to be a logistical nightmare. Even tried the Women's Army Corps. You mean the White Women's Army Corps? Well, is there another?
Unspeakable, unspeakable.
They did not send us because they thought we could do it. We are here because they are sure we cannot.
Now to this attention-seeking victim who is complaining about a wine tasting at a castle because he was misgendered again.
Our server said, "Yes, sir," when I was asking some questions. And I said, "Oh, no, I'm actually not a sir." And instead of apologizing, or I don't know what else you would do other than apologize, they just walked away. Did not acknowledge what I said, just walked away. We saw the server like whispering to a manager, and a few minutes later, the manager came over and, really big smile, not acknowledging at all that the misgender had happened. And I say, "Hey, look, the last person, they misgendered me and that really hurt." And they just walked away. And the manager said, "Oh, well, some people just aren't as progressive as you." And then they gave us a nice little chocolate that suggested they wanted our money but didn't want to say sorry. So we left and got a full refund.
So they annoyed the servers, got a free meal, and they're still complaining. Let's go back to the devastating California fires and the DEI madness that has afflicted the estate, the far-left Democrat stronghold of California, where the LA Fire Department Assistant Chief Christine Larson has made statements like this. When we talk about woke lunacy, folks, this is what we mean.
You want to see somebody that responds to your house or emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is strong enough to do this, or you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire. Which my response, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
Where does one start? I don't care if 0.5% of firefighters are female. The last thing and I think any sane person cares about if faced with a deadly fire is the diversity of those who are rescuing me. Can you believe she actually did there? It doesn't matter if she can't carry a man to safety because he shouldn't himself in the wrong place. That's the attitude we've got in the fire department. Now let's check in with LA Mayor Karen Bass, who had these comfort for her constituents after returning from an overseas junket.
Citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning. Regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor. Have you nothing to say today? You absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? It says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say since today? You're dealing with this disaster.
Now, she promised she will not use her position for this trip, but she was gallivanting around Ghana when the fires started. But the lefties are turning on each other in California. Here's our chief, Kristen Cowley, admitting that she has been failed in Los Angeles.
Did the city of Los Angeles fail you and your department and our city?
It's my job to stand up as a chief and exactly say justifiably what the fire department needs to operate to meet the community.
Did they fail you?
That is our job, and I tell you, that's why I'm here. Get us what we need so our firefighters can do their jobs.
Did they fail you?
Joining me now is comedian and host of Prime Alex Stein on Blaze TV. Alex Stein, he is my second favourite Texan in the world. Alex, let's start with JD Vance, the incoming Vice President, has said that Donald Trump will issue pardons for peaceful January 6 protesters only. Is that enough? Should every January 6 prisoner now be released? They've been behind bars for several years.
Rita, they should all be pardoned on day one. This is something that I'm very passionate about because there was a lot of bad actors at play that day, and there's people that were pushed in there that didn't even know what they were doing, and there was a lot of bad actors. And if Donald Trump does not pardon them, because what it comes down to is whether they acted bad or not, nobody that had a trial in Washington, D.C. had a fair trial. All of the trials were rigged against them. So because of that, because they weren't on a level playing field legally and nothing was fair when it came to the legal system, they all deserve a pardon, even if they did something that would be considered violent, because none of them got a fair shake. So Donald Trump has to do that, not just on day one, but it has to get done very fast. People will give them, the cabinet some time to get this done, but it has to be done, and it needs to be a high priority, probably the most important priority.
This is a big issue for a lot of Donald Trump's supporters. This is something the media doesn't seem to understand. This is not a secondary issue. The lawfare that has taken place in that country, not just against President Trump, but also against his supporters, against conservatives, that was a big issue in the election campaign, and I think the supporters of Donald Trump expect to see actions now. He's talked a big game, and they now want to see him follow through with some of those promises.
You're exactly right. He has to. I mean, Kash Patel, a lot of people in the cabinet, they know that nobody got a fair shake, and they know that a lot of people's lives are ruined. And just, having the Department of Justice weaponized against American citizens, Trump knows that the Department of Justice was weaponized against him. So he should be more empathetic than anybody when it comes to January 6th. And all those people were there because, they didn't trust the election. And it's not Donald Trump's fault, but I think that he can make it better and rectify it, and he should use his power to do so.
Now, there are reports that President Joe Biden, he is still president, is going to issue a preemptive pardon for some of Donald Trump's enemies. He gave his son Hunter sort of a preemptive one. He cleared him of all the charges he was facing and any charges he may face. And there's suggestions he might provide something similar to the vice chairwoman of the January 6 committee, Liz Cheney. What do you think about that?
I mean, when it comes to Liz Cheney, this guy's letting people out of Guantanamo Bay. I mean, there's nobody that Joe Biden won't pardon. So the fact that he's going to pardon Liz Cheney, I don't even care. He's literally pardoning some of the most evil people in the world. So Liz Cheney doesn't even move the scale, in my opinion.
And the number of people he's using his pardon powers for is astonishing. We might look at that later in the week, but some would say he's abusing that privilege. Well, he's certainly abusing it in the people he's selecting to pardon. Special Counsel Jack Smith, I want to talk to you about him, Alex. He's the man who was at the forefront of the witch hunt against Donald Trump. He has now resigned from the Department of Justice after submitting his final report yesterday. Donald Trump has reacted to his resignation. He said that Smith was fired. On Truth Social, deranged Jack Smith was fired today by the DOJ. He is a disgrace to himself, his family, and his country. After spending over $100 million on the witch hunt against Trump, he left town empty-handed. And let's have a listen to what incoming FBI Chief Kash Patel had to say about Smith a little while ago.
The judge just unsealed documents in the Jack Smith case down in Florida, which says the prosecutors themselves have admitted to tampering with evidence, to moving the very boxes from one location outside of D.C. to South Florida before they ever even charged Donald Trump. How in the world can you not be prosecuting and charging these constitutional gangsters that are at DOJ? And they learn it from the same place, the top down, the same AGs, the same DAGs, the same FBI directors who are cheering them on. Judge Cannon should be implementing actual contempt proceedings against Jack Smith and the Department of Justice for lying to a federal judge and withholding evidence of exclusion and innocence from Donald Trump. Those contempt proceedings would be righteous, and I'd like to see those. Maybe we could put Jack Smith in prison.
Wow, that's Kash Patel on the Benny Show. What do you think, Alex? Should Jack Smith end up behind bars?
I mean, honestly, I don't disagree with anything that Kash said. I mean, these people have weaponized our Department of Justice, or what we call the Department of Injustice, against American citizens, and the top American citizen, Donald Trump, and he hasn't gotten a fair shake. And that's why you could say that, you know, his first term and the presidency was constantly plagued by people like this attacking him and going after him, trying to impeach him. So people like this need to learn their lesson. I don't know if they will actually prosecute him, but people need to stop messing with Donald Trump and try to help him make this country great again. I mean, California is on fire. We're having terrorist attacks. Everybody's worried for their lives, Rita, and that's not really just an over-exaggeration. America, we're just, everything's shifted, and everybody's expecting something big to happen, and we need these people to all come together, whether they're a liberal, it doesn't matter if they're conservative, and support the president. He's been elected, in my opinion, 3 times in a row, and definitely 2 times, so he deserves America's respect. And people like Jack Smith, see you later. I would not want to switch positions with you right now.
Yes, the rubbish is taking itself out, but I think you'd be naive to think the swamp, the bureaucracy, whatever you want to call them, are going to say the president has a mandate and we're going to implement his policies. I think they're going to do everything they can to frustrate his agenda, to undermine him, to white ant him. But I think this time around, you're going to get a very different Donald Trump. He's aware of what they're going to do, and I think he's going to go in there fully equipped to deal with that bureaucracy. Let's hope so. There is a little bit of conflict within the MAGA camp, though, and it's continuing. Steve Bannon has lashed out at Elon Musk, calling him evil. He's slammed Musk's support for the skilled worker visa program, which Silicon Valley loves. And he said that he's planning to limit Musk's ability to influence Donald Trump's agenda. He said, why do we have South Africans, the most racist people on earth, white South Africans, making any comments at all on what goes on in the United States? He told an Italian newspaper, and he said also Elon Musk should go back to South Africa. Wow. Is this causing many waves within the Trump camp, or are you always going to have some level of disagreement, even if it's a robust disagreement, when you've got such a big majority of people with different worldviews who are fundamentally a part of the Trump agenda, but they're not going to agree on every topic every time?
No, you know, I don't want to go as far as Steve Bannon and say that we need to deport Elon Musk, but a lot of conservatives have always been kind of a little bit wary of Elon because, you know, he's into Neuralink, where he wants to hook a computer up to your brain. And, you know, to us, that just seems kind of weird to normal human beings that they're going to have a computer hooked to their brain so they can park their Tesla. And listen, Elon Musk has done so many great things when it comes to free speech on X. I love Elon Musk, but at the same time, you know, he is a immigrant in our country, and he's calling the shots, some really important shots. So I think that just makes people always skeptical of, the people that are in power. But honestly, when it comes to Elon Musk, as long as he keeps Twitter where I can survive on there, I'm going to respect Elon. He wants to go to Mars so dang bad. I think we need to worry about America first. You know what I mean? I think we should put America before Mars. But other than that, Elon's a good guy, and I support him.
Now, before you go, Alex, Donald Trump has posted footage of his viral exchange with President Barack Obama at President Carter's funeral. I've got to say, this is hilarious stuff, and I like to believe it's pretty close to the actual discussion they had.
Well, Mr. President, for a second time, Barack, very nice to see you.
Congratulations. How you doing?
A lot better, Dan.
Yeah, I bet. Knew you'd win.
Oh, really? Well, come on. Anyone could beat her.
Kidding me? I was just as a poem. You know what happened? You just didn't want to leave.
I know.
Is what happened. I did what I could to help her. She was for us.
I know. You know what I realized? Hillary still hates me. So much. I know. She'll never forget me.
I wonder if one day we will have lip readers tell us precisely what was said there. But what do you think of the fact that after everything Barack Obama threw at Donald Trump, calling him a fascist, modern-day Hitler, spreading all sorts of lies about him, even the most debunked lies about the Very Fine People hoax, he sat down and had a chat with him, was very, very friendly and polite. Is that a surprise, or is everything forgiven in the world of politics?
Well, I don't think anything's forgiven. There's no love lost between Barack Obama and Donald Trump, but Barack is probably happy that he had an excuse to not bring Michelle, so he could just have a boys' trip with Donald. And you saw him palling around with George Bush. So, Barack Obama realizes that they are in a special fraternity of men that very few people are. There's only been 47 presidents. There's been more presidents than that. Yes. Less than that, but I'm saying there's actually presidents before the first president. There's a lot of conspiracies behind how many presidents we've ever had, and I'm saying that on Sky News, but you got to look into that. But Rita, I'm just saying they're in a very special fraternity, so they're all kind of friends, at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, and I always got the feeling that Barack never really rated Kamala Harris. He may have campaigned for her, but his campaigning wasn't very helpful. But he never thought he had his heart in it. Just the same with President Biden. I don't think he really thought he was up to it either. Alex Stein, thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Rita. Always a pleasure. And I've missed you. So happy holidays. Happy New Year.
It's cold in
let's
there.
go Sky News. Thank you, Rita.
Oh, well, they ended it on him. Oh. Simon. Going.
Children exposed
Is that live?
news stories constantly, which can be very traumatic for students. And
Hey, shut up. The news needs to just knock it off and move on to the next story until it's time. Until it's the go time. That's not yet. It's tomorrow morning. It's 4 a.m. 4 a.m. is the go time, baby. That's when we're looking at fires again. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we're looking at fires. There was a predator catch. Let's see how the weirdest
any person interviewed in our videos due to
how weird he is.
That's the doctors would go here. This
I'm not
going to
watch this
that's
whole
going to
thing.
kill a lot of the cancer cells.
Right. Oh, well, I got. Well, some people might look at it that way, but we're not judgmental. We look at it as a way. Yeah, right. We look at it in a way to where if people
said Telegram, just because I don't want to get banned on Telegram.
Yeah, no, of course.
Talk.
Right.
We could be talking about 18.
Yeah, I get it. Grinder's pretty strict with shit. I get
that. They told me that.
Truthful, because look,
I'm being truthful.
Wow,
like, don't
guy.
just say there's hundreds of people if there's not hundreds of people.
No, I'm being truthful.
Okay, because you know, I'm giving you a chance to take it back right now.
That guy's little.
Was there actually hundreds of people, or was it just a couple? Like, just be honest.
That's a short.
And
of him. Okay. We'll get that in a little. Did you take his clothes off?
No.
So it's through the clothes.
Yeah, I'll talk to you. He just called him.
He's sitting in place the whole time.
On Telegram, he didn't send us any images. We told him not to.
So the phone's right there. Put it on the center.
Can we keep these?
Absolutely, yeah. And we have everything digitally as well to send.
To involve the investigation pertaining to this, or not just to who all.
So, me and over here, we am out. You gotta look at my.
They take him. They don't show them taking him. They probably didn't. Rachel Biz. Oh yeah? We're in a spot. There's cats everywhere here. Cats there, there's cats there, there's cats there. There. Well, not right now. These cats are. Wait, there's a cat there. Who's that? I came back to finish up another bowl. He didn't eat much last time. This one's pregnant. Hopefully she doesn't have under my house. Alright, I still have found. Might be funny though. Let's hear how blessed we are to have inmates fighting the fires. Go.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. We begin today's show in Los Angeles, where at least 24 people have been killed in devastating fires that have scorched and flattened entire communities over the last week. Dozens of people are still missing. The fires have burned over 40,000 acres and forced some 150,000 people to evacuate, while an estimated 12,000 homes and other structures have been destroyed or severely damaged.
Okay, so I'll think about
Los Angeles
penises.
County Sheriff Robert Luna.
I'm sorry.
Yesterday, we started a search and rescue operation out in the Eaton area, where in the first day of this operation, grid searching, we searched approximately 364 properties in the Altadena area. And unfortunately, during that search, we did locate 3 deceased. As these searches continue, I unfortunately anticipate that those numbers will increase.
Firefighting crews continue to battle 3 active blazes in the Los Angeles area, making progress over the weekend against the 2 biggest fires, Palisades and Eaton. But authorities warn of a new wave of strong winds expected to return to the area this week. Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Marone says the risk of new fires remains high.
Elevated critical fire weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please rest assured that your County of Los Angeles Fire Department will be prepared. These winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in all of Los Angeles County very high.
As of Friday, nearly 1,000 incarcerated firefighters had also been deployed to battle catastrophic fires, working around the clock, with some making as little as between $5.80 to $10.24 a day. Meanwhile,
do you know there's some bleeding heart Democrats right now? They're like, I am appalled. They should make normal firefighter wages. Why aren't they? They're firefighting. Give them $200 a day. Here's some whatever shit. They have to be. I knew this channel was going to say something stupid. Who gives a shit what they make per day, dude? It's the perks, the other perks. They get better food. They get out earlier. They're able to have visits on site, like at the camps they're in or some shit. This person went through all the stuff that they get for doing that, and it's abundant, and they all volunteer to do it. They all are on like a waiting list to get on there. Many dudes want to do this job. Like, all they get paid is a nickel. Oh, they doing it just for us. These special people. They make them out like, whatever, dude. Probably half of them are in there for attempted murder and shit.
While wealthy residents in Los Angeles are hiring private firefighters who cost as much as $2,000 an hour to protect their property. Mexico has also sent firefighting personnel to help contain the LA fires. Laura Vasquez Alzua is the head of Mexico's civil protection.
We will stay as long as necessary. We will support in a spirit of solidarity and with all our experience and commitment to the people of California.
This comes as the U.S. Health and Human Services Department and Los Angeles County have been both declared public health emergencies due to the smoke and particulate matter from the ongoing fires. Despite that, many schools located outside mandatory evacuation zones are scheduled to reopen today. For more, we're joined by 2 guests. Sonali Kohatkar is an award-winning journalist and author and host of the radio and TV show Rising Up with Sonali. Her forthcoming book, Talking About Abolition, A Police-Free World is Possible. She's in Pasadena and had to evacuate. And Leah Stokes is with us, an associate professor of environmental politics at the University of California, Santa Barbara, researcher on climate and energy policy. We're going to go first to Sonali. Sonali, we spoke to you last week, just after you evacuated your family, your parents, your kids. Can you talk about what you went through this weekend? Is your house still standing? And what about your community?
Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate that you had me on. In the midst of my evacuation, I last spoke to you from a hotel I had evacuated to. Friday morning, I returned to my home with my family. I am one of the lucky ones whose home is still standing. My husband and I went and checked on it. This house was very well sealed, and my elderly parents who are disabled, it was very hard for them to remain evacuated. They hadn't showered in days, and their house, which is right behind mine, is relatively new, so we made the decision to bring them back and had been covering the every square foot we could with air purifiers in our house, wearing respirator masks until the air indoors subsided and the quality increased and improved. We had to make sure that we were stocked up on bottled water because we are being told that out of some caution, the water should not be consumed for any kind of drinking or brushing teeth. So we had to make sure we had enough water. And it has been, the air inside smelled of smoke for a while. Now it's subsided quite a bit. We're staying mostly indoors, although I've been walking around my community and trying to capture the stories of people who've lost everything. On Friday afternoon already, there were crews of young people who were kind of deputized, if you will, by the Pasadena Job Center, which is basically a day laborer center here in Pasadena, to go around and help people clean up debris. People in Altadena, so I live like 1.5 blocks south of the border with Altadena. That border is being completely barricaded and policed by local law enforcement, the sheriff's department, and National Guard. And so anybody who wanted to go into Altadena to clean up couldn't. So North Pasadena sort of benefited from their volunteer efforts. A crew of young people came into my backyard, cleared up all the debris, and bagged it in 2 hours. So that helps mitigate any future danger from fires that we might expect this week. I mean, it's been quite remarkable to see my community rise up. There's donation centers popping up spontaneously every couple of blocks, but there's also this grim reality, where I'm driving west on Woodbury Avenue, and on the right, there are law enforcement standing, just preventing people from going in. On the left, there's members of the community who are helping one another. And those are such starkly different realities. And, there's a curfew in place in Altadena and the evacuation zone. So anybody who's caught walking outside in Altadena after 6 p.m., even if they live there, is being arrested. And every day those barricades are coming further and further and further, 1 block south into North Pasadena. So it does feel like we're living in a war zone. There's remarkable resiliency, but there's also this grim sense that, it could happen again. My concern is no one's really strongly linking what's happening now to climate change, because my house may have survived this round of Santa Ana winds. What about the next round next week? Or what about next year and the year after that? So yeah, it's been strange. I'm so lucky. I now know 23 people, I'm counting, who have lost their homes. People I saw just days before the fire, and now who have GoFundMe pages set up. It's very devostating.
GoFundMe pages,
can you talk about the community of Altadena, the historically black community,
so you're telling me you don't have insurance, and now you expect somebody to fucking buy you a new house, or what? What do they want? Just they want a couple $100 for some food. What, do they take their bank account too? What's going on? Like, they don't have a credit card. What do they need my money for? They legit want us to build them new houses. Everybody's gonna have a GoFundMe like, please build me my next multi-million-dollar house again, because I lost mine in the fire. I didn't have insurance because I'm a moron.
Octavia Butler is buried.
Yeah. She's buried just a couple of miles from my home. I visited her grave. Last year, my book club read Parable of the Sower, because her book, was written in the 90s, but it opens in
sorry
July,
for those people, are they?
Summer
Who the hell's doing that?
2024. So we sort of read it just a little bit after that, and it is so prescient.
I feel sorry for the ones that
post-apocalyptic Southern California, around Los Angeles. Octavia Butler called this area her home. The cemetery she's buried at, Mountain View Cemetery,
knew where they lived.
Is just on the Altadena side of the border. I drove by there yesterday.
They knew where they lived,
a little bit of damage, but the reports that I'm reading, because I still can't go in to Altadena, are that the cemetery was by and large not too damaged. There's a lovely, amazing black-owned bookstore.
Like, there's a reason why all the fire coverage was being canceled. These people knew they lived in an extremely fire-prone area. Things were getting worse there. And if they didn't see that things were getting worse, they weren't paying attention. And with their biggest, as that being their biggest investment, probably their house there, they probably should have paid closer attention to it. What was happening? The fire department get defunded and everything. All their neighbors getting reduced in coverage. They weren't talking about it to each other. Hey man, my fire insurance. You know, they were talking to their neighbor. Hey, who are you using for fire insurance, man? My mine just canceled me. You using somebody? Oh, mine just canceled me too. Oh, really? Like they weren't talking about that. Hey, man, my house is worth like 30 million, and we're in a fire-prone area. We're getting canceled. Well, shit, golly, you look good. Well, I'm just gonna stay here. I'm gonna turn mine into an Airbnb and move to Texas. Yeah, me too. Fuck it. You know what the hell?
North Pasadena,
responsibility for their own shit.
Bookshelf run by Nikki High, a black resident of Altadena, who has turned her bookstore into a hub, a local hub of donations. I interviewed Nikki. She hasn't even been back home. She thinks her home is standing, and she has just risen up for her community. And I spoke yesterday with Perry Bennett, the owner and proprietor of Perry's Joint.
It's partially the fucking homeowners' fault that this happened in the first place, because these are the people that voted for Karen Bass, whatever the hell her name is. I didn't vote for it. I'm in Long Beach. I'm in LA County. I voted for the county shit. I did not vote for Luna, but I had no say in Karen. These people, I don't know if they did or not. Do you have to live in LA proper to have say in Karen Bass? Do you have to be in the city limits of LA City, not Pacific? So maybe they didn't have a say in it either. Do they have their own mayor in Pacific Palisades? I don't know. I haven't ever seen them.
Institution in North Pasadena who was telling me about the tight-knit black community in Altadena and Pasadena. And you're right, you know, Altadena is home to about 18% of its population is African American, so a little bit higher than the general country. And it's, you know, Altadena is a town that was rapidly gentrifying, but that black community has stayed there for generations. I can count, you know, friends who have lost their family homes, and it's a very tight-knit community. Perry Bennett was telling me yesterday how everybody knows everybody else. Everybody knows their moms and dads and you know, neighbors. And then I encountered 4 young black women who were giving away, who had set up a donation hub on someone's front lawn, and they were
right. And so, did any of these people not talk about fire insurance ever, and whether that'd be important to have in that area? I mean, I know one black chick definitely acted like she had fire insurance because she's like, "I don't want y'all to stay. I'm rebuilding. I'm gonna start cleaning up right now." Oh, she definitely has some fire insurance, but. What about all these other ones? Who did, who didn't? I want to know the stats on that. Altadena especially. Altadena, like she said, is historically black. Highest percentage of black people I think I've seen in any richer neighborhood in LA. I didn't even know it existed. It was that little secret. There's another one called Brentwood. It's also like a really high black population, but it's not as close to the city, I don't think. Right, and then Brentwood
incredible women who had grown up in North Pasadena, Altadena. Some of them were now going to college elsewhere, but they had come back. Their families were impacted. It's a tight-knit community. It's a community where people have had the chance to own homes because they hadn't been redlined historically. And
10%
people are grieving, wondering if they can rebuild those networks. There's developers already circling around. You know, predatory capitalism waits for no one, and they are offering people, you know, money, offering to buy up their property already, and it's insulting. I mean, the embers haven't even gone cold. The smoke is still rising, and the developers are circling.
As Naomi Klein wrote about the shock doctrine, the rise of disaster capitalism, I wanted to turn to the science fiction writer Octavia Butler on Democracy Now! Back in 2005. You know, she writes about global warming, about totalitarianism. We were one of the last interviews with her before she died and was buried in Altadena. We spoke after the catastrophic Hurricane Katrina.
I wrote the two parable books back in the 90s, and they are books about, as I said, what happens because we don't trouble to correct some of the problems that we're brewing for ourselves right now.
Baldwin Hills.
Warming
That's
is
what I
one
was
of those
thinking
problems.
of. Baldwin
And
Hills.
I was aware of it back in the 80s. I was reading books about
It's
it.
known as the Black Beverly Hills.
A lot of people were seeing it as politics, as something very iffy, as something they could ignore because nothing was going to come of it tomorrow.
Or the beef.
That and the fact that I think I was paying a lot of attention to education because a lot of my friends were teachers, and the politics of education was getting
That's a man, by the way.
It seemed to me. We were getting to that point where we were thinking more about the building of prisons than of schools and libraries. And I remember while I was working on the novels, my hometown Pasadena had a bond issue that they passed to aid libraries, and I was so happy that it passed because so often these things don't. And they had closed a lot of branch libraries and were able to reopen them. So not everybody was going in the wrong direction, but a lot of the country still was. And what I wanted to write was a novel of someone who was coming up with solutions of a sort.
Prophetic, the Black famous writer Octavia Butler, back in 2005 from Pasadena, buried in Altadena. As she talked about prisons, Sonali, what about the incarcerated firefighters? We went out to California, interviewed them years ago, now making what, between $5 and $10, not an hour, but a day, as they risk their lives like other firefighters to fight these blazes.
That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, and there's not very many media outlets that are bringing up that aspect of the firefighting
They get
effort
better
in
food,
Eden Canyon and Palisades and all of the fires that have broken out.
more freedom.
It is to me such
They can smoke cigarettes
so
freely.
indicative of the ways in which our spending priorities are so skewed. Yes, it's true that our fire departments are severely understaffed. So instead of us, training more non-incarcerated people, or for that matter, frankly, allowing incarcerated people to simply not be incarcerated so they can actually be active and, fulfilling members of our society, we turn to prison labor.
Yes.
And prison labor is used in so many different aspects of our capitalist society. Firefighting is one of them. I, personally haven't had the chance to interact with any of the firefighters here because they're in the thick of it, in the throes of fighting the fires. But to me, this is why I talk about how it's important for us to start veering away from policing and in prisons and into keeping us really safe. Incarcerated firefighters are trying to keep us safe, but they themselves are part of the architecture of violence, and they are the victims of the architecture of violence as well. In my new book, talking about abolition, a police-free world is possible, I speak with 12 abolitionists who talk about these very issues, about how we need to start funding the things that truly keep us safe. The climate, right? One of the people I interview is Leah Penniman, who works on food justice issues. Melina Abdullah, who talks about participatory budgeting. The great Gina Dent, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, Dylan Rodriguez, longtime abolitionists who talk about the importance of pulling money out of policing and the architectures of death making and into the things that keep us safe. Robin D.G. Kelly, who wrote the foreword to the book, who's been on Democracy Now! Many times, there are people who have been thinking for so long and strategically about primarily Black leaders and activists who I interview in the book, who have been thinking about how we start applying an abolitionist framework to our economy, to our society. And in such a framework, in such a world, we would not only be climate resilient, we would not only not have incarceration at the mass level that we do now, we would have less crime, we would have fewer fires because we would have dealt with the climate crisis, and we would have more resilient homes, and we would have equity along racial lines. This is the world that we need to manifest and make happen and actually fight for, rather than the apocalyptic promise of racial capitalism and policing and prisons, which is what we're living in right now.
And people can recognize the incarcerated firefighters by their orange jumpsuits. Yes. I want to also bring in Leah Stokes, Associate Professor of Environmental Politics at University of California, Santa Barbara, author of Short Circuiting Policy, co-host of the podcast, A Matter of Degrees. Professor Stokes, talk about climate change and what we're seeing today. There's a lot of discussion about individuals responsible for these fires. Almost no discussion. Yes, we hear about the Santa Ana winds, the fierce winds. We hear about the very dry weather. But I mean, what, 1/100th of an inch of rain since beginning of October, when it's usually 4.5 to 5 inches? Can you talk about how climate change contributes to the catastrophe we're seeing in your state?
Absolutely, Amy. You really hit it on the nose there. Who is responsible? It's fossil fuel companies and electric utilities who lied about climate science for decades. And, you know, that's why laws, for example, in Vermont and New York, where they've just passed these Superfund laws to basically hold big polluters accountable to make them pay for these disasters. I can only imagine that California will be thinking about that too. We know that climate change is the main driver here. The fact is that LA County, more than 80% of it is under extreme drought. And we're looking at the driest 20-year period in 1,200 years. And there have been papers, academic, scientific, peer-reviewed papers that are almost 10 years old now, which showed that more than twice the amount of area is burning in California that would have otherwise because of climate change, and that climate change is the main driver of all this dryness. And the other thing that climate change is doing is it's leading to more extreme precipitation and sometimes, and then more extreme dryness, right? And so last year, last sort of wet season,
they made it a thing. Sure, yeah, we had large rains and then followed by a drought. So what should have happened is it should have been cleaned out. All that dry shit should have been cleaned out when it dried out. And it wasn't. So they allowed it to become a catastrophe so they could then say, oh, it was the climate change. But the thing is, if you know that it's going to happen because of climate change, you realize, oh man, look what's happening, climate change. We're having a drought. Everything's dried out. You see that happening, and you just sit on your hands. How is it climate change's fault at that point? You had the opportunity to fix it, to make it to where it's not a problem for us. But they chose to make it a problem so that they could use climate change and put the windmills up and electric vehicles and everything. It's crazy.
And there was an enormous amount of water that fell in Southern California. That led to a lot of new fuel being built up, you know, all this chaparral, the bushes that they grow. And then the next year, which we're in right now, the October period starts that rainy season. When no rain is falling, all of that new fuel, it builds up, it dies. And then when these massive hurricane force winds hit during January, and you have this period of dryness, that overlap of these extreme winds and that dry landscape, that parched drought landscape, that's what creates this tinderbox situation. And in the past, you know, we wouldn't have had the same overlap where you would have had such extreme drought and these winds at the same time. And so that's what's really creating such a dangerous situation for people.
And
right, so why didn't we intervene? Just like we do with other things, like overpopulation of invasive species, or in water and in land. Like we have hunting seasons for certain species. Do we need a certain amount of tags for this species or that? Or if you see this moth out there, squish it. We intervene in so many other aspects of nature and kill things, and this wouldn't even been to kill another plant or anything. It would just been to get out the dry stuff, and they didn't do that. That's not climate change, man. Anybody that thinks it is isn't thinking correctly. They don't know what happened. People know that this stuff wasn't cleared out like it should have been. They should have had crews going through the mountains doing their thing, man. Controlled burns and shit. Controlled burns more than anything on days when it wasn't windy. Oh, man. They do stuff like that in Colorado and other states.
Anna wins. If you can explain more.
They got these little cans with fire on it.
They are well known, these fierce winds.
It's like they're squirting fire going
what is
around.
Called, I mean, the media will talk about the perfect storm, but not the climate catastrophe and what it would mean to change the way we live.
Yeah, you know, the ultimate driver here is climate change. There's been a lot of reporting that, you know, people can do things to try to protect their homes, you know, things like metal roofs or reducing the amount of vegetation that's close to a building. But how are you supposed to do that in a hurricane force wind when there are embers flying everywhere? You know, if one neighbor their home lights on fire, that just creates a massive fuel source for all the other areas. There are things we can be doing in terms of urban planning, how closely we're building these homes together and whether or not we're building them in this wildland urban interface in places that are more likely to burn. But again, I don't think it's about blaming individual homeowners here or thinking that there's some magical solution for how we can harden infrastructure during red flag warnings, you know, where such extreme confluence of dryness and wind comes together.
She said herself
you know,
there
we're
was
about
too
to
much
go into
tinder.
another one of those experiences just tonight in LA and Ventura County. The fact is that the number one thing we have to do to really get at the root cause of this disease is to stop burning fossil fuels. And people have been saying that for decades, including Octavia Butler, who wrote that extremely prescient book, you know, that didn't just talk about climate change, but also she had forecast that a fascist president came to power in her story on a slogan, a campaign slogan of "Make America Great Again." So in these horrible disasters, you know, people can turn away from facts and reality, and that can create even more danger. But what we really need to do is reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We need to electrify all the buildings that we can, including our infrastructure, our transportation, and that will also make us safer
Where's that
next
power
time.
going to come from?
You know, when we're building back these communities, we need to be building them back electric, and we need to be making sure that our infrastructure, like water pumping stations, have backup energy through things like battery and solar backups. That can make sure that we're safer
where's
for
the
the
battery
next
getting the
fires.
power
So
from?
let me ask you something, Professor Stokes. Governor Newsom has been saying, you know, I mean, when you consider the scale of the horror, they're going to deregulate so people can build quickly. But what about the problem with this, deregulating what the requirements are? For example, Los Angeles County identified 70% of its burned areas this year as being in very high-risk zones. Do you think that development continuing in these areas is a problem? And the idea that everything has to be even more regulated, considering the causes of climate change.
Yeah, it's really tragic. You know, these communities go back, you know, decades, a century, and people have really long-term relationships with the landscape. But the fact is that the places where they were living, they're becoming less and less safe. And what I can imagine might happen, given what happened in Santa Barbara and Montecito, you know, my community after the Thomas Fire, is that after this horrible months-long fire that affected so many people, we then had half an inch of rain fall in 5 minutes in Montecito. And this is one of the richest zip codes in America. It led to horrible mudslides, which killed people, some, you know, lower income Hispanic communities, but also very, very wealthy people died in those mudslides. And that is what we will see if we have extreme rainfall, you know, in February and March on these, you know, hills that have been burned out because there's nothing to hold back. There's no vegetation left. There's no roots to hold back mudslides. And so I think that will cause some really hard questions about, are these places where people really want to be building back and have the same density with that same risk?
He's a geography expert.
Really terrible for the people who are going through this, especially lower income communities who don't necessarily have the resources to just up and move somewhere else, or who are living in these tight-knit communities that go back decades. And I think it's really tragic. But we do have to be asking tough questions because of the climate crisis, because we have not stopped burning fossil fuels, about where it is safer and less safe to be building back.
Leah Stokes, I want to thank you so much for being with us, Associate Professor of Environmental Politics at the University of California, Santa Barbara, climate researcher. And I also want to thank Sonali Kahatkar, the well-known TV and radio broadcaster who does the show.
Land surveyors are going to come out and be like, sorry, sir, you can't build on this property anymore. Your land is now pretty much worthless.
Please give today at democracynow.org/give. This news is funded by...
Maybe try planting some succulents here. Fruit-based bag or something. I don't know. I don't think it's possible. And in my many years of doing this, I ain't seen it. Okay. I've been surveying since my daddy's been surveying, since his dad's been surveying. Me, been surveying. I learned a lot from it. You don't teach that shit in school, I tell you. So Biden is gonna talk, I guess. What is he talking about? President Biden gives final speech on foreign policy? Oh! Loosen it up. Loosen it up. My form is, I lose my form. Oh, what's this do? Oh, if I pat it up, I can't actually break through. I can't actually break through. Quiet though. Probably should do that. I think I did originally have everything on the pad. I don't even know what the hell that means. What does pad stand for on a console? An audio console? Where are my sound engineers? I can always look it up, you know. A pad on an audio console is a switch or button that reduces the input gain on a channel. It's used to prevent loud input sources from overloading the preamp and causing distortion. I probably don't want to set everything up on. I used to have everything set up on the pad in the beginning, and then when I would press it, if I wanted you guys to be able to hear what was happening, like outside, you would be able to hear like the ice cream truck or the dog barking or something if I took the pad off. That was kind of cool. That was back in the day. Or I lost all the settings. One day I pushed the chair in to the power strip, got the computer off, and it fried the hard drive. That was something. Getting the bot back was definitely a challenge. The information for the bot, because I had to extract information off the hard drive. I had to put it in an external and extract stuff off of it. I've since got that external. It's a backup drive now for my MacBook, but yeah, man, it's crazy. I ended up getting a better hard drive, one that's more able to withstand being turned off abruptly. They're both Samsung. I think one was like a 50 and this one's a 60. It made a huge, looks like a huge difference in its reliability. Oh yeah. When is this thing gonna start up? It's 11 o'clock in 1 minute. So maybe he'll just walk right out. Right then. Like a boss. Lincoln downplays Trump's coveting of gameplay and news briefings. Why? Why are they doing that?
Monsieur le secrétaire d'État, cher Lincoln, bienvenue à Paris.
Greenland first. I think one of the basic propositions we brought to our work over the last 4 years is that we're stronger, we're more effective, we get better results when we're working closely with our allies, not saying or doing things that may alienate them. Having said that,
those people in Los Angeles.
It's the idea expressed about Greenland is obviously not a good one, but maybe more important, it's obviously one that's not going to happen. So we probably shouldn't waste a lot of time talking about it.
Thank you.
As we transition, as we work to hand off to the Trump administration, what I've been animated by these past couple of months.
Dude, I'm so fucking happy to not to hear this fucking asshole anymore. He's like a robot.
Is making sure we give them the strongest possible hand to play in dealing with all of these challenges. The world doesn't stop because we have a transition. There are so many things happening in real time that I want to make sure the administration that's coming in is fully prepared to engage from day one. And that's exactly what we're doing and what we've been doing. And it's why I'm continuing my work for these next however many days it is, right until noon on the 20th of January. And I believe in area after area, we're handing off,
1 week away.
in some cases, things we haven't been able to complete,
1 week
but
away, 1
that
hour.
create real opportunities to move things forward in a better way. In the Middle East, we're very close to a ceasefire and hostage agreement. We've talked about this too in recent days. I hope that we can get it over the line in the time that we have left. But if we don't, then the plan that President Biden put forward for a ceasefire hostage deal will be handed over to the incoming administration. And I believe that when we get that deal, and we'll get it, it'll be on the basis of the plan that President Biden put before the world back in May. Franchement, ça ne vaut pas la peine de passer du temps sur ces questions parce que ça ne va pas se faire. Donc pourquoi perdre le temps à en discuter? En ce qui concerne l'aide américaine, ce que je peux vous dire, c'est que pendant la durée de l'administration du président Biden, on continuera chaque jour d'apporter ce soutien aux Ukrainiens, y compris dans les jours à venir.
For you? Did you know he knew French? You didn't know. You knock it the fuck off. You fuck at it. Knock it up, boy. You didn't know that shit.
Well, as people in Los Angeles County deal with the devastation, elected leaders continue to direct the
Hey, her hair came back so fast. Wait, is that really her hair? I don't know anymore with the black people. You just don't know. With a white person, you don't assume that their hair is not real ever. It's probably real. Black people, yeah, 50-50 shot.
Aim at a variety of targets. We'll start with President-elect Donald Trump and California Governor Gavin Newsom. They're having a war of words, despite not yet speaking directly. Meantime, local and state leaders say the only way for Trump to understand the impact is to see the damage firsthand. So let's bring in correspondent Robert Sherman live near Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida.
Good.
Robert, what are you hearing today from Team Trump?
Interesting.
Yeah, Nicole, it's the president-elect's position that there's been a fail of leadership in California as he re-ups his calls for many of these local and state officials to be replaced. This was the latest statement that he's put out here when it comes to the fires in California. It says, quote, "The fires are still raging in L.A. The incompetent politicians have no idea how to put them out. Thousands of magnificent houses are gone and many more will soon be lost. There is death all over the place. This is one of the worst catastrophes in the history of our country. They just can't put out the fires. What's wrong with them?" All of that coming after California Governor Gavin Newsom penned a letter to the president-elect, which he put out publicly. Part of that letter reads in part, quote, "In the spirit of this great country, we must not politicize human tragedy or spread disinformation from the sidelines. Hundreds of thousands of Americans displaced for their homes and fearful for their future deserve to see all of us working in their best interest to ensure a fast recovery and rebuild." The California governor went on to say that he invites the president-elect out to California to tour the damage for himself. No indication from the president-elect's team on if or when that will be taking place. Nicole.
All right. So, Robert, what kind of dialogue are local officials in L.A. having with Team Trump?
Well, we've heard that directly from the mayor of Los Angeles, who says that there have been direct conversations taking place between the president-elect's team as well as Los Angeles. And Mayor Karen Bass described those as fine conversations, saying that they were productive. And she insists that she wants to keep politics out of this as much as possible and focus on addressing the crisis. This is what Mayor Bass had to say.
We're going to stand united, we're going to stand together, and we are not going to allow politics to interfere, and we're not going to allow people to divide us for political gain.
And the mayor was asked directly if she's in support of the president-elect coming to California. She says that she is, and she anticipates that there will be some kind of a meeting between the two of them, or at the very least having the president-elect on the ground there sometime in the near future. Nicole.
All right. Robert Sherman on the ground there for us in Florida. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below.
They're still not here. Oh, Biden.
President Biden will give some new details on the federal response to those wildfires later this afternoon. He's already vowed that the federal government will cover 100% of the disaster response costs for the next 6 months. Also this afternoon, the president will deliver his final foreign policy speech at the State Department. News Nation will bring that to you live. It is scheduled for 2 o'clock Eastern. All this coming just 1 week before President-elect Trump returns to the White House. So let's bring in News Nation's Joe Khalil live for us there in Washington. And Joe, this is clearly not how President Biden planned to spend his final days in office.
No, and that's the case with every presidency, right? Is you don't always get to choose the crises, right? That is something that happens and you've got to respond. And oftentimes when you respond to crises, that is in part how your legacy is going to be defined. Certainly legacy, something top of mind on White House officials and President Biden's, given he's got 1 week left in office. That is it. A lot of that attention in those 7 days, these final ones, are going to be spent trying to respond to this fire. So what you've got now, or several fires, we should say, is a briefing that President Biden is going to put together tonight with several officials focused on all of the information they have got as it relates to the wildfire situation in California, what is left for the federal government to do, what they have already done in terms of their response, and then really in these final days, what their role can be to assist with whatever the local and state officials on the ground need. We don't know exactly yet who is going to be a part of this briefing. We've not gotten a detailed list from the White House, but we know that President Biden and Vice President Harris are going to be convening it. The White House press office tells us these are going to be senior administration officials. We assume that that is also going to include FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell. She did several interviews over the weekend, and at one point she also said she didn't feel as though local and state officials on the ground in California were unprepared. She said rather the conditions on the ground, the conditions from 100-mile-an-hour winds, from the atmosphere that was drought-like, contributed to a situation where it was almost inevitable you were going to see the severe damage that happened there. Those comments got a bit of backlash over the weekend. In terms of the administration response at this point, the Department of Defense, we look to them. They have said that they've already provided some infrared imaging technology to firefighters, to officials on the ground there. That should help. There's also some 1,800 California National Guard that have been prepared and readied to be activated now. The Department of Defense says. State of California actually says that number is somewhere closer to 2,500. And we also know the DOD has now opened up some of their bases on the ground near these fire-stricken areas so that people who have lost their homes have some additional space for shelter should they need it. So a lot of attention being paid to what this administration can and should do in these next 7 days, and we'll get more insight tonight as to how that progress is going. Nicole.
Yeah, hard to believe only 7 days remain. So ahead of his farewell address, which happens Wednesday night from the Oval Office, President Biden, as we mentioned at the top, he's going to be giving a speech at the State Department. That is scheduled for about an hour and a half. What do we expect him to say?
So fitting, this is going to be at the State Department. It's going to focus entirely on President Biden's own foreign policy and the legacy that that leaves for the incoming Trump administration. And you can basically consider this as President Biden's attempt to define for himself what his 4 years have meant in terms of American foreign policy. So expect to hear a lot about how President Biden put forth a big effort to reunite our NATO allies whose relationship with the United States he feels was fraught after the Trump administration. You're going to hear a lot about NATO coming to the defense of Ukraine. You're going to hear a lot about the threat of China and how President Biden feels that his administration did a lot to unite a sort of bulwark in the Indo-Pacific region against Chinese aggression when it comes to South Korea and Japan and uniting some of our allies in that sense. I imagine you're going to hear more about the Middle East as well. So all of those things President Biden hopes to leave as his mark and leave his own positive spin on his foreign policy. That's what we should expect today.
All right, Joe Khalil live for us there in Washington. We just saw Jake Sullivan. He was talking about the upcoming speech. All right, Joe, thank you. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
My fingers, you can smell my fingers. I had to give her the finger smelling tool. Kitty's coming on now. Perfect. Hey, perfect timing.
Good afternoon. If I didn't say anything, this would go on all afternoon, for good reason. Mr. President, it is an honor to welcome you back to the State Department. On day one of this administration, you shared a few things with me. You told me something that we long discussed, reminded me that American engagement, American leadership is essential. If we're not engaged, if we're not leading, you said, someone else is likely to be doing it, and probably not in a way that advances our interests or values. Or maybe no one's doing it, and then we're likely to have a vacuum filled with bad things before it's filled with good things. But the other thing you told me, Mr. President, was that there's a greater premium than ever before on finding ways to cooperate, to coordinate, to work with other countries if we're going to get done what we need to get done for the American people. And so you instructed me, you instructed all of us to get out there, to rebuild, to rejuvenate, even to reimagine our alliances and partnerships. And I remember what you told me then. You said, we don't know when this is going to make a difference, when we're going to need these friendships, these partnerships, but someday, some way, somewhere, they're going to be critical for advancing the national interest. And that's exactly what the men and women of this department have done. And we've been able to carry out that charge for two reasons. First, the people you see before you and so many others who are out in the field at embassies and consulates. You said when you came here 4 years ago that the leadership of diplomats of every stripe doing the daily work of government is essential, and they proved it. That daily work has become nightly work, 24/7, 7 days a week, hammering out agreements, jumping into action in crisis, creating opportunities for our citizens around the world, producing expert advice for you and your team at the White House. Everyone here knows this work can be tough. It's often not very glamorous, but it makes us stronger. It makes the world a better place. And we simply couldn't do it without the extraordinary men and women that you have before us, as well as our remarkable partners in government, starting with the great White House team led by Jake Sullivan, my friends and colleagues from across the administration, the Secretary of Defense, Samantha Power at USAID, the Secretary of the Treasury, Commerce, and so on. All of these partnerships that we built and built with their teams have made a difference. So to all of my colleagues, thank you. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your partnership. There's one other reason that we've been able to re-engage and rejuvenate our diplomacy. Mr. President, that's you. You have never wavered in the conviction that when America leads, when America engages, there is little we cannot accomplish, and that this country remains a force for good, a force for progress around the world. Your unshakable belief in the promise of America has inspired me for more than 20 years. It's inspired so many people in this department and around the world. Simply put, it's been the privilege of my lifetime to work for you, to work with you, to work with this extraordinary team that you've assembled. And it's the honor of a lifetime to be able to introduce, one more time, the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
He's got some fans. I don't know, man.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. you. Thank you, please, thank you. Thank you. It's good to be back at the State Department. Tony, if I may start by saying this, you're one of the finest men I've ever known in any undertaking, for one important reason. Yeah. You're not only brilliant, you have incredible character. You have character. You have more integrity than almost anybody I know. Thank you for always sticking with me. Appreciate it. Folks,
who left him? Did some people leave
I'm
him?
grateful for his counsel and his friendship as well, but I also want to thank the members of my cabinet and the members of the Congress who are here today, and to all our diplomats, and development experts, service members, and intelligence professionals. Many of the achievements we're going to discuss today were the result of your hard work, and that's not hyperbole, it's true. Thank you for your extraordinary service. You know, I come here to the State Department to report on to the American people on the progress we've made in the last 4 years in our foreign policy and our presidency. I've said many times, we're at an inflection point. The post-Cold War period is over. A new era has begun. In these 4 years, we faced crises that we've been tested. We've come through those tests stronger, in my view, than we entered those tests. This is a fierce competition underway. The future of the global economy, technology, human values, and so much else. Right now, in my view, thanks to our administration, the United States is winning the worldwide competition. Compared to 4 years ago, America is stronger. Our alliances are stronger. Our adversaries and competitors are weaker. We have not gone to war to make these things happen. During my presidency, I've increased America's power at every dimension. We've increased our diplomatic power, creating more allies than the United States has ever had in the history of our nation. We've increased our military power,
Does Mazabiku
making the
really
most
matter?
significant investments in the defense industrial base in decades. We've increased the technology power, taking the lead in artificial intelligence and other technologies of the future. And we've increased the economic power, building the most dynamic economy in the world from the bottom up and the middle out, not the top down. In short, Kamala and I took office, our nation had become stronger at home, are stronger in the world. And now, America is more capable and, I would argue, better prepared than we've been in a long, long time. While our competitors and adversaries are facing stiff headwinds, we have the wind at our back because of all of you. This is what we're heading into. And over the next administration, that's what we're handing it to. Today, I want to lay out what we've done, the opportunities we've created for America,
the best of the
and
best.
those opportunities going forward. Today, I can report to the American people, our sources of national power are far stronger than we were when we took office. Our economy is booming, although there's more work to do.
What does that mean, though?
Our technologies, from artificial intelligence to biotech, quantum, and to advanced semiconductors, they're the envy of the world. And we have made the most significant investments in America and the American workers since the New Deal. To rebuild our roads and bridges, our ports and airports, clean water systems, affordable high-speed internet, and so much more. To build American manufacturing, to make advanced semiconductors, which we invented here at home. We made the largest investment in climate and clean energy ever.
Dude, the infrastructure bill is a bloated omnibus.
Spurring nearly $500 billion in private sector investment. We've also significantly strengthened the defense industrial base, investing almost $1.3 trillion in procurement and research and development. In real dollars, that's more than America did in any 4-year period during the Cold War. This is going to ensure that we're fully equipped to fight and win wars, which is also the best way to deter wars in the first place. Today, I can report to the American people, our alliances are stronger than they've been in decades. NATO is more capable than it's ever been. and many more of our allies are paying their fair share. Before I took office, 9 NATO allies were spending 2% of their GDP on defense. Now 23 are spending 2%. And look at the Indo-Pacific. We've made partnerships stronger and created new partnerships to challenge China's aggressive behavior and to rebalance power in the region. We did it, what few thought was possible, to build the first ever trilateral partnership between the United States, Japan, and South Korea. Then another among the United States, Japan, and the Philippines, drawing closer our Pacific allies to defend our shared security and prosperity. We brokered a defense pact known as AUKUS among the United States, Australia, and the United Kingdom, connecting the Atlantic and Pacific allies as only America is able to do. And we've taken the Quad to the next level. The United States, Japan, Austria,
you better recognize Australia and
when we had that first meeting, I was dumbfounded when
we could help you.
They all called and said, "Can we do this at your house?" I think I'm kidding. My wife said, "No problem." It was during the UN meeting, and we thought we were going to do it in New York, but they wanted to do it in Delaware. I said, "Why?" He said, "We can know, then people will know we're really friends." Our democracy, with vibrant economies, working closely, security, supply chains, technology, and so much more. In the Red Sea, we brought together more than 20 countries to protect civilian ships from attack by the Houthis, defending freedom of navigation, one of the world's busiest waterways. And we have strengthened partnerships all across the Americas, defending democracy, targeting corruption, addressing migration, increasing prosperity, and protecting Amazon rainforest, which captures billions of tons of carbon from the atmosphere every year. Overall, we've reinvigorated people's faith in the United States as a true partner. Today, I can report to the American people, our adversaries are weaker than we were when we came into this job 4 years ago. Just consider Russia. When Putin invaded Ukraine, he thought he'd conquer Kyiv in a matter of days. But the truth is, since that war began, I'm the only one that stood in the center of Kyiv, not him. Putin never has. Think about it. It was a long train ride, but I'm the only commander-in-chief to visit a war zone not controlled by U.S. forces. We helped Ukrainians stop Putin. And now, nearly three years later, Putin has failed to achieve any of his strategic objectives. He has failed thus far to subjugate Ukraine, failed to break the unity of NATO, and failed to make large territorial gains.
Trump's going to go to Gaza.
There's more to do. We can't walk away. We rallied 50 nations to stand with Ukraine, not just in Europe, but for the first time in Asia as well.
Trump's going to be walking in Gaza.
Those countries in Asia know what happens in Ukraine matters to them as well.
Epic.
We delivered air interceptors, massive numbers of munitions, enacted relentless, unprecedented sanctions to keep Ukraine in the fight. And now Russia is struggling to replace what they are losing on the battlefield in terms of military equipment and fighters. And the ruble is under enormous pressure. As I saw it, when Putin launched his invasion, I had 2 jobs. One, to rally the world to defend Ukraine, and the other is to avoid war between 2 nuclear powers. We did both those things. Today, Ukraine is still a free, independent country with the potential for a bright future. And we laid the foundation for the next administration so they can protect the bright future of the Ukrainian people. And now, look at Iran. Did you ever think we'd be where we are with Iran at this moment? After those despicable attacks by Hamas on October the 7th, Iran directly attacked Israel twice with hundreds of ballistic missiles and drones. And twice they failed because the United States organized a coalition of countries to stop them and ordered U.S. aircraft to come to the defense of Israel. Now, Iran's air defenses are in shambles. Their main proxy, Hezbollah, is badly wounded. And as we tested Iran's willingness to revive the nuclear deal, we kept the pressure with sanctions. Now Iran's economy is in desperate straits. All told, Iran is weaker than it's been in decades. And if you want more evidence that we've seriously weakened Iran and Russia, just take a look at Syria. President Assad was both countries' closest ally in the Middle East. Neither could keep him in power. Quite frankly, neither really tried very hard. Now, I cannot claim credit for every factor that led to Iran and Russia growing weaker in the past 4 years. They did plenty of damage all by themselves. But Israel did plenty of damage to Iran and its proxies. But there's no question, our actions contributed significantly. And now major authoritarian states are aligning more closely with one another. Iran, Russia, China, North Korea. But that's more out of weakness than out of strength.
Why is he trying to piss them off right as he's leaving?
The United States is in a fundamentally stronger position with respect to these countries.
He's like, you a
than we
bitch,
were 4
Putin.
years ago.
America.
Today,
America.
I can report to the American people we're in a better strategic position in the long-term competition with China than we were when I took office. You all recall, many experts believe were predicting it was inevitable that China's economy would surpass ours. According to many predictions, that would happen by the year 2030 or shortly thereafter. But we in this room said no. If we make the investments in ourselves, if we protect our workers and technologies, that will not happen. Now, according to the latest predictions, on China's current course, they will never surpass us. Period.
Ever. China, fuck you.
I met one-on-one with President Xi in consequential summits. He and I have always been direct and straightforward with each other. I made it clear we expect China and everyone to abide by the international rules. And so we stood up against unfair trade practices, taking action when China dumped subsidized goods, incredibly subsidized, on our markets to undercut our workers. We imposed target tariffs on critical sectors like cars, steel, and semiconductors, rather than across-the-board tariffs. We imposed historic export controls on investments, restrictions, to ensure that China cannot use the most advanced technology and sensitive data against us. And critically, we enlisted our allies and partners to join us. China. Building more convergence among our allies on a shared approach to China than ever existed. And showing that it's more effective to deal with China alongside of partners rather than going it alone. But even while we compete vigorously, we've managed our relationship with China responsibly, so it's never tipped over into conflict. We've created lines of communication between President Xi and myself, and between the leaders of our militaries, to avoid misunderstanding. We found ways to work with each other, to address climate change, to reduce the flow of fentanyl in the United States, which, by the way, overdose deaths are coming down across our nation. And in my administration, we've seized more fentanyl at our border in 2 years than the previous 5 years combined. China. Today, I can also report to the American people, we're the first president in decades who's not leaving a war in Afghanistan to his successor. But we've got bin Laden during the Obama-Biden administration, the primary objective of war had been accomplished. And I believe that going forward, the primary threat of al-Qaeda would no longer be emanating from Afghanistan, but from elsewhere. And so we not need to station a sizable number of American forces in Afghanistan. So when I took office, I had a choice. Ultimately, I saw no reason to keep thousands of servicemen in Afghanistan. I think I have my schedule with me, and I keep on my, I don't here, I don't have, but I keep on the back of my card the actual number of dead and wounded that occurred in our longest war.
What the hell was that? Oh my God, he forgot.
Keep spending hundreds of millions of dollars a day. We're no longer doing that. In my view, it was time to end the war and bring our troops home, and we did. I commend the courage of all those who served in Afghanistan. We grieve all 2,461 Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice in the longest war in American history. And I grieve those brave service members whose lives were lost during the withdrawal. We also thank those inside and outside of government who have done so much to help thousands of Afghan families resettle in the United States. Remember, critics said if we ended the war, it would damage our alliances and would create threats to our homeland from foreign-directed terrorism out of a safe haven in Afghanistan. Neither has occurred. Neither has occurred. And our alliances stay strong. We've used our over-the-horizon capabilities to strike in Afghanistan and elsewhere when we had to. For instance, eliminating Zawahiri, the leader of al-Qaeda, who helped orchestrate the September 11th attacks. And we did it without putting more American boots on the ground. And by ending the war, we've been able to focus our energy and resources on more urgent challenges. There is nothing, I can tell you from my conversations with both Xi and Putin, nothing our adversaries and competitors like Russia and China would have liked more than seeing us to continue to be tied down in Afghanistan for another decade. For all those reasons, ending the war was the right thing to do, and I believe history will reflect that.
Oh.
And from the moment I entered office, I also worked to free as many Americans as possible being held hostage or wrongfully detained overseas. We brought home more than 75 Americans by last count. In some cases, it took months, even years of effort, like the prisoner swap with Russia over the past summer. A feat of diplomacy involving many of you and involving multiple countries who joined complex negotiations at our request. Another example of the power of our alliances. We did not have these relationships, those women would likely still be in prison.
Garner,
and finally,
the basketball chick?
I can report to the American people
they should have let her
we
stay a little
restored our
longer.
leadership in a range of other generational priorities. When I took office,
That's a man.
we were no longer part of the International Climate Agreement. We announced on day one that we would join the Paris Accord, rejoin. And we've led by example. We've conserved hundreds of millions of acres of land and water, more than any president in American history, making investments in clean energy and convincing other nations to join us. Thanks to our efforts, the world has reached the goal of investing $100 billion every year in public and private funds to reduce greenhouse emissions, to drive down the cost of clean energy, to help developing nations adapt to climate change.
Wow.
Our administration has launched a transformative initiative to build high-impact infrastructure in developing nations. It's called PGI. You all know that better than anyone. This is our alternative to what China offers with its massive projects across Africa and beyond. But their approach features no workers' rights, no environmental protections, unmanageable debt, shoddy construction, all in exchange for military access to ports and other exploitative purposes. By contrast, we've leveraged $600 billion and unleashed the private sector to build an infrastructure in order to grow economies and combat climate change. As an example, I was recently in Angola to see a major project being built with the help of American public funding, which brought in even more private investment.
They really care about climate change.
They're building the first ever transcontinental railroad across Africa. What? Will significantly improve the economies of the region. Will help farmers transport crops and new global
We're building a railroad in
will
Africa?
transport critical minerals that are needed for electric vehicles and semiconductors. China used to control the supply chains and these materials, but not for long. Now, make no mistake, there are serious challenges the United States must continue to deal with. In Ukraine, in the Middle East, in the Indo-Pacific, must keep the pressure on the Houthis, who are attacking ships in the Red Sea,
I like building
launching
African
missiles at Israel, and firing at American forces. Must deter North Korea as they rattle their saber and draw closer to Russia. And new challenges will certainly emerge in the months and years ahead. But even so,
pretty
it's
soon
clear
we're going to be trying to
my administration
immigrate
is
to
leaving the next
Africa.
administration with a very strong hand to play. And we're leaving them and America with more friends and stronger alliances, whose adversaries are weaker and under pressure. And America that once again is leading, uniting countries, setting the agenda, bringing others together behind our plans and visions. In America, which is no longer at war, which has made historic investments in American workers, American energies, American factories, generating the strongest economy in the world, which is now in a much better position to win the future against any competitor. These wins are not partisan. They're American. They benefit all Americans and reflect America's endless capacity for leadership and reinvention. Look, folks, the United States should take full advantage of our diplomatic and geopolitical opportunities we've created to keep bringing countries together to deal with challenges posed by China, to make sure Putin's war ends in a just and lasting peace for Ukraine, and to capitalize on a new moment for a more stable, integrated Middle East. To do that, the next administration must make sure the fall of Assad does not lead to the resurgence of ISIS in Syria and across the region. It must carry forward the commitment that America will never, never allow Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. And on the war between Israel and Hamas, we're on the brink of a proposal that I laid out in detail months ago, finally coming to fruition.
Bullshit.
I have learned in many years of public service to never, 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 ever give up. So I spoke to Prime Minister of Israel yesterday. I spoke to Amir Qatar today. I look forward to speaking with President Sisi soon. We're pressing hard to close this. The deal we have structured would free the hostages, halt the fighting, provide security to Israel, and allow us to significantly surge humanitarian assistance to the Palestinians who've suffered terribly in this war that Hamas started. They've been through hell. So many innocent people have been killed. So many communities have been destroyed. The Palestinian people deserve peace and the right to determine their own futures. Israel deserves peace and real security. And the hostages and their families deserve to be reunited. And so we're working urgently to close this deal. And as we deal with immediate challenges, in my view, we have to look to the future. I urge the next administration to carry forward two issues that have been central to my presidency and which shape the future, in my view. On artificial intelligence, we are in the lead, and we must stay in the lead. We must not offshore artificial intelligence, as we once did with computer chips and other critical technologies. AI has the power to reshape economies, governments, national security, entire societies. And it must be the United States and our closest allies that lead the way to ensure people's rights are respected, their safety is protected, and their data is secure. And likewise, clean energy transition will race ahead in years to come. I know in some incoming administration, some in the incoming administration are skeptical about the need for clean energy. They don't even believe climate change is real. I think they come from a different century. They're wrong. They are dead wrong. It's the single greatest existential threat to humanity. The clean energy transition is already happening. China is trying to dominate the clean energy, manufacturing, critical materials, supply chains. They want to capture the market of the future and create new dependencies. The United States must win that contest, and we will shape the global economy and the planet for decades to come. Let me close with this. Like many of you, I've dedicated a significant portion of my career to our nation's foreign policy. As chair of the Foreign Relations Committee as a senator, vice president for 8 years, and now president of the United States, I put together one of the most competent foreign policy teams, I would argue, in American history, sitting in this room and before my eyes. Throughout my career, the world has undergone tremendous change. But certain things have always held true. At our best, America leads not only by the example of our power, but the power of our example. In the past 4 years, we've used that power, not to go it alone, but instead to bring countries together, to increase shared security and prosperity, to stand up to aggression, and to solve problems through diplomacy wherever possible, and to relentlessly defend democracy, civil rights, and human rights. Because that's who we are. That's who we are.
Houston, we have a problem.
Many times before, we're the only country on earth founded on idea. Every other country is founded on geography, religion, ethnicity, or some other unifying factor. But America was built on an idea, literally, not figuratively. An idea. That idea was not figuratively. All women and men are created. That idea was not figuratively. All women and men are created. It inspired the world for 250 years. It inspired the world for 250 years. Always 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 inspired the honor of my life. Always inspired the honor of my day. 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 Always inspired States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing. We do it together and commit to. Nothing. We do it together and commit to. Thank you all for all you've done together and commit to. Thank you all. Many of you are going to be staying and commit to. Thank you. The next administration to commit to. Thank you. The next administration. God bless you all. The next administration. God bless you all. The next administration.
all the bass set? Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. All the drums, the deeper drums. Does that make you just want to go? America. Which kombucha, maybe. Let's do that part. And this is one of those songs you can just bone to at any time, you know? Let's get it on. It's got the tempo. I mean, that's a good tempo. I'm just trying to show off how long he can stand up right now. We know what they're doing. We're going in on a second. There can't be an actual band in there doing it again, right? I want to see them. If they don't have a real band, why not? There's only like 4 instruments there. Where are all the female Secret Service agents protecting Biden, man? Some bullshit. There needs to be at least... Oh, there's one. Is that one? Oh, they don't smile, do they? They're not allowed to smile. Not for long. 1 second rule. It's like this. They're not allowed to have extended contact and smiling. I know the rules, man. There's no food here now. Come here. No, come here. No, no. She really wants to get away. She meows. Right. Did you just fart? Give it to me. Give me all your... Ow! No! Don't hurt me. No, please. Bit me and then she licked me. I don't know if she was trying to lick the flavor off my finger or what. She said she was sorry. I don't know which it was. I guess that's it, man. Content over. I was pretty stoked on that. It's over. Oh, gassy because of it. A lawsuit filed against Southern California Edison over the Eaton fire. They're suing the power company over the Eaton fire? Okay. I guess I gotta click on that. Wait, where is it? Lawsuit. Wait, was it here? Sorry.
And we have breaking news. We have just learned 2 lawsuits have been filed this morning in L.A. County against Southern California Edison in connection to the Eaton fire. We have reached out to Edison for comments and are waiting to hear back. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. It has now burned more than 14,000 acres. Containment
is that all the information you're going to give? The rest of it is going to be about how there was a fire, which we all know there was a fire. We don't need another 30 seconds of you telling us that there was a fire that burned a bunch of houses. Right? Right. Oh, FBI searches for drone operator who hit firefighting plane. How close are they to finding him?
Once these drones are identified, all the fire suppression aircraft in the area are usually grounded for about 20 to 30 minutes.
So you can imagine,
like, this is a significant amount of time.
This guy's going to do
this fire is moving and growing as
fast
fast as the Palisades fire did.
The FBI is hunting for the person who crashed their drone into one of the super scoopers battling the Palisades fire. The illegally operated drone put a hole in the wing of the plane
to throw the book at over this
while the fire crew was trying to put out the fire. The FAA has imposed flight restrictions over the area, and the LA County District Attorney has promised to prosecute anyone who violates it.
So now on the board, we can tell you where we stand right now.
That dude like a terrorist, probably.
Tuesday night especially, they're expecting winds to pick up in a significant way. There were 2 fires still burning.
You don't know who the fuck he is, even if he is a citizen.
Pasadena, Altadena with Robert, the gentleman who was with us 30 minutes ago. That's 33% contained.
Definitely a fucking terrorist.
Here on the Pacific Ocean, the Palisades fire, so much devastation.
They are the new domestic terrorist
contained. Again, if the winds pick up 50, 60, 70 miles an hour in the next 48 hours, they can take those embers and blow them downstream in a significant way and cause further damage. Think about this right now. In the Pacific, where PCH leads to Malibu, this is what has burned in orange, gone. So all those pictures you see, all the aerial images you see of ash and dirt, that is in the orange area here. The red area is a mandatory evacuation,
here, I mean
and the yellow area now in Pacific Palisades is a warning that they may have to get out too. California's leaders facing a lot of heat now over failures in local response to the fires. The road to recovery, as you know, it's going to be huge. The road will be
You just
long,
ran up my foot,
Senator Bill Haggerty from Tennessee said this about that.
At this point, we still don't know the full extent of the damage, and we may not know for some time. But what we can see is the failure of policy there and the failure of leadership in California that's been egregious. It's absolutely pathetic what has happened there, and I think we're going to have real accountability. We need to have hearings to understand.
She kept coming too. She's like, "No, I can do it.
I can do it." What the failures have been, those failures.
Hopefully, I just clipped her toenails.
Contributor Steve Hutton lives in California. Today he's going to lay out a plan to speed up the recovery and rebuilding. Good morning to you. Before I ask you specifically about that, the Governor Gavin Newsom was asked about the response and said this.
You're governor of the largest state in the country, and what happens in LA isn't always going to, come across your desk. But also, you're ultimately responsible as the governor.
Of course, I want to know the answers. So I'm the governor of California. I want to know the answer. I've got that question. I can't tell you about how many people, what happened. My own team saying what happened, and I want to get the answers. And I wasn't getting. I'll be candid with you. I wasn't getting straight answers.
Steve, give us some answers. How did everything go so terribly wrong?
Well, Bill, there you are. You just had another example of the vacuum of leadership here in California, here in Los Angeles. That's why people, as well as being so devastated and fearful of the future, are angry. Their level of rage is something like I've never seen before. In putting together the plan that I'll lay out later this morning, we'll discuss in a second, I've been speaking to a lot of people about what went wrong, and so many questions are now emerging. Let's just take that massive issue of running out of water. And people are saying, well, how could that happen? I've been talking to sources within the Department of Water and Power, and there are real questions about that emptying of the reservoir and the contracting process that led to that taking so long and costing so much. I've been talking to retired fire chiefs about the lack of communication when they knew that the reservoir was empty and there wouldn't be enough water, but the fire department wasn't told about that. If they had been told about that, they could have requested water tenders to provide the water that firefighters need. I asked my source, how long would it take to get the kind of number of water tenders you need for this situation in Southern California? He said, well, maybe a couple of hours. And that's the terrible thing.
They
so
could have had those
the scale of this devastation could and should have been avoided. I don't know how you start construction work on that reservoir last February and you know that season's coming, and it's not repaired. Quick thing, New York Times, the mayor's taken a lot of heat. She was out of the country temporarily. Before taking office, LA's mayor said she would not go abroad. That's Karen Bass.
Oh,
the
really?
reason why that's relevant is that when she ran for mayor, she was on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. She said the issues in Africa are very important to her, but she will put her focus on Los Angeles. You are putting your focus on a recovery.
There's no way
and
she gets
rebuild effort.
reelected.
Tell me about that. How does it begin?
So we'll be laying out a plan later this morning, Bill, here in Los Angeles. It's called Rescue, Reform, Rebuild. How do we help people right now? How do we make the changes to our systems and policies and processes to stop anything of this kind happening again? And how do we rebuild rapidly? Because we're not getting the level of energy and ambition from Gavin Newsom. Again, I'll give you an example about the short term. So I was speaking to Governor Pete Wilson over the weekend and getting his advice about what we should be doing. His response to the Northridge earthquake in 1994 included sweeping away contracting rules and giving contracts to clear away the debris and get things built quickly. The Santa Monica Freeway was rebuilt in 66 days. Gavin Newsom this weekend said that rebuilding here could start maybe in a year. So we got a plan to get that going quicker. We've got a plan to help people in the short term. I've got Pastor Jack Hibbs, one of our leading pastors here in Southern California. He's challenging churches, the faith community, to help displaced families, to support our firefighters and first responders, and then looking more to the long term. Here's an example. We're in California. We're the technology capital of the world. Why are we still trying to fight fires in this old-fashioned way? So I've got a leading Silicon Valley investor and entrepreneur to bring together a team to create what we're calling Fire Force, using the best technology, AI, drones, autonomous firefighting vehicles, to detect fires as soon as that spark happens and extinguish them if they are potentially dangerous. All of this could have been done before. It should be being done now. And that is why people are so angry. They do not see the level of leadership and ambition that we need to make sure nothing of this scale ever happens again.
Lead the way, Steve. Sounds like you're going on offense. It's good to see. What time's your press conference today in Los Angeles? What time?
It's 11 a.m. Pacific time, and we've got a whole team of business leaders, faith leaders, fire experts. We're going to lay out how we can do much better in the future.
Do it. We'll watch. Thank you, Steve. Nice to see you. Good luck. Steve Hilton.
Thank you, Bill.
It's windy outside,
That sounds amazing. And also this, join Fox's support of families impacted by the...
Luckily, the plates aren't flying away because they were. Like, when I went out there, they were upside down and stuff. Oh, you can't.
Man, they don't make parks. Oh, they do have one of these things here. Come on, when you guys were kids, remember these little spinners things?
The fire isn't anywhere right now.
Yeah,
apparently.
These things. No, hold
because the news isn't really. They're taking a break.
How you use
all stuffed.
Don't work that way.
With immigration, immigrants make up a major source of the workforce for industries like hospitality and tourism.
Well, excuse me, though. But you said immigrants make up. Yes, we have legal immigrants in Florida. So you can't conflate illegal immigrants with people who are here legally. Now, I've also said we've got some big problems with some of the legal immigration programs that we have. I mean, we've seen this H-1B program, how companies will bring in H-1B, the Americans train the H-1B, and then they fire the Americans and hire the H-1B. How would that even remotely be acceptable? You have chain migration, which is not merit-based and is bringing in more distant relatives. Not what you want. So there's a whole host of issues there that need major reform. But from an immigration enforcement perspective, I mean, if somebody is here on like an H-2A visa, they are working in the state of Florida legally. And when we did E-Verify, people would say, we had E-Verify enacted, they'd say, hey, there's a busload of farm workers. I saw them on I-4. And people assume they're illegal. And then FDLE looks, they all had the H-2A visas. And so there's no enforcement if somebody is here on valid reasons. Now, it doesn't prevent us or Congress and people like me from just using my platform to say, hey, you may need to look at how we're doing legal immigration in this country, because it's not America first the way it's going. But we do have, I think we probably have the highest foreign-born population in the country of any state. Certainly we're in the top 5 for sure. And yet, I would point out, I came in, we did sanctuary city ban. People say, oh, you can't do that. You know, we have. It was the people, the first generation, they wanted the sanctuary city ban. When we did the legal transports to things like Martha's Vineyard, people said, oh, the Venezuelans in Miami aren't going to like that, because I guess a lot of the people that got transported to Venezuela. I go down there, these guys are high-fiving me because they think Maduro's sending undesirables to the country. So this whole idea that somehow people that are first generation do not want to see immigration enforcement, that is totally not the case. And just look at the election results in Miami-Dade County. We were, what, 8 years ago? We had Hillary winning by 30 points. I carried it by double digits 2 years ago. Donald Trump carried it by double digits, and we both ran strong on immigration. So don't conflate the two. Immigration enforcement is focusing on illegal aliens that are in the country, in our state. Legal immigrants obviously have a right to be here. They're following the process. Now, that should not mean that someone here is H-1B. Of course, they're not going to be sent. But if there's fraud and if these programs should be reformed, they do need to be reformed. But I would not conflate the two. I think that, and I think the media oftentimes, they try to frame it as if somehow somebody comes, they apply, they come to the United States, they're doing good, and it's like, oh, you know, they're going to enforce against, quote, immigrants. No, they're going to enforce against illegal aliens, and that's really what we're talking about. So, week of January 27th, I know that there's a lot of rank-and-file members of both the House and Senate that are chomping at the bit to be able to weigh in and make sure that Florida is leading the way in the states to help the incoming Trump administration accomplish their objectives. There's a whole host of other areas I think we're going to be working with. I mean, a lot of it is going to be, they're going to be empowering us to do more and more, whereas we usually had to overcome the Biden administration. I think you're going to see more and more responsibility provided to the states. I mean, I mentioned last week, give me the stuff for Everglades restoration for federal. We can do it much quicker than the Army Corps can do. We have a massive reservoir south of Lake Okeechobee. We want to make sure we do. Block grant the money. Give us the authority. We'll get it done. Higher education. Make sure we overhaul accreditation. The Department of Education federally has got to approve that. We're ready to go on that. We know there needs to be. So there's going to be a lot of things that they're going to be empowering us to do. But this is one key example where we can help facilitate a key objective, not only for the incoming administration, but for our country. We've got to get this issue right. We've been talking about it for decades and decades. Now's the time. President Trump has a mandate. State of Florida is going to be there working every step of the way. Thank you.
Hey. Stop fighting me hard. Why? Ow. Hey. 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 Here. Now, settle down. Hey. Hey. Whoops. He wants to buy. Ow! Oh, nice hiss. Nice hiss. Nice hiss. You came up at me and attacked me. You know that, right? For no reason. You didn't like my fingers. Hey. Whoa! Whoa! Hey! Oh, okay. Go. She gets really hangry, dude. Once it's close to her time to eat, she gets really angry. Yeah. Food insecurities, I think, calls that, from when she was really young before I met her. Hasn't even been 6 hours since our last meal. Oh, what the? Why is this a... Dude, why is this a video on the internet? Hospital worker caught on video flossing teeth over patient. Oh man, I'm invisible. Okay. Why is she doing that? Is there a reason why she be doing that? In a hurry. Don't have time. I wouldn't want to floss around a half-naked person. It's sick. Oh, really?
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
How are you?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask if you plan on attending, or are you going to attend the sashing for the Pulaski Parade, the Grand Marshal, this Thursday? Mm-hmm. And the second question, is it true that the LA mayor refused help from FDNY and is going to FDNY? Are you planning on sending FDNY there?
Thank you for that. You know, that's why it's good to have diversity in the media, because, you know, you make sure Polish community stay on target. I'm not sure where those stories came from, that the LA mayor refused to receive support and help from us. That did not come from us. There's a process when a municipality is requesting assistance. It goes through FEMA on the federal and on the state level. There's an entire process that's in place. What they ask for, it was certification for forest fires, something like that. We don't have those certifications. You know, we have a little team for brush fires, but we're not normally known for having large fires like they're seeing. Now, what we did, I spoke to Zach Iskel, who really coordinates and manages this, our commissioner over at OEM, and I communicated with them over the weekend and stated that although we can't give them what their broadcast through FEMA ask for, see if they're willing to take what we do have, such as managements, to give a break and relief to those who are managing the fires. Our heart goes out to Los Angeles. This is so devastating what we're seeing unfolding there, and our goal is to see, here's what we can offer, and if you could use it, that we could help you in any way, we're willing to do it, but they did not turn down anything from us. I don't know where those stories came from. That didn't happen.
Thank you. And are you going to come?
So this is our assistant chief's office that we have commandeered to take care of all of the storage for these other products. What you see here, what you see a lot of are these caffeinated drinks, and the Red Bulls and the Celsius.
Is Celsius alcohol?
And we love them. We love them as firefighters. It keeps us up, but
there's a but.
But we're not allowed to have these on the line. It is it's a no-no to have on the fire line. So we will find good use for them, and we appreciate them, but probably shouldn't be donating it to the fire companies at this point.
This is very
they can't
helpful.
even have the
Waters
Cliff
are always
bars?
appreciated.
What the hell?
Of course, and what you're not seeing is the other pallets.
And we're going to show that.
Well,
we're going to be with you
second.
all morning long and show more donations. Maybe we'll even see some people dropping off donations. We're here at Station 88, so if you want to drop off some water, some fruit, some nuts, beef jerky, we'll be here to receive that. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Hey, Amanda, just real quick, the carbonation, no bueno, right? That was the point about the Red Bull, like stuff that's carbonated, not good for them to have out there.
Yeah, typically no carbonation. The power drinks, the waters, the liquid IVs are great because those are non-perishable, and we can, if someone just has a water bottle, they're able to throw the liquid IVs or any of those powders, protein powders, whatever, into the water.
This is good to know,
they're
Captain
also
Hayes.
light. So when you're carrying them around in your pack, they're super light. You only have to carry your water. You don't have to carry excess gallons of Gatorade or such.
Now, the stories coming out of Los Angeles are simply heartbreaking. Tonight, we're learning of a homeowner who watched his home burn from his Tesla
cameras.
parked in the street. ABC 7 News reporter J.R. Stone spoke with that homeowner and an expert who says we need better long-term fire planning going
Why is
forward.
this so low quality?
This is the Barrow family of
360p
Pacific
is the
Palisades.
highest I
Their
can
home
go.
went from looking like this to unrecognizable, destroyed by the Palisades fire this past week. James Barrow's wife, Christina, may have been one of the first to see smoke. She then made her two daughters' schools aware, took the two out of school, and evacuated.
That was at 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday. And by 8:30 p.m., our house was burned to the ground.
Perhaps hardest of all, James had just arrived at the CES Tech Conference in Las Vegas. As he worked to get home, he turned on the cameras to his Tesla that was parked outside their home.
And so I was able to remotely log into my car, and literally as I logged into it, I saw a flame jump from one house into our side yard, then into our garage, and burned down the whole house.
Like many others in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood of Los Angeles, Barrow is angry. His family was dropped by State Farm Insurance weeks ago, and despite living near a fire station, his house and others on the block burned.
There's literally a fire station 3 blocks from our house, and fire trucks didn't come to our house. So Obviously there are things that could have, I'm sure there's a variety of things that could have been last lines of defense. There was no first line of defense.
Working fire hydrants were an issue, and USC professor Kostas Sinalakis says until water pressure can be accurately monitored citywide, it should be tested annually.
This is the kind of thing that, you can spend a lot of time doing calculations, but unless, people go out there, it's not that difficult to test it. You can test these things, once a year and make sure that you're prepared.
James says it's the water issue, lack of warning systems, and lack of information that anger him.
It's beyond there being a high fire zone. Right? This was a series of compounding mistakes that have gotten to a point that is beyond comprehension.
Sinolakis says this isn't just a Los Angeles problem.
I think going forward, we need to work better at all levels, at the federal level, at the state level, at the local level.
Barrow does say his family is safe. It's just tough.
My 5-year-old literally will go into fits of I just want to go home. And I totally get it. I do too. But we have a suitcase of stuff. That's all we got. So it's just crazy.
J.R. Stone, ABC 7 News.
I gotta feed the beasts.
Amazon is scaling back some of its diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, joining a growing list of major corporations making similar moves in light of increasing political scrutiny. The company's vice president of inclusive experiences and technology, Candy Castleberry, sent out a recently uncovered memo to employees last month, according to Bloomberg. In it, she says the company was winding down outdated diversity and inclusion programs, adding, quote, rather than have individual groups build programs, we are focusing on programs with proven outcomes, and we also aim to foster a more truly inclusive culture. The note didn't say which programs the company was dropping, but the Washington Post reports sections from its website, including equity for Black people and LGBTQ+ rights, were removed from the page, along with all mentions of transgender. The site currently still has other diversity sections listed, including Latinos at Amazon, Amazon people with disabilities, and Black Employee Network. In 2020, Amazon set a goal of doubling the number of Black employees in vice president and director roles, announcing the same goal in 2021, in addition to pledging to hire 30% more Black employees in top positions. Other major companies have also recently curbed DEI programs. On Friday, we reported Meta was ending its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs effective immediately. We've seen similar moves at McDonald's, Ford, and Walmart, to name a few. The DEI changes come ahead of a second term for President-elect Donald Trump, who signed an executive order toward the end of his first term in 2020, banning diversity training in government agencies, contractors, and institutions that get federal funding. President Joe Biden signed an executive order when he took office, asking government agencies to promote chief diversity officers and hold DEI training, which some are now anticipating Trump will eliminate. The changes for companies also come after conservative criticism of DEI programs and the Supreme Court's ruling against affirmative action in 2023, reversing a decades-long effort to boost enrollment of racial minorities at universities. The debate has critics who argue DEI policies violate the principle of equal treatment under the law when it comes to admissions, hiring, and promotions, against advocates who say diversity programs are still necessary to address inequality. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Kara Rucker. For all your latest news headlines, download the Straight Arrow News mobile app today.
Growling at Simon, let him know not to get anywhere near her.
There are growing signs suggesting China is gearing up to take Taiwan, like a buildup of new amphibious landing barges and advancements in its most sophisticated aircraft carrier program. It's all raising even more questions about Beijing's capabilities and intentions in the region. Recent satellite imagery and open source intelligence reveal China is building specialized landing barges at a shipyard in southern China. The barges feature 120-meter-long bridges capable of supporting heavy equipment, like tanks, allowing them to bypass rocky or soft beaches. Defense analysts suggest these barges could expand potential landing sites for Chinese forces, like coastal roads, challenging Taiwan's defense strategies that focus on defending a limited number of heavily fortified beaches. While many believe the barges are primarily designed for military use, others speculate they could also serve civilian purposes, like disaster relief, for instance. Meanwhile, China's third and most advanced aircraft carrier, the Fujian, returned to port after its sixth sea trial. Observers noted what appeared to be touch-and-go maneuver marks on its flight deck, suggesting early testing of aircraft landing and takeoff capabilities. While no actual aircraft were observed aboard the carrier, full-scale models of J-35 fighter jets and KJ-600 early warning aircraft were present during the trial, signaling advancements in the ship's operational readiness. The Fujian is the first Chinese carrier equipped with an electromagnetic aircraft launch system, similar to the U.S. Navy's EMALS, enabling the launch of both lighter and heavier aircraft with greater efficiency. The carrier is expected to be operational by 2026. China did not officially comment on the purpose of the barges or the recent developments with the Fujian. However, Chinese President Xi Jinping recently reaffirmed his commitment to Taiwan's reunification, calling it an inevitability. For more of our unbiased, straight fact reporting, download the Straight Arrow News app today or log
windy out there. My sugar cane's making all kinds of noise. Sugar cane making all kinds of noise out there right now. What's going on over there? It's a little rowdy right now. After food rowdiness, must have Simon's food now. She knows a whole bowl sitting out there waiting on her. Better get my trigger finger ready. Oh, he was an illegal immigrant with the blowtorch?
Looters. Many are wondering how these fires started. And the Santa Ana winds, these high-speed winds that come in once a year into California, are expected to pick up this week. The fire is still barely contained. The death toll has now increased to 24. And this the LA wildfires, damages were estimated at between $130 to $150 billion, making this the most expensive fire in history. This is a terrifying story, my friends, but we all want to figure out how this happened. And the question is, because we don't want it to happen again. And now there's a lot to this story. There is illegal immigrant suspected arsonists. There are illegal immigrant looters. There's an individual who was arrested dressing up like the fire chief in an effort to loot homes. The exploitation of this fire is terrifying. And I have to wonder, when a society scales so large, is it just that there's nothing you can do about it? So there's a time-lapse video of how this fire began. And it starts as a small plume of gray smoke in a backyard garden. As the time-lapse continues, it becomes this raging fire that has wiped out let's just say, the largest, the most expensive fire in history, not the largest, from a small little garden. Now, here's the terrifying reality of the scale of our society. When we're looking at these arsonists in a city, I mean, what does LA County have? 13 million people or some ridiculously large number like that? It takes only one person to destroy everything, be it flicking a cigarette. Maybe you're driving a truck and a chain falls off the back of the car, sparking on the ground, igniting brush. Or somebody had a candle in their backyard and they were simply enjoying the sweet smell of vanilla and cinnamon, and then the candle tipped over and just like that.
That sounds lovely.
It takes the smallest of moments, the smallest of sparks. There's this video that went viral a while back where it's some young guys in front of their house and their lawns are all dried out. And the dude is joking and he takes a lighter and he lights like a piece of grass, and then it jumps and the whole neighborhood, all the grass has just been burned out. You can't control that spread. It happens too quick. And this is the terrifying reality of where we are. I saw the video, actually. With criminals, gangs, suspected cartel arsonists and looters. The interests here from these evil people, it's difficult to compete with. Now, on top of all that, we have, of course, Gavin Newsom. We've got the fire chief. We've got the mayor. And, oh, boy, is there a lot of blame to go around. So let's first take a look at these stories of what's going on with these arsonists, these suspects, people being caught with blowtorches. My understanding is that one of these fires that was put out, a smaller one, and I say smaller, but actually was burning decently large. Like, I think it was around like 11 acres. Turns out that it was an arsonist who started it. They are trying to start these fires to force evacuations so they can loot the homes. And they're doing it because the people that have been caught so far, probably a small percentage of those that are actually engaging in this behavior.
Now, it's hard to get in there now.
Is, I'm looking at this map. And I mentioned that I know people in these areas, or, I've known people who live out in California. It's pretty crazy to see this. I can tell you, my friends, my understanding is they're all okay. But their families have lost things. And I'm looking at this map and I'm like, I know who lived there. Not a friend of a friend. But like, we went to that person's house in the Palisades once, and it is gone. It's terrifying, man. And it may actually just be that it is arsonists and illegal immigrants and others that are doing it. Take a look at this story. Post-millennial. Homeless man arrested for arson in a Sousa Park amid ongoing LA wildfires, according to police. Why? This is crazy. The suspect, identified as Jose Carranza Escobar, who the police described as a transient with a last known address in Azusa, was found standing near the flames. Now, this looks like a small fire that didn't spread out of control. But here's the issue. That's why they caught him. He was caught at the fire when it was small. For these fires that are larger, I think they're likely arson, many of them, and we just not caught who did it. The stories get absolutely crazy, man. Look at this. Suspect arrested with flamethrower near LA fire is an illegal immigrant. The flamethrower? Okay, it looks like a blowtorch of some sort. Take a look at this story.
Flamethrower.
The homeless man tackled and zip-tied by onlookers who say he was trying to start fires with a blowtorch near a Los Angeles wildfires, an illegal immigrant who will likely be protected by California's sanctuary city status. The suspect, identified as Juan Manuel Sierra Leyva, is a Mexican national who was in the U.S. illegally. Immigration and Customs Enforcement told Fox News. He was chased and taken down by residents of Woodland Hills after they allegedly saw him torching old Christmas trees and debris on fire with what one resident described as a flamethrower soon after the massive wildfire began Thursday.
Whoa.
Could this be the guy who basically started the wildfires? The suspect is being held on a felony probation violation, LAPD said, without detailing his previous conviction.
How's he on probation already? He's here illegally.
As possible arson. But LAPD Assistant Chief Dominic Choi said Friday there was not immediately enough evidence for that charge. And how do you do it? How do you prove it?
I mean, illegal people get probation. They should get kicked out.
Seriously, flicked a cigarette. How would you ever have any evidence? That tiny little spark. But wait, there's more. It keeps happening. Let me see if I can get to the. I want to grab the arson stories here so you can understand all this before we go into the greater details. Firefighters catch second arsonist in the act of starting new blazes in Los Angeles days after cops arrest illegal immigrant with a blowtorch. It's not stopping. Ruben Montes, 29, was arrested for arson on Sunday in Irwindale, California, roughly 16 miles away from Altadena, where the deadly Eaton fire continues to rage. Firefighters were responding to a small brush fire in Irwindale when they witnessed Montes starting blazes in the area. He was detained by officers at the scene and ultimately arrested for arson. Details surrounding the incident are limited, and police have not revealed where Montes was booked. Police have also not revealed if Montes was responsible for starting the brush fire or if any of the blazes that he allegedly lit have caused damage. It is also unclear if he has any ties to the other fires ravaging L.A.
Who's paying these illegal immigrants to do this?
The big fires, the Palisades fires, this was intentional.
Why would they do that?
The reporting is that about a week before the fire started, they had put out a warning saying, we are in high fire season. It is extremely low humidity, it is very dry, and there's no rain. Could it have been that someone saw that and said, now's my chance? I'm not entirely convinced. What I think is that the fire started, and these looters and arsonists have realized as the Palisades fire destroys homes and forces evacuations, they can go in and take what they want. Take a look at this. This is from Nick Sorter. The man arrested after he was caught with a blowtorch attempting to start fires, an illegal alien. There's video of this. Look at this. Someone posted a video. We helped catch a guy trying to start a fire on my block. And that's the guy we mentioned earlier. The evil. The evil and the depravity. It's terrifying stuff, man. Take a look at this one. Criminal was arrested after he dressed up as a firefighter to loot homes. These people are the absolute scum of the earth. I don't want to say I can't believe it, but I can believe it. It looks like this might be the Pacific Coast Highway where they caught the guy. It's crazy to me, you know? It's absolutely crazy. Here's the latest on where the fire is.
Is it a real firefighting jacket or is it only bought at Spencer's?
There's rumors that the fire chief may have been fired already, but we're not entirely sure. LA Times reporting. Death toll from Palisades and Eaton fire climbs to 24. Look at this image, man. It's all gone. That's crazy. The Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center burns during the Eaton fire. The number of confirmed deaths from the devastating Palisades and Eaton fires jumped to 24 on Sunday evening. 8 of the fire victims died in the Palisades fire and 16 in the Eaton fire in Altadena, according to a news release from LA County Medical Examiner. 2 of the victims have been officially identified by the county agency. Victor Shaw, 66. He died from smoke inhalation. That's sad. I want to read this story for you, and this is where we get into the. I think there's got to be criminal charges. When I read this story, let me pull up this story from CBS. Former child actor Rory Sykes killed in LA fires as water ran dry, his mother said. I read this. I was filled with sadness and rage, the likes of which I rarely experience. And I'll say it lightly, but never or I should say rarely, have I felt such rage that I wanted to be physical with the individuals who have caused this. The arsonists, the looters, these evil people. I'm going to give you the gist of the story. Former child actor, he's disabled. And the story goes that his mom, her arm was broken and she couldn't lift him out. And he said, "Mom, leave me." And so she went to get help. She went to the fire department, and they said they had no water. When they rushed back to the home, the building had collapsed, and Rory was dead. And there are looters, and there are arsonists, and they are people who have neglected and been their duties and been derelict. And this story really, really punches you in the gut. It's brutal stuff. An Australian mother has spoken of how she tried in vain to save her blind son from the wildfires. Shelley Sykes, a TV production entrepreneur, told Australian media of a desperate battle to save her 32-year-old son, Rory Sykes, who had cerebral palsy. Rory Sykes appeared in the British TV show Kitty Capers in the 1990s, had his own self-contained cottage on the estate. Her son was blind and had difficulty walking. Rory's feet with the heat started to swell and he couldn't walk very well. And he had problems with his tummy. So he didn't want to be far from the bathroom, Sykes told Australian Channel 9. He said, "Mum, you go, I'm staying." Sykes said she could not leave her son alone on the estate. "I stayed in the main property with my 2 peacocks in the bathroom because it was hard to breathe." Sykes said she saw embers on the roof of her son's cottage and tried to extinguish them with a hose, but there was no water coming out. She drove to the closest fire station seeking help, but was told they too had no access to water. When the fire department took Sykes back to her property, she found the cottage had been reduced to just black ash. There was nothing there. "I'm just devastated. It's unreal. I cannot breathe. I've got a broken arm. I couldn't lift him. I couldn't move him." Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade said it was aware of reports of an Australian man had died and was engaging closely with local authorities. You know, I think a lot of people don't understand how quickly these fires will wipe a building out. And so the first thing, I'm thinking is, how long did it take to try and get help? But it could be minutes, and the building comes down. This is horrifying, man. Let me show you this clip. You've seen it. I'm going to play it again.
Want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or, "You couldn't carry my husband out of a fire," which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
What? I'm going to play that again for you. I'm sure many of you may have heard this. This is this is Larson. I'm drawing a blank.
What the fuck does that mean?
What this person's position was. Diversity chief. Okay, there you go. I'm going to play that again for you.
Which my response is, and their situation better? Is she strong enough to do this? Or, "You couldn't carry my husband out of a fire," which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
Yeah. That's the world they live in.
Only
Let me explain to
5%
you
are women.
my disdain
That's too many.
for this woke ideology, for these people, for what the Democratic Party
women
has
don't
pushed
even want
in
women
places like California.
firefighters.
They tell you that the world they want to build is equity and inclusion. And the reality is they lack merit and capability. And so the response is, "Your husband got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire." Because she can't. Because she is a frail, obese,
she was kind of thick, though.
individual without the capabilities to do the job. But hey, LA is very satisfied that they have a, black lesbian individual in the position as opposed to any individual of any background who could do the job. Now, when they defend their ideology, of course they say, "A man, your husband needs to be carried out." How about this, Larson? How about a disabled individual who can't walk? Did that person get themselves in the wrong place when they were sitting in their cottage and a wildfire destroyed their home, killing them? Was that their fault? They got themselves in the wrong place? These people are evil. They don't care about saving you. They don't care about saving lives. They care about adhering to their psychotic cult. And it results in the death of the disabled. That's one of the reasons I absolutely detest, I loathe these people and their ideology. Rory Sykes did not get himself in the wrong place. He was living peacefully in California, and a wildfire started. Some of it may have been caused by arson. One of these individuals appears to be an illegal immigrant who may have started these fires. So perhaps it is this ideology that causes the problems, exacerbates the problems, and then leaves you to die. And they mock you while you do. It's decay. It's cultural corruption and decay. You know, I dream of a world, and maybe I romanticize this country, where if there was a fire chief and a fire broke out and someone died, their response was, the buck stops with me. We didn't get there in time. We should have. I'm sorry. You know, even though it wasn't really the firefighters' fault, even though it wasn't really the fault of the government, they said, we failed you. We weren't able to save lives that day. That's the world I dream of, or think of. Instead, we now have an inversion. Fire chief is apparently, so the conflicting reporting right now is the fire chief has been fired, but apparently the mayor's office told ABC7 that Crowley has not been fired, so we don't know for sure. How is Newsom still governor? How is he not resigned? How has Bass not resigned? How is the fire chief not resigned? How are the fire hydrants empty? It's a really funny post. It's kind of sad, actually, where some liberal guy shows the high winds blowing, palm trees and embers spraying from the trees. And he says, can any MAGAs explain to me how a firefighter is supposed to stop this? And you put water on it. Next question. Seriously. These people are evil, stupid, and often both. When you have fires,
to keep it from getting that bad, though,
you put water on it. This is what you do. When your reservoirs haven't been filled, you don't have water. Guess what else? About 10 years ago, it's been reported that they voted to build more reservoirs because there was a drought. They did not do it. Gavin Newsom didn't care. Karen Bass didn't care. This is what Democrats do. It's the lowest common denominator. The short-term gains, the long-term losses. They don't care. They're not going to resign. They're not going to accept responsibility. They're not going to start deporting people. They will change nothing. Now, one of the funniest things about this, I mean, nothing's funny, haha, but I would say one of the ironic and disturbing things about this, Gavin Newsom says he's suspending environmental regulation to begin the cleanup effort. So these people are bashing their faces on the wall, screaming this is climate change's fault, despite the fact that it's discernibly not. Like when you have an illegal immigrant with a blowtorch and people screaming he's trying to start fires, and they're like, climate change. Was climate change the guy's name? His name is old Rick Climate Change. That's what they mean to say? Because it's a dude we can see. They blame climate change. Then, though this is climate change, in order to clean things up, they say suspend all the environmental regulations. I got a question for you. How many of these progressives who voted in these policies and these individuals are going to now go and protest the environmental regulations being lifted? Zero. Now, there may be some activists, don't get me wrong, but the property owners, they ain't going to protest this because these people are evil. They are evil people. Sorry. That's the banality of evil. If you own property and on the PCH and Palisades or whatever, and you voted for the regulations, I should say you voted for the people that did not do their jobs, and you protest and vote for climate change and all of these things, and then the moment you are negatively affected, you vote to lift it all, that's evil. Now, I will pause and say the regulations should be lifted. Climate change isn't causing this. These people are nuts. But my point is that they vote for the destruction in total ignorance and apathy, and then they vote for self-preservation instantly. Nothing's going to change these people. No. I'm not blaming the victims here. There are many, many people I know who didn't vote for any of that stuff. And to a certain degree, I understand the ignorance. I understand. So I don't want to blame people in a crisis, but I'm not going to ignore the fact that you get what you vote for. So if these people are voting for these things, if they're voting for these politicians are refusing to resign, and then they're cutting themselves these special deals, I'm sorry. I'm hoping that the suspension of environmental regulation is a wake-up call for these people. But my point is, if they believe climate change caused this and they want to bypass climate change regulations so they can build their houses, they're basically saying they believe the world is ending, humans are causing it, and they should get a special exemption. Just like those people who fly to Davos or to COP, the climate action. They fly there in private jets. These wealthy millionaires and billionaires and global elites say, we got to stop climate change. One private jet, please. They don't actually believe it. They want you to live in the pod and eat the bugs while they get special treatment. If we deal with the illegal immigration and the crime, a lot of these fires probably wouldn't be happening. If you vote out these individuals like Newsom and Bass, these fires would have been solved. They would have been stopped. They're saying the Santa Ana winds are going to pick up, and it's going to get worse. They're saying it's going to get worse this week. Take a look at this. 4 fires visible right here. And the Palisades fire is getting bigger. It is spreading into Malibu. It's absolutely crazy. You wonder about some of these areas. How did they avoid the worst of this? I'm glad they did. It's not all rich people. It's largely wealthy individuals, but nobody deserves to have their homes destroyed like this. But I got to tell you, when you vote for these people, you get what you vote for. Smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. Next segment's coming up at noon. Don't miss it. Become a member at timcast.com to support our work. Follow me on X and Instagram at timcast, and we'll see y'all then.
Now. I want a segment now. Leave me alone.
It can help you access your insurance. Also, people asking for fees to access free government services. They're free, or for asking for upfront payments.
Oh, yeah? We're trying to save Bitcoin. Everybody's trying to save Bitcoin. All of a sudden, they see it dumping. We want to make a little bit more off of it first. Commercials are starting to roll.
So joining me now is News Nation media contributor and founding editor of Mediaite.com, Colby Hall. Colby, great to see you. I would like to start with why these fires seem to be kind of like the perfect storm when it comes to feeding the rumor mill, particularly when something we just talked about last week, social media platforms like Facebook, Meta, they are loosening the reins on what people can post.
Right. I think one word best describes it, and that's chaos. There's chaos sort of surrounding this very fluid and breaking story. Everyone has their own take, and you have a lot of people that seem more committed to sort of promoting a partisan agenda on both sides. You know, we use the term fog of war to describe sort of how hard it is to sort of get the real story in journalism with foreign conflicts. I think it applies here. It's the fog or the smoke of this fire, and you have some very visible people naming, for example, Elon Musk, who runs the most popular information social platform X. You have President-elect, you have a lot of Biden supporters who are out there really sort of putting out information before they know that it's true. It's just gossip. And people take gossip as gospel, and that's where we get in trouble. So yeah, we've never really seen misinformation spread like we haven't seen this fire spread.
Right.
It's a historic time.
Yeah, gossip spreading like gospel. I like how you put that. All right, so at the top of this, Colby, we talked about things like, you know, firefighters are using handbags. We talked about some fire trucks, you know, allegedly being barred from entering the state. There are claims that the governor himself, Gavin Newsom, started these fires because he wants to rezone certain areas. Just talk about but that certainly is far from being it. What are some of the biggest lies that we are seeing promulgated on social media?
Well, it's difficult to know what's really a lie. I mean, one of the biggest stories here is, you know, the water levels in Los Angeles. And depending upon who you talk to, you get different stories because there are different parts to the stories, right? Like there are places where water levels were not acceptable, right? They were low. But there were plenty of firefighters in Los Angeles who said that there was no problem. They had high pressure, so it really depends on what you're saying. The example that you said where there was an Oregon sort of team of firefighters that were rejected because they were not allowed to enter the state because of government regulations. Flat out lies. The video of the firefighters fighting with the fire with handbags, I saw that video and I immediately said that this doesn't pass the sniff test. It doesn't look to be the way it's portrayed. And as it turns out, it is apparently a standard. There's canvas bags is a standard way to put out small burning embers, so you don't sort of, you know, you spray with a big hose, you don't want to risk spreading embers. So, you know, there are so much disinformation. It's really hard to really know where to begin. And frankly, you know, journalists like outlets like News Nation, who was the very first cable news outlet to cover this kind of wall to wall, you know, they're abiding by journalistic standards and waiting for things to be confirmed. Those are not standards that are being held to on any social media platform. And so that's why the social media or the misinformation and the gossip spread so,
right.
You know,
and then a lot of times people will say, you know, they're not seeing it on, you know, more mainstream media outlets. And why aren't they telling the full story? Well, it's because it's not the full story. Colby, last question for you. You know, many times really fact checking, you know, even for just normal everyday people really can be simple. Do you think we'll see people do that, or are we going to see this problem only grow, do you think?
I think it will grow. I think we'll see fact-checking in the form of community notes. Even I will say that one of the most interesting things I've seen recently on misinformation was someone asked X's own sort of AI device, Grok, to diagnose Elon Musk's tweets about this fire. And Grok itself said that Elon Musk is promoting a ton of misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda. And so when X's own AI outfit is calling out its owner, there's a real problem there. And I think AI will help. I think community notes will help. But I'm skeptical. I think we need to have media literacy, and we need to be way more skeptical of what we see before we promote it. But I'm pessimistic that is going to be any magical change anytime soon.
All right. News Nation media contributor, founding editor of Mediaite.com, Colby Hall, thank you so much.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
She's not sweet. Don't let her trick you. Boom. Local stores limiting egg purchases. Where is that at?
May have heard about the egg shortages happening in the U.S. Well, I found out they're happening here in San Luis Obispo at stores like Whole Foods and Trader Joe's.
Completely. Everybody was scrambling around looking. They had a few little select organic ones, but, you know, not the big amount that people usually like to get.
Instead of scrambling eggs to eat, many in San Luis Obispo, like Tina Sylvester, are scrambling to find eggs. She tells me she couldn't find any at Costco.
Kind of scary, really.
She went to Trader Joe's next.
I wanted to get more than they allowed. It's 2 per person, I think what it is. And so I wasn't able to get it here. So now I'm going to have to try another store.
In San Luis Obispo, Trader Joe's and Whole Foods have signs up limiting the amount of eggs you can buy. At Trader Joe's, I talked to an employee who told me they get a fresh shipment of eggs every morning, but sell out their eggs before 2 p.m. Over at Whole Foods on Sunday afternoon, I checked the egg section, completely empty.
A little shocked to see that there wasn't any eggs at all on any of the shelves, which is pretty odd. Usually they have an abundance of eggs.
There was nothing on the shelf. Like that whole section is completely gone.
A Whole Foods employee told me they get shipments every couple of days, but it's not a guarantee that they'll get egg shipments. Forbes says the lack of eggs has to do with the bird flu, rising production costs, increased seasonal demand, and policy changes. For some shoppers like Poppy Whittle, who only has about a dozen eggs a week, she's not giving up on finding eggs in town.
Today there is a ton of eggs, but last Sunday when I went, I came here and to Whole Foods and to Sprouts, and there was no eggs on Sunday, so I didn't get eggs until Tuesday.
I reached out to Costco, Trader Joe's, and Whole Foods corporate for comment and have not heard back yet. In San Luis Obispo, Mackenzie Diaz, KSBY News.
I'm born and raised in the city of Angels, and the entire city of Angels is on fire everywhere. Everywhere. The entire city of the Pacific Palisades is gone, you guys. I mean, literally my neighborhood, gone. My house tonight.
But that's not all of LA, weirdo.
Is still there, but I live in a different canyon. But the entire Pacific Palisades.
Her house is still there.
You know, unfortunately, Gaza or one of these
He's kind of a cunt, isn't she?
countries.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Awful things have happened. So, and there are fires now breaking out everywhere.
Is she in a good movie?
It feels totally bizarre to be
True
talking about a
Lie.
movie, and yet, you know, it's a piece of art. Art will save us no matter what. And I'm born and raised in the city of Angels, and the entire city of Angels is on fire everywhere. Everywhere. The entire city of the Pacific Palisades is gone, you guys. I mean, literally my neighborhood, gone. My house tonight is still there, but I live in a different canyon. But the entire Pacific Palisades looks like, you know, unfortunately Gaza or one of these war-torn countries where awful things have happened. So, and there are fires now breaking out everywhere. So it feels totally bizarre to be talking about a movie, and yet, you know, it's a piece of art. Art will save us no matter what.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
They said it. She says it looks like Gaza.
right outside the home of what was the home of Miles Teller and his wife Kelly. There's a burnt out old Land Rover Discovery, it looks like, but it was a new house, a beautiful new home that they built. They're first together as a married couple. And look at this. Just unbelievable.
The people of North Carolina are
so one of the residents of the
you.
evacuated areas, our friend and our colleague Billy Bush with his press pass, he got the heartbreaking task of updating some of his friends on the status of their homes.
Billy joins us now to tell us more about this, and also we want to check in with you. Hey man, good morning. Thank you for coming on to offer some perspective.
Billy.
How are you doing? Because you were evacuated on Saturday.
Known for?
Yeah, we're back in. I'm in the valley, so Friday night was spent watching Fox 11 and watching the brilliant work of the large aerial tankers and the helicopters, and it's just incredible work that they did. And they held the line on the Mulholland Fire Road on that ridge. So nothing in Encino, certainly where I live, and so we're back in now. But all friends who live in the Palisades,
George Bush's son,
all throughout the weekend have just been like being able to drive up in there as long as you stay out of the way. And really, there's no work being done in the Palisades now. They're just, everything's simmering. But taking friends up there.
Oh, and I've
took
been
a great friend of mine yesterday.
Wow,
she got back from her. She was in Arizona, and then she got back, and seeing her house for the first time up on Via de la Paz in Palisades was just heartbreaking. So I think I know 60 people at least who lost their homes. I mean,
She wasn't good enough to make it to Aliens, unrecognizable when, especially looking at those aerial shots of what once was the Palisades and the community shops there. It is wild, man.
And Billy, it's one thing to see it on screen, but being out there and seeing the destruction in person has got to be a different feeling.
Well, you try to put together, like, we're getting hit with so much information, our phones, our televisions, we're getting constantly bombarded, social media messages, we're trying to stay up on information, we're trying to communicate with friends and all this stuff. I don't know what the cost is at the end, right? There's some kind of mental health break that needs to be. I keep trying to tell myself, put down your phone, you don't need it right now. And this terrible addiction, I just pick it right back up.
I gotta look at it while I'm brushing my teeth.
I'm on the watch duty app like crazy. I'm watching you guys when I'm when I'm
my hands are free.
So there's that we gotta reconcile with, and I think we're getting to a place where we can maybe
I was
take a
slacking
little
right now.
time to put it down. I'd encourage that with people, because I feel like there's a little bit of a cost coming in here, don't you?
No doubt about it. But I think, to your point, people just can't get enough of what's been going on, because all the stations have been on wall-to-wall coverage. There's been no regular programming. And even if you haven't been directly impacted or know someone, you're just like hooked on this. It's the biggest story right now.
And then I think about people in the country, like, remember how we felt watching Asheville, North Carolina, or watching Florida? We're like, oh, wow, geez, that must be really horrible. Oh my God, look at that. Oh, I'm sorry. And you're on to the next thing, right? They're watching us, and it's like, oh wow, LA's burning. That's like really weird. Like, because we get so much information, so much oversensitizing, and they have no idea. We're like, no. If you saw this, if you knew that we have wildlands abutting urban areas, Los Angeles is like no other city in that way. You can't explain it to people. They really, if they saw it firsthand, they would. And having seen it, for 5 days in a row, it's just mind-bending.
And Billy, I don't care how much money you have. When you're talking about your home burning down, it is an erasure of your individual history, of your history as a family, the memories that you've made in one house together, how much money that and generations that have been in some of these homes 40, 50 years.
I got a friend who snuck up into the Palisades with a pickaxe to try to get at this where his wife's jewelry was, and the rings he gave her and all the things, and she's saying, get up there, and he's like, I can't. He's trying to find his way up there because and yesterday the friend I took up into the Palisades, almost like she had lost her mind for a second. I said, what are you looking for in particular? She goes, well, it's just one little jacket that I've had. I was like,
yeah, right.
You think a jacket is going to be there? This place is incinerated. I can tell you a jacket is not going to be what made it. Maybe something metal or, brick, but they're frantically looking for things.
Yeah.
We want to ask you too, Billy, to tell us about, and the people at home, about some of the what you saw when you did go inside on this tour that you took through the area.
So this friend of mine lived about 5 houses away. I walked through Miles Teller's house. The actor Miles Teller and his wife Kelly. He lives right up there in the Palisades. That you're looking at, that was it a second ago. You're looking at, that's right there, a street called Beirut, spelled exactly as Beirut in Lebanon. And,
they really want to, dude, what the fuck? They really want people to feel sorry for them, don't
he
they?
bought this new house.
It is like Beirut.
First home for his,
wow, it's like a war zone, man.
It's just completely gone. He's got his couple old cars he had, and they're just hollowed out. So, I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's a wasteland everywhere you go. But it doesn't matter if you're a big movie star from Top Gun or you're,
That's right.
Or you're
Or
not.
you're living paycheck to paycheck in one of the mobile homes that was also incinerated. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's where my heart especially is. And Miles, I spoke to him. He's house hunting today, but there's plenty of people who are not house hunting, and that is where our hearts, our prayers, and our money goes. So let's figure where to donate there. I'm looking for the right place to make an uncomfortable donation. We should.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Right,
Appreciate
Billy.
you coming on this morning.
Thank you for your insight.
Guys, I love you. You're doing a wonderful job. Everyone across the station is doing a great job.
We love you
Really.
right back. Glad you're safe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Talk to you soon.
he wasn't ready for me to get her. Whoa. So. Fire cruise. Holographic displays. What? Holographic displays in cars that read brain waves. Yeah, on there.
Today we introduced two Honda 0 Series models.
What the?
This car's in-cabin camera sees the driver's face and actually the driver's emotional movement, everything can be recognized by the car, and the car is going to recommend what driver should do, what driver wants. It's automatically diagnosed by the car, and the car is going to suggest to the drivers, and the car is going to transform the functions by himself.
The big idea behind BMW's new panoramic iDrive is to have even more focus on the driver and on the control and what you see on the street. We want more information directly next to the street, and so we created this fantastic panoramic vision head-up display.
This
Emblem means the technology to read the brain wave.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
And we use the brain wave to prevent any distraction or stress.
AI is definitely a big theme at the show this year.
While you're driving, that's another issue.
We're seeing AI in everything. That's certainly in cars as well. Companies like Qualcomm are really pushing for more power within the car to be able to run these complicated AI agents right directly in your car. So you won't need to rely on a connection to be able to go to the cloud somewhere and ask a question. So navigation, voice interactions, that kind of thing can all be handled within the car itself.
Don't have the road rage. Breathe in now. Breathe out. That would just piss me off even more. Shut the fuck up, car. I'm allowed to be mad when I want to be. It's gonna be like that one day, though. We're slowly getting to that point to where, the the cars are all going to be autonomous and automated and talking to us and able to be cut off by the government if they want to. They're all going to have LoJack built in to where it can be tracked by the government at all times and turned off and everything. Some cars already can be. If they have North Star on board, they can be cut off remotely, and I think as well as tracked remotely. Oh. Still, Dave. Simon just did. The Bitcoin dumped down to like 91K, but apparently Saris, the dude, that guy that's always talking about Bitcoin, he's supposed to be talking soon. Whatever it's supposed to pump now. See, no, it's still at 93. Yeah, it almost went down past 90, man. They're keeping it afloat though for some reason. Keeping it over 90. Well, Simon, come here. Simon, come here. Simon.
On your sides, Christine Lazar is going to join us now with more on what local realtors are doing to find people housing and call out those bad actors. Christine?
Yeah, Jamie, with thousands displaced, it's been a mad scramble to find housing, and a group of local realtors started noticing that an alarming number of listings had their prices recently raised, often by thousands of dollars. And I'm joined now live by Lauren Ravitz of Berkshire Hathaway and Samira Tapia from Compass.
And
Samira, I want to start with you. You looked at 400 rentals and saw that 147 of them had increased their prices.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Since January 7th, so since the fires, we looked into this deeply, and I looked at the data just to really understand it. It really started when one of our clients who had lost everything. Their house had burned down to the ground, and they were driving over to see a rental, and we were looking at the price history, and we're absolutely shocked. Later that evening, it just really didn't sit right with me, and so I ended up going on the MLS and running that data.
And what kind of increases are you seeing?
We are seeing, so most of the increases were over 10%, all the way up to 81%.
81%. Mm-hmm. Now, Lauren, I know you've kind of dropped everything and you're trying to help people find housing. What kind of hurdles are these fire victims facing when they're trying to find a place for them to move into?
Well, I think the biggest hurdle is the unknown, right? They don't know if they can go back to their home that's still standing. Baby. They don't know what their cap rate is for their insurability, so they don't know if they should be signing 6-month leases, 1-year leases, and then on top of the lack of inventory in the market, the competitive nature, the price gouging, it's just all encompassing.
And I want you to tell me about, when you're trying to track down these rentals, how quickly are they going?
Very quick. We were at a showing yesterday that had, I think, 17 appointments.
You guys can count on me to pen out all the titties.
Everyone is there and they know each other because we're working with mainly the Palisades victims and the victims, and we can't, it's just impossible.
Is there going to be enough housing to go around for both the Palisades and the Eaton, and then people also who just don't want to return to these areas because they don't think it's safe?
I think it really remains to be seen from what I've seen, and Samira, you can speak to it. I think there's a lot of pivoting going on. I think there's homes that haven't sold that are now considering leasing. Airbnb owners are canceling on their prospective future reservations to make way for victims, and people are just pivoting to other areas and considering other options.
Airbnb, dude.
What advice would you have for those
why
who are
Airbnb did that. Is that it? I heard Airbnb is putting people up for free, right? Okay, so hear me out. So are they subsidizing this whole thing for a tax write-off so that they don't lose clients? They don't lose Airbnbs to people moving into the houses rather than using them, because Airbnb doesn't make any money if the house is no longer on Airbnb. And if the person takes it off the market and sells it, it's probably not going to go back there. Those people are going to be living in that house now. And now that's one less really profitable property for Airbnb. And so that's why they're trying to like help people. It's so that they don't lose business. They don't lose their properties. And since they're doing it as a donation, they probably get most of it back through tax write-offs, because they pay taxes. They pay a shit ton of taxes, so they can get the most write-offs. The more you pay, the more you can get in write-offs. Interesting. What happened, Bill? What? What your loss? Talking about. Oh.
Looking, how do you not be victimized all over again when it comes to price gouging?
There are hundreds of real estate agents in Los Angeles who are working for free in order to help victims find homes. Most of us really didn't work leasing before, so this is all new to us as well. But we are helping as many people find things as possible. An important thing is we as realtors have information that regular people don't. We can look up to make sure that a rental is really owned by someone specific, to make sure that it's a real rental. Also, you can take a look at the price history and see if the price has been changed since January 7th. That's a good indicator. There is some nuance to this. Sometimes the price has been raised for a good reason, such as perhaps they have now a furnishings package included.
Ooh,
and furnishing, especially a larger home, can be thousands and thousands of dollars, so that's justified. And in some cases, an additional structure has been included, such as maybe they're now including the ADU, because what we've really found is there are very limited rentals for multi-generational larger families.
And Lauren, one more question for you. I know you've just been making these spreadsheets with all these different properties that you're seeing. You're not making money off of this. You're doing this to help, your fellow Angelinos. If people can't find a listing, what's a good way to find something that maybe isn't, online?
Well, I mean, obviously we're hearing through word of mouth people who are giving up their back houses, or people that are moving to a second home or to another location to give that up. But I think that, as Samira said, not everything is on the MLS. They are on third-party sites. So we, with 150 agents, we call ourselves the Lady Realtors. We had this internal list that we're just circulating and really just sending the consumer direct to the Realtor S's then, because our goal is to, just Officer find people a home.
All right. Actress. And it's amazing what you guys are doing. I think this is, we keep saying it, it's an unprecedented time. We're all pivoting. I know you guys don't usually do leases, but this is what you're doing. And, hopefully we rebuild and we move forward, but it's going to take some time. So thank you for joining us on the air this morning.
Money so she can start off as a realtor, or what?
And her efforts to call out price gouging. Also, Lauren has lots of lists on her social media.
Enjoy yourself.
For those
Hope you like your new hobby.
Housing, they both do. You can just go to our website, kcal.com, and click on Scene on.
You like their pants? Like plastic pants. Dude, where is the fire news? What is this guy talking about?
No more can we tolerate this. And if you're an elected official, shame on you for not standing up and doing something different.
Hey, this guy's
we can
mad.
no longer let our children die at the senseless act of idiots on the street.
This is the dude that
We're begging
stabbed
everybody
somebody.
to do the right thing and protect our children.
It was a
It's unacceptable.
a black dude, wasn't it?
With that being said, I
like
want to bring up somebody
Middle
who's going to
Eastern
talk about
looking dude.
recidivism and what can be done.
But they had let him back out.
President, I'm bringing up
And he stabbed like a random 14-year-old. Like just some random kid. New York is getting.
My name is Norman Seabrook.
New York is the craziest. It's Gotham, dude.
Of the New York City Correctional Officers Benevolent Association.
It doesn't make any sense anymore out there. California's not as crazy as New York.
When a wife loses her husband, she is called.
I'd definitely be more nervous walking around New York.
When a husband loses his wife, he is a widower. When a mother loses her child, she has nothing but dreams.
Late at night.
Don't let his dream die. The recidivism rate,
no cops in sight,
is out of control. All of these elected officials that voted for this should be ashamed of themselves, and the blood is on your hands because you allowed this to happen. The governor that signed the bill, he allowed this to happen. This is not something that's going to go away just by us pulling down the shade and making believe it doesn't exist. It exists every single day in our communities throughout the 5 boroughs of the city of New York. Yet no one wants to do anything or say anything, and no one wants to take blame for it. Well, I'm here to tell you that it's your fault. If the assembly passed it, it's your fault. If the Senate passed it, it's your fault. And if the governor signed it, it's your fault. Because no child should have to die at the hands of someone that does not get the help that they are required to have so that they can live a productive life. We continue to kick the can down the road. We're running out of road here, ladies and gentlemen. The road has come to an end. Something has to be done. And until we stand up and say no more, are we going to allow these people to continue to vote for them, put them in office, and every 4 years, every 2 years, they come to you and they say, vote for me. Well, take a look at our community. Why do we keep voting for you and you're not doing a damn thing for us?
They're finally learning.
Why do we keep supporting you and all we get is lip service? You see this little man here? I don't want him dead. I don't want to have to knock on his mother's door and say, oh, I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your baby. You know what? At the end of the day, do something, or it's time for you to go. The jails, I understand jails, worked in jails, been in jail, but at the end of the day, something's got to give because they deserve to be treated like humans. Stop warehousing these individuals. Give them the help that they need. Give them the help that is required so that they can try to become productive members of society as opposed to just becoming a number. Thank you. God bless you. Long live his dream. Long live his dream.
He had me till the very end there. Like, they do give these people training.
So we're watching here a youth rally being held after a
suspect
locked up
was arrested, have an opportunity to better themselves. It's what they choose to do with their time while they're in there.
I want to give some background to this entire story and showcase this post on X from Congressman Richie Torres, who does represent the Bronx in New York. So this is a photo of Caleb Rios, and Richie here says in the post, Caleb, an innocent young teenager from the Bronx, was stabbed to death in a random act of violence. Rios was simply standing alone in the sidewalk when Waldo Mejia ambushed him and savagely stabbed him twice in the chest.
Is he a migrant?
Fleeing the scene. So according to police and reporting from our partners at Fox 5 in New York, the 14-year-old, again, was standing on a corner outside the Mitchell houses in Mott Haven on Friday morning when the attacker approached him and seemingly unprovoked stabbed him. The teen was found unconscious and taken to Lincoln Hospital, where he was pronounced dead.
He's a migrant, but
that suspect being a 29-year-old Waldo Mejia. He has been charged with second-degree murder, first-degree manslaughter, and criminal possession of a weapon in the 4th degree. We do want to step away for another commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. So we're going to continue to show you more of these live press conferences and events being held across the country and around the world, while also continuing to bring you updates regarding the deadly wildfires that are burning in parts of Los Angeles County. We do have this live picture there in Altadena, California, as we can see all of the devastation left behind. We'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, it is. In the military, good dick top dog. Wanna be a tranny tonight. Join the Navy. See the world. See the world. See the world. See the world. For the military. See the world. See the world. Get your dick chopped off. Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? Do you wanna be a tranny tonight? That's tux number 2 there. Oh, it's good to know that he's not locked up in a pound somewhere. And tugs. Second. Really sad. What y'all? I don't know what that's going. Dog.
Welcome back, and thanks for sticking with us here at Live Now from Fox throughout this Monday, as I want to turn our attention once again to the wildfires in Los Angeles County. We are expecting some more strong winds to roll through the area starting tomorrow morning. That's Tuesday at 4 a.m. according to the National Weather Service in Los Angeles. We do have this live picture out of Altadena, California. As we know, 92,000 people still under mandatory evacuation orders at this time. But that number, again, it could change as we see how these weather conditions play out over the next several hours. I want to circle back to that briefing that we had earlier on today featuring LA County and city officials, including the sheriff of LA County, also the police chief of LAPD, and LA's Mayor Karen Bass, as they brought us the latest regarding this response to the fires and what we can expect over the next several days. Let's watch.
So good morning. My name is Fire Chief Anthony Maroney of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. Welcome to our One Voice press conference with LA City and LA County leadership. The Eaton fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 33% containment. We gained no acreage yesterday, which is a very good thing. We know that over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and we have 3,408 firefighting personnel assigned to the incident.
Maybe not.
26% of our damage inspections for dwellings have been completed. Impacted residents may visit recovery.lacounty.gov to view preliminary maps showing damage assessments. Please note that the preliminary maps have been posted and are being updated daily. If there is not a color icon on your address, it means the building has not yet been inspected. Severe fire weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please be assured that all fire departments and all law enforcement agencies in the area will be prepared. The anticipated winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in all of Los Angeles County critical. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I did want to dispel one rumor. The LA County Fire Department has never turned down any offers for mutual aid assistance and resources. Repopulation will not occur until all areas are safe. Additionally, our CL-415 Super Scooper that was damaged because of a drone incursion is reportedly going to be flying tomorrow morning. It has been repaired, and we're waiting for the FAA to give us approval to fly again. Thank you to Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for your unwavering leadership and continued support throughout this unprecedented disaster. And finally, to all the Los Angeles County residents affected by this catastrophe, please be assured your firefighters continue to work towards full containment of these wildfires from the air and on the ground. We stand alongside each of you as you begin the repopulation of evacuated areas when safe and the rebuilding of your homes, your communities, and your lives. Thank you.
Well, the new two are taking the day off, man.
Good morning, everyone. Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'll just start off with just a moment to share with everybody out there that's been impacted by these wildland fires that the entire LAFD family, sworn civilian, our city family, Mayor Bass, city leadership, everybody, our thoughts and hearts and prayers go out to you as we continue to push forward and mitigate this emergency. We understand the impacts, and we're working and will continue to work very, very, very hard for everyone. Another point I want to make is that also we are so very grateful for the firefighters and the first responders that have already arrived and continue to arrive in the Southern California region. We absolutely know that we cannot do this on our own, and we are tremendously appreciative of all of your continued support. As the increasing wind event is upon us as we speak, the Los Angeles City Fire Department has maximized our resource capabilities and response capabilities. All available LAFD resources have been staffed. I have strategically pre-positioned engine strike teams and task forces which are dedicated to rapid response for any new fire that breaks out in the city. In addition, I've directed the Fire Prevention Bureau to augment wildfire patrols in high hazard areas. The Palisades fire, your LAFD remains committed to this fire, and we have a significant number of engines that have been dedicated to this fire. The crews that are involved, we have crews from up and down the state, outside of the state, have made excellent work overnight, mopping up flare-ups and hotspots. Their primary focus last night was on the Mandeville Canyon area, and this fire is now at 23,713 acres with 14% containment, with 5,123 personnel assigned to the Palisades incident. Firefighters will continue to work diligently throughout the day to increase containment and prevent further fire spread. Again, I want to focus my comments on the amount of resources that are here in the Palisades, from the first responders all the way up to our incident command teams. Again, we're going to keep working really hard for you. Just a brief comment on the Hearst fire. It's been held to 799 acres with 95% containment. Again, thank you to the community members that are out there for remaining vigilant. We are not in the clear. I want to make sure of that. We are not in the clear as of yet,
there, front of the store there. Ooh, it's a very tempting fire door. Let's see if she blocked that. She's older, but I think her companion's younger. Let's see where she went with this one.
And left a lot of food there. Mess. That plate's a fucking mess. Now I think the wind dried out the top layer a lot, so it made like a crust on top. Yeah. That food takes some work to eat now. Yeah, that's the cute one. Tuck's the one that's no longer around. He was kind of like the. I thought he was cute. Most people would probably consider him less attractive. I think he was cuter than that one though.
Well, what happened is now, let's say there's a fire, and they open their door, and now your cart's right there. Dude, they're gonna.
Concept, bro.
Can I get you a sticker,
Awesome,
sir?
bro.
Thank you for stopping.
Get a sticker, man.
Imagine there's a fire. You come to open the door, boom. And you're like, ah! Thanks for stopping. Thanks for stopping.
He's at Costco.
Oh, yeah. She was sweet, though. And she took it right back to the front of the store. Again, right there with it. Well, she didn't. She kind of dumped it off. But that beats fire.
Of course she dumped it off.
All right, now. Uh-oh, Narcoteer. Where's she headed? It's going to be a curbing. Oh, just, no. Okay, it's rolling away, huh?
Why the fuck did he do that?
Ooh. Cart returns right down there, by the way. Come on, what's going on over here? Thank you, sir. Okay, well, that's okay. I'll let you unload, and you can fix your problem. Thank you. Awesome. Sorry. Well, that's just bare. That's a really advanced level curbing, meaning that it's just the bare minimum. Because she knew it was going to roll away, and she had an armful of bottles there. So when she comes back around, I'll actually take this for her because she showed that she was. Or did she? Shows she was. Remorseful. I don't know that she did. I'm gonna have to kind of replay what I just said in my head. Did I say I'll take it for you? No, I said let you come back and fix your problem, right? I mean, I might be wrong. Nobody has perfect memory. But if she does indeed pull out, oh, she's getting a lazy bones magnet. That's for sure. Yeah, that's where we're going. Illegal tin on the windows too.
What's up, man?
Well, what's up is this lazy bone was alerted to her problem.
Oh.
Yeah, she dumped it out barely on the curb.
Oh, man.
Now it's blocking part of the driving area. It could easily roll off.
Can you please take that off my car?
Yes, ma'am. I'd be happy to do that if you would please take your cart back where it belongs. Oh, we didn't even. I only got halfway through my sentence. She made a request. I'm sorry?
Can you please take this off my car?
Oh, yeah, maybe you didn't hear me. I said, yes, I'd be happy to do that as soon as you leave take your cart off the curb where you left it in the way. See where that guy is? That's a cart return.
Okay, are you hired by...
Now, why does that make any difference in the world whatsoever?
Because you're harassing me, sir.
Now, what am I doing to you that's harassment? Who are we talking to on the phone there?
I'm going to call the police.
By the way, that's not hands-free driving. That's illegal in this state. And calling the police to make false reports is also illegal in every state. Oh, we're going to crank some jams, aren't we?
Sorry. What the fuck?
Well, thank you for being nice. Well, unfortunately, I can't have a blessed day because you've cursed us all with your lazy bones.
Can you please leave me alone?
Well, see, that's the thing is you left everybody else not alone. There's a magnet for you by leaving your cart out there.
Yes, now, with the magnets.
What is going on with a bad drive? That's a lie. That's a lie. She's harassing everybody first by leaving her cart out. Now she's trying to play the victim.
Is she coming back around?
That means, ma'am, you're a liar.
Dude.
Again, not hands-free. Which you can argue, oh, I'm good enough. I can handle my phone calls, but I don't know. Maybe that needs to be a spin-off, distracted driving narcs. Because yes, it's illegal. It's the police who will write you a ticket, but I think there's so many people who just skate by in life without. Uh-oh, are we gonna get a drive and toss? Oh, yes, we are.
It's okay. Don't trip. My husband is on the way. Tell your dad to come.
Is your husband gonna put the cart back for you? Oh, now you littered. Here's a litter bug magnet. No, I'm not.
He just hit your car.
No, I didn't, ma'am. I placed a magnet on there very gently. What she did is she left her cart.
Your eyebrows look nice. You ugly girl.
She left her cart out. Oh, now she's getting. Is that? Well, that lazy bone's only heard half the story. Where's she going? Oh, now she's doing a Yui. Watch out, sir. She's a very big lazy bones.
Oh, she was a tell on him at Costco, I bet.
Let me get you a sticker right here real quick. Thank you for being a good dude. Don't you hate it when you're driving around and people leave their carts in your way? That's what she did. Thank you, sir. Yeah, she reconsidered. She's now, she's gonna go tell the store on me, I guess. Or she's gonna leave through a different exit. Again, she could have taken the magnet. But it's the classic, oh, he's harassing. Could I have been any more polite and sweet, Narketeers? What's she doing now? She could be gone, out that. And now she's gonna double, I wouldn't call it, now you call it double parking. Well, she's now parked in the fire lane. Oh, she's got the emergency flags, flashers on. By the way, now if this guy wants to pull out, he has to go wider around because she's so lazy.
Dude, and if one puts it there, then they all start putting it there. They think that that's cart return all of a sudden. There'll be like 10 carts there all of a sudden, taking up half of the lane. Literally half the lane. I took a picture of it. One recently, and I was like, what? Let's see if I can bring it up fast.
She's yelling at somebody.
Cart narc.
How you doing, sir? She's now doing the classic, loudly vocalizing. She's now screaming. Yeah, she's parked in the fire lane now for some reason. I don't know why. Really bad news. Static cling.
This is my local Costco. Look at the carts. That's not the cart return, but they have them jetted out all the way into the fucking. Oh, now you can see better. Wait, let me. Okay, so there's where the return is, okay? This is the return. There's plenty of room in it. You can push those forward even to make more room. This is how close the fucking carts are to the return. Just jetted all into the side of the. Because there was a little indention right there, so they figure that's where the carts go. All the carts go there, not just one. That orange thing, the regular cart. Somebody left their trash in a box right there, or of a box. They didn't feel like taking that with them. Somebody left their banana peel there. Fucking dick, like who, like that? Well, this is what it looks like from the other angle. Like, things right over there, man. Multiple of them. And then right next to that was another one, actually. We're all really used to. There was a thing, and then there was those two carts there, taking up those two spaces. And then a couple spaces down from my car to the right, there was another cart taking up a different parking space. So 3 different parking spaces taken up with carts also, plus that jetted out into the... Makes me happy just to be leaving Costco at that point when I'm seeing that. I appreciate seeing that when I'm leaving and not when I get there. I'm mad right when I get there. Oh shit.
A new hack and data breach by Russian cyber criminals is threatening the private information of millions of people around the world. Gravy Analytics, one of the largest companies that tracks Americans' data, in particular through smartphone location data collected from widely used mobile apps like games and dating apps, was hacked last week. The full-scale breach is not yet known, but an alleged hacker posted a gigabyte's worth of data on a Russian-language cybercrime forum last week and threatened to share terabytes unless Gravy Analytics paid a ransom. The amount of ransom was not specified, and the post has since been removed, raising suspicion among analysts that Gravy complied. Cybersecurity experts who downloaded the information before it was removed and analyzed it have said the hack appears to have been authentic. Gravy's parent company, Unicast, which has an office in Norway, has not publicly acknowledged the breach in America. But Norwegian broadcaster NRK reported Saturday it had disclosed the breach with Norway's data protection authorities as required under the country's law. Last month, the Federal Trade Commission accused Gravy Analytics and its subsidiary, Ventel, of illegally collecting and selling Americans' location data. The FTC said some of the people Gravy tracked were monitored going into sensitive locations like government buildings, health clinics, and places of worship. Stay up to date on all your latest tech headlines by downloading the Straight Arrow News app.
What am I up to on my dislikes on that Reddit post? We're getting up there. I at least have hit 100 downvotes. 53, that's it. Rookie numbers. -35 on the other one. -35, -3. I could do better than that. They didn't ban me.
Thank you very much. Gabriella Border with Reuters. Do you have an estimate on how many people are going to be coming into town between Saturday's demonstration and Monday's inauguration?
White neighbors.
Do you have any idea
No, that was from a
many
different. That was from
residents are
Long
going to be
Beach.
leaving town during that period?
Long Beach did ban me for that one.
I don't know how many residents are going to be leaving town. It is a holiday weekend, so I would expect that it will be similar numbers of personal travel on that weekend. So let me just ask the chief to
I don't even think I have any white neighbors.
Any other estimates from the permits that we have on hand.
I was totally prejudiced against
Chief
that.
Major spoke to a number that he's aware of ticketed event totals, but beyond that, we don't get in the business of estimating how many people. We look at the data that we have for people who have
Is she
tickets
looking
and
like
the
a
like.
Palestinian right now?
So we do have on January 20th approximately about 12 First Amendment activities. One in particular on the 19th is the People's March, which we have an estimate of about, initially the permit said about 50,000 people. I think as of today, we're looking at about maybe 25,000 or less. We will be prepared. We've dealt with this group size before during the last inauguration. I think it was called the Women's March at that time, and now it's the People's March. And we will be prepared. And that's the largest event with respect to numbers of people coming into the city. Again, we don't have numbers, but we will be prepared to address any large groups that come to our city.
And between the People's March and the large crowds of Trump supporters that are going to be coming into the city, are you aware of any counter-protests or potential for tension between these groups of people, and what measures specifically are you taking to ensure that everyone can voice their thoughts safely in a very politically volatile weekend?
Well, as I've stated before, we want people to come and voice their opinion safely. We have our civil disturbance unit. Every team will be activated here across the city. As I stated before, we have approximately 4,000 law enforcement officers who are providing support here in the city. And we also have the opportunity, we have the Council of Government, where we are an association of police chiefs in this region. So if there's any support that we need, we know how to break glass and ask for those resources in a very quick and swift manner.
I'm sorry, winning.
prioritizes giving communities effective. The Hartford, Tokyo Marine Insurance, Trans-Pacific Insurance Company, and Travelers. What do all these have in common? They've either stopped writing homeowners coverage, they limited their goals, not solvent and sustainable insurance industry hurts all Californians for the rebuild of our future. Without insurance, there's no mortgage loan. Without a mortgage loan, there's no place to call home for the majority of Californians. There's a time for accountability and blame, but today, with the fire still raging, recovery efforts starting, loss of 24 lives so far, and over 12,000 structures lost. Structures meaning homes where memories were made with family at Christmas. The notches in the door frames where you measured your child's height each year. Businesses that provided jobs and income to people in our community being destroyed. Our houses of worship and our schools. Structure seems like such a cold word when you think about what that word really means. We have serious discussions about a solvent and sustainable private insurance industry and policies that reduce or mitigate the risk of our wildfires, no matter who's opposed to it. We need to address the immediate needs of Californians, including permanently eliminating red tape and expedited cleanup and recovery and rebuild for all Californians affected by wildfires from the northern part of our state to the southern part. That's why I stand here with my colleagues today to call on the governor for a special session to address these issues. Those impacted by these fires are in need of all the support that they can get, and I would encourage you to donate to the recovery efforts if you are able. Additionally, please continue to pray for all the affected families and our first responders that are bravely fighting on the front lines. I stand with my colleagues to call on this special session because California needs real solutions, and they need bipartisan solutions. You can't make good legislation in a vacuum. You can't make good legislation introducing language on Friday and taking it up on Monday. It needs to be transparent, and a full discussion needs to take place, and that's why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And next, I'd like to invite up my colleague, Assemblyman Greg Wallace.
Thank you, Leader Gallagher. First off, I don't have the words to express the sorrow and despair I feel when I see the images coming out of LA, and we're all here to offer our full support to every person in this fight and their recovery. I've been proud of California's goals and aspirations to fight climate change, but our priorities are wrong, and I'm here to say that we need to change them immediately. California cannot solve climate change on its own. These massive urban wildfires are here for years to come. We didn't take the lessons from the 2017 Tubbs fire and apply them. We ignored the future after the Camp Fire in 2018 that destroyed paradise. And here we are with countless lives devastated and billions of dollars of loss in Los Angeles. We must do better. We need to turn to prepare and mitigate wildfire threats to our existing homes, businesses, schools, and places of worship. Using a combination of tax credits, tax deductions, grants, and loans, we can help Californians retrofit homes and buildings to withstand wildfires. If an ember gets into a home, it turns the home into fuel in the same way debris on the forest floor is. We need to encourage innovation to come up with new ways to build and retrofit homes and buildings that withstand wildfire. We must end the cycle of burning and rebuilding. Californians deserve to have safe places for their families, their businesses, their schools, and their places of worship. And by the way, a place where their pets are safe too. This has to be our top priority, and Californians are looking for leaders committed to this goal, and that's why we're here calling for a special session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. And now I'd like to invite up a new Assembly Member who has been working in her community for quite some time, Assembly Member Leticia Castillo.
Thank you, Leader Gallagher. Ahorita los legisladores demócratas en Sacramento tienen todo el poder para mejorar las vidas de todos, pero no lo hacen. Los recientes incendios en el sur de California nos afectan a todos, y la causa es por un liderazgo incompetente. California ha tenido décadas de gobierno demócrata. que ha priorizado agendas climáticas extremas en vez de proteger a nuestra seguridad. Esto debe cambiar por bien de nuestras comunidades. Es por eso que estoy pidiendo una sesión especial para abordar la negligencia que nos ha llevado a este punto. Y al gobernador Newsom le pido sinceramente que convoque una sesión especial. Si no toma estas medidas, me veré obligada para presentar esta carta pidiendo que se renuncie inmediatamente. For those who didn't understand the last part, I'm calling on Governor Newsom to resign from office if he does not convene this special session immediately.
Thank you, Assembly Member. And next we have up from our caucus a man who's spent a lot of time in this, spent time in the fire service himself, fighting these fires, and who, as a legislator, has been at the forefront of fighting for these changes as well. Assemblymember Heath Flora.
Thank you, Leader Gallagher, and just want to spend our condolences to the folks in LA, and these are horrific times. I just want to just briefly educate all of us on three things that sustain fire. It's fire science, it's oxygen, it's ignition, and it's fuel. Take any one of those away, fire goes out. One of those things that we can control is the fuel, is vegetation management. And over the last decade, we have done a terrific job doing so. The state of California in our SRA has about 31 million acres. That's in our SRA. Roughly 27 million of that is in high-risk and very high-risk fire zones. Currently, through GGRF funds, there's only $200 million to deal with this. We do not have the time to waste. We have the ability to fix this. The men and women of CAL FIRE do an incredible job, and it's time that we give them the resources that they need to combat this, or we're going to continue to have these press conferences year and year to come. It's unbelievably frustrating. We know the men and women that fight these fires every day, they know how to stop them. Now, we as elected officials have to give them the resources to do just that. I look forward to having that conversation when the governor calls our special session. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, as maybe some of you know, there was a commitment to doing 500,000 acres a year in treatment. There was a partnership actually between the state and the federal government that the governor was proud to announce when it came out. We have gotten nowhere near meeting those goals. And a lot of it is because funding needs to be much more sufficient than it is right now. But it's also about removing the bureaucracy and some of the environmental laws that stand in the way. CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, has been a blockade to doing these fuels projects. Berry Creek in my district burned when it had a reduction project ready to move forward. Had to wait 18 more months for a CEQA review. It burned down in the North Complex fire in the meantime. We, as Republicans, have continually introduced legislation to exempt fuel reduction projects for vulnerable communities from CEQA, only to have our bills not heard. That needs to end now. It's time to make these reforms so that we can do that vital fuels reduction work in our wildlands, in our forested lands. So next up, I would like to invite up my fellow colleague, Assemblywoman Lori Davies.
Good afternoon. My name is Assemblymember Lori Davies, and I have the honor of representing a Southern California district that is no stranger to wildfires. Just a few years ago in my district was the scene of a coastal fire. And just like the scenes playing out in Pacific Palisades, our first responders were the true heroes on these fire fronts. I'm here today because, like my colleagues, I believe we need a special session to address our looming insurance crisis, but also review our environmental mitigation and adaptation efforts and strategies. We have to remember that while there is a natural disaster, it is also a human tragedy. People have lost their lives and their livelihoods. We must show compassion and understanding when we talk about the people affected by this tragedy. One of the things we must prioritize is giving communities affected by wildfires the appropriations and aid community services, especially when it comes to infrastructure to rebuilding California. When businesses and people rebuild, they need resources and grants to help make sure future structures are hardened and fire resistant. As a legislative minority, it is our job to be watchdogs for the Californians when our friends across the aisle attempt to divert funds to projects that have nothing to do with wildfire mitigation. We want to be helpful partners to the Speaker and his team in preparing our state for any future disasters. If the state needs an example of how to be prepared, they should be looking to San Diego, who has done an exceptional job over the last decade investing in things like vegetation management, reducing forest overgrowth, and acquiring water conservation technologies such as Healy hydrants. The people of California deserve accountability and transparency, and our state leaders and agencies. We ask for a special session. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. And now a new member to our caucus, Assembly Member Carl DeMaio.
There are very few issues in California that can bring Democrat voters and Republican voters and everyone in between together, united. Californians today stand united, wishing the best to these communities for speedy recovery. But I also believe that Californians also stand united on a very important issue of accountability. Why were we not better prepared for this disaster? All Californians are asking that question. And if the media is not asking that question every single cycle until you get the answer, you're not doing your job. Part of convening a special session is not just to take up the common sense reforms that this caucus is offering on wildland fire preparedness and response. But the other important duty of a special session is to convene oversight hearings to demand answers to questions that the public deserves to know the answers to. Governor Gavin Newsom has been asked repeatedly by members of your colleagues in the media simple questions. Members of the public have chased the governor down to his car, asking him simple questions. He's given them nothing but evasion and, yes, frankly, dishonesty. I do not believe that we are going to get to the truth if we leave the investigation in the hands of Governor Gavin Newsom and other state and local politicians. That is why today my office sent a letter to President-elect Donald Trump, his senior transition advisors, his appointees as nominees to various cabinet departments, as well as the chairman of the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee and the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. In my letter, I asked them for a federal investigation into a number of failures by state and local politicians on these fire disasters. Specifically in the letter, I asked that the President sign an executive order requesting the following agencies open investigations, both from a programmatic standpoint, but also potentially from a criminal standpoint. First, why do California regulations prohibit proper brush management by individual homeowners? And why do state and local government agencies fail to properly maintain public lands? Second, why was there inadequate water supply to fight the fires, both in the form of dry reservoirs and fire hydrants that could not properly service firefighters? Third, why does California have an insurance crisis that has gone unaddressed for the past 5 years as it has gotten worse? Fifth, the failure of government utility groups to shut off power properly well after the outbreak of the fires. And finally, the failure by local government to properly staff and manage its fire department. Now, there are other questions that are being raised that the federal government can weigh in on. But I do not believe that if we leave it in the hands of the governor, I do not believe that we will get honest answers. I'm calling on my Democratic colleagues. Our entire caucus would like to work with our colleagues to give answers to our constituents, to demand answers of state and local officials. The only way that can happen is if we have a dedicated, focused special session with committees tasked with doing proper oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember. And next, my colleague, Assemblymember Diane Dixon.
Good afternoon. I'm Diane Dixon, representing Assembly District 72 in Orange County and the coastal and inland communities. As you're hearing today, we are frustrated. Time and time again, we have the same conversations in Sacramento regarding wildfires. And every time there is a wildfire, it seems very little actually happens to address the problem. How many more times must we have the same conversation when it comes to mitigating the potential for fires in our state? According to the data provided by CAL FIRE, 13 of the largest wildfires in California, 7 of the deadliest wildfires, and 15 of the most destructive in the state's history have occurred since 2015, in the last 10 years. Something must be done. No longer can we continue on this current course. Lives are being lost as we speak, and our hearts go out to the families and the victims of these fires, and our gratitude goes to those first responders from all over the country and other countries.
For the charges that were filed, those are really important to send the message to the people out there that are not only thinking about going up there and victimizing the properties, but the stuff that may come after this in the form of scams. You're not going to get away with it. And this team is not going to let you get away with it. And for the residents of Los Angeles, on behalf of our police chief, I just wanted to tell the residents of Los Angeles, this team has your back. We have patrols up in the hills right now while the evacuation orders are in place to make sure that your properties are safe. And as you can see with the investigation, when we get evidence of a crime, we leave no stone unturned, and we find people, and we will bring them to justice and hand them over to the district attorney.
They went ahead and committed first-degree residential burglary and looting during an emergency and evacuation situation in a house in Mandeville Canyon. They have been charged with first-degree residential burglary. They've been charged with looting. They've been charged with grand theft. They stole over $200,000, as been alleged by the charging documents. And by the way, with respect to the charges I'm going to announce, please know this: the charges themselves are not evidence. Every one that I'm going to describe today is presumed guilty until and unless they are proven their guilt is proven by the government beyond a reasonable doubt.
Presumed innocent.
I'm sorry? Presumed innocent. Excuse me. Presumed innocent. Thank you for the change. Presumed innocent until and unless their guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So back with Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell.
In office not so long ago.
They went ahead and committed these crimes, and when they committed these crimes, as you're going to see on this TV screen right here to my left, it was caught on a Ring camera. If you can play that as we're speaking. And the LAPD, through, again, such impressive investigation, worked with various leads and tracked Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell to an apartment in Koreatown. Surveillance was then conducted. When they attempted to leave, they were then apprehended, and a number of these stolen items from that residence was found with Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell. Mr. Peoples is is committed 2 prior violent or serious felonies. This is his third. As a potential 3-strike person, he is looking at life in prison. And Mr. Bell as a second strike individual will be looking at 22 years and 8 months in prison if convicted. Mr. Coleman accompanied Mr. Bell and Mr. Peoples out of that apartment building in Koreatown, went into a second car. And when Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell were stopped, that second car, driven by Mr. Coleman, kept going. It went through a light. It crashed into another vehicle. That innocent person in the other vehicle suffered a concussion. So Mr. Coleman has been charged with 1 count felony hit and run causing great bodily injury. As also a potential third strike case, he is looking at a maximum sentence of life in prison. The second case that we'll talk about involves Rudy Salazar and Lucia Hilrara Perez. They had been charged with 2 counts each of first-degree residential burglary in connection with an Altadena looting incident. On the night of, again, January 8th, they went ahead and entered 2 different houses in the Altadena area, stealing property in each of the houses, and they were apprehended by the police. And they are looking at 6 years maximum on each one of the residential burglary counts. The third set of charges is against Roy Sims, Ryan Sims, Naquan Dewey Reddix, and Pierre O'Bannon. They are each charged with 1 count of first-degree residential burglary in connection with their crimes, where they went into a house in Altadena in the early morning hours and stole a variety of different personal property from the owners of that house. If we can show some of that property and the burglary tools that were seized. No. We do not have that. Among the property that you'll see that was stolen in that particular incident was actually the Emmy Award of the resident who lived there. That was, the police worked incredibly quickly in that situation, stopped these individuals, and were able to apprehend them and recover most of the stolen property. The fourth incident is an arson incident in which Jose Gerardo Escobar has been charged.
No! Not going to do anything. Yes. No!
This is an incident that occurred in Azusa, where Mr. Escobar has been charged with 3 different arson charges. He is looking at 9 years in state prison. This is arson that occurred at Pioneer Park in the city of Azusa. It was investigated by the Azusa Police Department, who acted very effectively and very efficiently in apprehending Mr. Escobar. Mr. Escobar, as well, has been not only has been charged, but he is set for arraignment today. So again, with respect to all these charges, as I said before, these charges are not evidence, and they are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But this shows the effectiveness of law enforcement. So when I said, and I have been saying over the past couple days, the question is not if, but when you will be caught if you engage in these crimes. The 10 charges, or 10 different individuals that have been charged today, are evidence of that fact. And the warning shot remains. Do not go ahead and engage in looting, engage in internet scams, engage in price gouging. Do not violate evacuation orders. And do not commit any of these crimes in which people are trying to profit from the tragedy of the people who have suffered from these various fires. What I'd like to now do is introduce both Los Angeles Police Department Assistant Chief Blake Chow and Los Angeles Police Department Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton to provide further words.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Blake Chow, it's BLAKECHOW. You know, I just want to say on behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, if you've followed this whole incident, all week we've been standing together as a regional team. The sheriff, district attorney, thank you, Mr. Hockman, city attorney, supervisors, city council members, because the only way we're going to have an impact and keep our community safe is if we stand together and we operate as a team. And I will tell you, in the Palisades area and the fires that we've experienced in Los Angeles, isn't it bad enough we have 40,000 people potentially that have been evacuated from an area, and then we get a handful of people that want to come up with activity to go victimize them. It's not enough that they have to worry about their properties and rebuilding and things like that, but now they would have to worry about criminals coming up there and taking advantage of them. So I want to really applaud our district attorney, and I also, for the charges that were filed, those are really important to send the message to the people out there that are not only thinking about going up there and victimizing the properties, but the stuff that may come after this in the form of scams. You're not going to get away with it, and this team is not going to let you get away with it. And for the residents of Los Angeles, on behalf of our police chief, I just wanted to tell the residents of Los Angeles, this team has your back. We have patrols up in the hills right now while the evacuation orders are in place to make sure that your properties are safe. And as you can see with the investigation, when we get evidence of a crime, we leave no stone unturned, and we find people and we will bring them to justice and hand them over to the district attorney. So again, on behalf of the city of Los Angeles, thank you for this team. This is really the one way that we're going to ensure that this region is safe, and the people that live in our region are going to be able to come back to some sort of semblance of their normal lives. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Alan Hamilton, Chief of Detectives, Los Angeles Police Department. I want to first acknowledge the dangerous and difficult work that's been done by our brothers and sisters in the fire service, especially our Los Angeles Fire Department employees, and our Los Angeles Police Department officers and employees, both sworn and civilian, who stood shoulder to shoulder with our firefighters from all over the United States and the world, really, to help fight this fire and bring justice to these individuals who are being victimized again. A couple of things on the investigative side. So for the individuals that were involved in the burglary up in the canyon, our investigation started immediately upon report, and we were quickly developing investigative leads on that case. I want to acknowledge the hard work of our Metropolitan Division Crime Impact Team, who dropped another case that they were working on and immediately went up on this case, utilizing multiple investigative techniques to identify these individuals, surveil them, make sure that a crime had actually occurred, verify that items were taken, and then effectively conducted surveillance and took them into custody in a safe manner, and identified them as the individuals that were involved. Moving forward, there will be additional investigative information that will be developed as this case progresses, and we'll be able to release more information to the public, but at this time we're going to be limited in terms of what we can release. In addition, I think most people are aware there was an incident where various individuals were attempting to identify themselves as firefighters. We continue to make progress on that case, and I anticipate that is going to result in a successful filing as well. We've been able to develop information through our investigation that shows that there were conspiratorial acts that were involved in their activity, and I anticipate in the very near future we'll be filing additional charges against those individuals, as well as the misdemeanor charges of impersonating a public official. So I'm gonna close my remarks with this. We are aware that there are other crimes that have occurred, and my message to the public is this. Number one, we are aware of some of the individuals that are involved. The Los Angeles Police Department is going to continue those investigations and take them wherever they lead to. And I anticipate that we will be announcing additional arrests in the very near future for individuals that have been involved in activity within these closed areas. And there will be more to follow on that. The other thing I want to do is assure the community that at times you will see us out there in uniform and in black and white patrolling the area along with our National Guard partners. There are other times that you will not see us. We will be working undercover. We will be on social media. We will be conducting other investigations to bring every single one of these individuals that are involved in this criminal activity in the city of Los Angeles to justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now introduce Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for coming
What you see up here, and you're hearing pieces of it, is probably somebody who is out here looking to burglarize, loot, or commit other crimes here in the county of Los Angeles or the city of Los Angeles' worst nightmare. And I say that because standing around me, and you'll hear from a lot of people from the get-go, when I was communicating with Chief Jim McDonald, I was getting calls from the district attorney, Nathan Hockman, who says, hey, if there's anybody committing crimes, I want to know. I want the cases as quickly as possible. Getting cases from Martin Estrada, or I'm not getting cases, Martin Estrada saying, hey, give me the cases. Everybody around me is hungry, whether it's the FBI, the ATF, all of our law enforcement partners. And why is that? Because we've seen hour and hour of people in our community suffering, losing their homes, losing their property. And just like everybody else, people are saying, hey, this is the reason I don't want to evacuate. I don't want to be victimized again. This is a strong message from all of us that we are here. And when we catch people, we mean business. We're going to arrest in the field. We're going to investigate. And then we're going to turn it over to our partners. And depending if it's a state case and or a federal case, we got it covered here. So whether we are talking about burglary, looting, we're talking about scams, we're talking about the misuse of drones, whatever it is, we're going to get you. Do not make this worse than it already is. We're in the middle of this. We have a lot of work to do. You've heard me over and over announce arrests that we are making. When we're making arrests, the 34 that I had as of this morning, not all of them are looting and burglary. But please note, and this is a strong message to everybody, because we still have an active curfew that is in effect, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. If you do not have any legitimate business in these areas, stay out, because our deputies are stopping people in a constitutional manner, I may add, and they are asking people questions. On many occasions, we are involved in these conversations. We're coming up with narcotics. We're coming up with individuals who are carrying guns. And guess what? None of them live in this area. So what are they doing there? You got to think, hey, why would I, if I have narcotics and a gun on me, go to an area that has a curfew in it?
Because they're trying to look out for the people and put their houses out just in case.
We're going to continue to work. And I appreciate the work that all of these folks are doing to make sure that the people in our community do not get re-victimized. Stay out of the curfew area. Do not come here to do anything you shouldn't be doing. You're going to get caught. And as you heard from the DA, and then you'll hear from our federal partners, you're going to get hammered. Thank you. And by the way, on behalf of all of our community and the deputies that I'm talking to who are working their butts off out there away from their family on 12-hour shifts plus, thank you guys for the work that you've done and the work you're going to do, because our police officers and deputies want to know when they stop and arrest somebody that somebody's going to get prosecuted and there's going to be consequences. So thank you.
They're not out there working for free, are they?
I'd like to now introduce Azusa Police Department Chief Rocky Wainwright.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd just like to say, on behalf of the city and our department, pass along our prayers and thoughts and condolences to all those who have lost a loved one or lost property. To add to the previous speakers, for us, we're outside that fire zone, immediate fire zone area. What I'd like to commend is our community for paying attention, being observant, and seeing something and saying something. At that time, the park had lost a lot of trees that were down. The city had started its cleanup process, made big piles of lumber and bushes, and they were all piled up, which made something for somebody to come by and say, hey, look at that. It looked like it would be a great place to light a fire or cause some damage. The park was just 100 yards from the base of the San Gabriel Mountains, so we got lucky that day. And I'd like to thank the community for keeping their eyes out and ask everybody to keep your eyes out. In times of this disaster that's going on, people might not go to those areas because, just like the sheriff said right now, there are curfews, but they also know that law enforcement from all over the county is there to assist those areas, to assist the LAPD, assist the National Guard, to assist the Sheriff's Department and these other smaller cities. So it leaves vulnerabilities elsewhere, or what they perceive as vulnerabilities. But the community, please be vigilant elsewhere, because it just takes another fire someplace else, and we have to split our resources. So please stay vigilant. And again, thank you to everybody from the federal, LAPD, and I'd like to thank the district attorney for his aggressive support of law enforcement and letting people know that there is accountability when you make a decision that is not the right one. Thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you. I'm going to be short. I want to thank our incredible DA for focusing on an critically important issue. I've met hundreds of residents whose greatest fear, beyond the fact that they've lost their home, is that people are going to go in and steal whatever they have left. And for those that left their home and it's still standing, their greatest fear is they're going to go back and it's going to be looted. The fact that you are prosecuting and recognizing that there are victims beyond what anyone even realizes is refreshing. And I want to thank you, and I want to thank you on behalf of the men and women, Sheriff's Department, but law enforcement as a whole, who are out there each and every day arresting. And when I find out that some of the arrests that were made, there were no charges filed on the exact same thing done, it's time for us to let the public know that accountability is alive and well in Los Angeles County. And as a supervisor whose communities are suffering right now, I want you to know we are going to work hand in hand with the district attorney, with the sheriff's department, with LAPD to make sure that not only is your property protected, but anybody that tries to take advantage of this situation will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So I just really want to thank you, Sheriff Luna, to LAPD, to Chief McDonald, to you, District Attorney Hochman. Thank you for working together to recognize that we have to protect our communities. Thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Supervisor Hilda Solis.
Thank you so much for having me, District Attorney Hochman, and also for inviting all of us here today, and especially want to thank our Azusa PD Chief Rocky Wenrick and his staff, and also all our public safety officers as well as our elected officials. I'm proud to represent the 1st District, but on this day it saddens me to hear that we had 2 individuals, one that you just heard about in Azusa, which is in the 1st District, that was caught in conducting an arson. The second was also reported to me from the city of Irwindale. So what I want to say is that we don't have to necessarily be inside the sphere of where the fire is, but there are criminal activities that are going on throughout the county. And we have to be vigilant. And just as our PD chief from Azusa said, if you see something, por favor, say something and let us know what is happening. I want to say that even though there is a dark side to this, we have to say that there are also some good things that are happening. There are people who are being very resilient. Just yesterday I had the opportunity to visit over in Pasadena and in Altadena in the 5th District, and to go by and to see along Lake Avenue and Los Robles all these organic pop-ups of people wanting to share their love for healing and safety was an outpouring that I've never seen demonstrated in that manner in LA County. And I see it happening repeatedly over and over again. So let's not let these incidents that I know of in my district, but the others that are happening, that we have to do something and let people know that this is not what we are about here in Los Angeles and the city of Los Angeles. I also want to thank our sheriffs, but I especially want to thank the National Guard, because I do think that the Biden and Harris administration took note that we need additional boots on the ground. And boots on the ground make a difference. They may not be arresting anyone, but their presence certainly sends a message. And I'm happy that they are now housed over in Azusa, the National Guard Armory, and that we can also utilize their services to assist us and bring calm to the public that right now is so very nervous and also very upset. Brevemente en español, solamente quiero
I mean,
decir
you aren't even
que
actually
en
there,
este
probably.
reporte hoy
There's
día
like 3 of
dos
them.
cosas que pasaron eran en el distrito número 1, en Irwindale y Azusa. Y gracias a las personas que nos están defendiendo, la policía, los sheriffs, que están haciendo lo más posible para proteger a toda la comunidad. Quiero decir que les doy las gracias y que por favor nosotros ponen atención a todos los directivos que ellos ponen para proteger a nosotros. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Horvath, gross.
Good afternoon. Thank you to District Attorney Hockman, Sheriff Luna, and our law enforcement partners. Many of our communities, neighbors, friends, and loved ones are enduring the most horrific experiences of their lives. Multiple reports of people taking advantage in mandatory evacuation areas. This behavior is unacceptable. In the Palisades, someone allegedly impersonating a firefighter wearing a fire jacket and a helmet to attempt burglary.
Oh, maybe
this
it is.
behavior is despicable. We cannot tolerate it. And as we continue to help people heal through this suffering, we cannot allow people to prey on the devastation that has already happened, and we will have plenty of time to work to rebuild. No one should take advantage of residents who have been forced to flee for their safety. Taking advantage of this disaster and the suffering that our fellow Angelenos are feeling will not be tolerated. And I want to be clear, that goes not only for individuals who are preying on these locations, but also for the corporations and the businesses and the price gouging and the ways that they're taking advantage of people in this very difficult moment. And if you see this kind of behavior,
if I want to charge
you can
$5
call
a bottle of water, I can.
800-593-8222.
What are you talking about? California.
We want to hold businesses accountable as well. We cannot be taking advantage of people who are suffering in these moments.
Definitely can.
It is critical that everyone follows
super
mandatory
rich. You can take
evacuation
advantage of them a
orders
little bit.
and allows our first responders to do their job. The most up-to-date information can be found at emergency.lacounty.gov, and I appreciate the accountability that is happening while we work to rebuild.
$10. Ice cold water.
I'd now like to introduce Los Angeles City Attorney Heidi Feldstein Soto.
Ground zero of the fires, man. Water's worth more now.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I have a dual role in our city. I'm both a civil lawyer for the city, and I am the chief prosecutor for the city of Los Angeles, and I'm here in that capacity. As chief prosecutor, I'm responsible for misdemeanors committed by adults within the city limits. Let me start with everyone who's been affected by the fires that have devastated so many lives. I've spoken to many of you on the phone. I spent a lot of time on the phone with particularly the Pacific Palisades and Mandeville communities. I commit that my office, along with the district attorney, the U.S. attorney, our law enforcement partners, and our county and city elected officials will be here working with you with all of the tools that we have. Today's press conference is about public safety and about the criminal side of what I do. I want to take 1 second to also assure you that we are laser focused in our civil side on legislation, on investigation, on disaster relief, on mortgage tax and insurance expenses, on cutting through red tape and bringing every single legislative, executive, civil, and law enforcement resource we have available to help all of you and all of us get through this disaster, recover, heal, and rebuild. That is what we as Angelenos have done for as long as I've lived in this city. I am really honored to join DA Hockman and this multi-agency coalition to talk about the steps that we are taking collectively at a city level, at a county level, at a state level, and with U.S. Attorney Martina Estrada at a federal level to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our communities in the wake of the fires and to hold accountable every single solitary criminal who seeks to prey upon people who've lost so much already. Whether it is looting, which usually falls to the district attorney, price gouging, which I think all of us have jurisdiction over, fraud, scam artists, trespass, which usually falls to me, or any other effort to take advantage of those who've been evacuated or otherwise affected by this crisis, let me add my voice to the chorus. My office will lean in to ensure that no individual gets away with illegal or predatory conduct. My office is prepared to hold everyone and anyone who engages in price gouging for housing, for shelter, for essential consumer goods, food, services, veterinary care, health care, accountable. Price gouging laws went into effect. For those of you who doubt it, they went into effect immediately upon the declaration of a state of emergency. No one, and I do mean no one, can increase pricing on any of these items: housing, shelter, food, water, clothing, pet care, health care, any other essential goods or services by more than 10% without violating the law. Violations
No,
of
they're
both
all
criminal
just going
and
to raise
civil.
it 10%. Better
Violations
do it
of
now.
the price gouging statute
you
are
got to
subject
wait a
to
year to do
criminal
it again.
prosecution with up to 1 year's imprisonment and up to a $10,000 fine.
Raise everything 10%.
Violations are also
in the
subject to
city.
civil enforcement, and my office has a public rights branch dedicated to civil enforcement. We have formed a price gouging task force within my public rights branch, and that is punishable by an injunction, by restitution, by up to $2,500 per violation. We are working with the mayor's office and city council on a dedicated intake system to address price gouging complaints in particular, and our lawyers and other legal personnel are already getting back to residents who have reported price gouging. If you are a victim of price gouging or aware that it is happening, if you see it happening because all of a sudden an apartment that was for rent for one amount doubles in price, please email my office to a dedicated email to this that is ATT, which stands for attorney, price gouging task force at lacity.org. att.pricegougingtaskforce@lacity.org, or call us at our dedicated price gouging line, 213-679-5035. As a result of this unprecedented emergency, so many of us face uncertainty about our futures, and it is the responsibility of everybody up here to ensure that those futures are bright, or as bright as they can be under the circumstances. I'm really deeply grateful to and humbled by the actions and the bravery of our city, our county, and our neighbors. To our firefighters, to our law enforcement, to our first responders and volunteers, my deepest gratitude for your heroism, strength, and unceasing commitment to saving lives and property across a vast area of our city and our county, an area much bigger than any of us thought possible. I thank our neighbors in California, in other states, and from across our northern and southern borders. I thank our federal government and our state for providing the National Guard and providing the resources, expertise, personnel, and equipment that they have. And I thank each of you, the press and the public, for helping us get out the message, for staying vigilant, for notifying us when something goes awry, for letting us know when you suspect arson, and for your resilience and commitment to our city, and your many, many acts of kindness and compassion in helping all of the families, friends, and neighbors in need. I am so proud to stand with our district attorney and our law enforcement partners. Thank you.
I'd now like to introduce United States Attorney Martin Estrada.
Over yet? Hey, man.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Martin Estrada. I'm the United States Attorney. This past week has been devastating for our community.
I'm going to say the same thing everybody else said.
Our friends, our colleagues have suffered immeasurable losses. Our hearts go out to all the victims of the terrible fires that have occurred in our area. But I will say, one thing I've seen time and time again is the resilience of this community. When the times get tough, we come together. That is no different with regard to law enforcement. The level of cooperation and collaboration
people were stealing
with our
from
law
each other.
enforcement partners,
Now they're
federal,
coming together.
State, and local in this area,
Coming together
Southern
to steal
California,
from each other.
is top in the country. We come together, whether it be violent crime, human trafficking, you name it, we come together. This time will be no different.
I'm going to go to law enforcement.
We will collaborate and work together and bring the same approach to holding accountable all those who engage in crimes related to this disaster. Now, the first priority is stopping these fires, stopping the destruction. My deepest gratitude to the first responders, the ones who are out there on the lines fighting for us. God bless them, they deserve our prayers. But another priority is ensuring that there aren't people out there who victimize others, criminal opportunists who take advantage of this situation. This sort of behavior is completely unacceptable, and because of that, it is critical that we all work together to hold such individuals accountable. Let me talk about what we're doing as federal authorities. The U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, and the ATF is fully engaged in this crisis. We are addressing three main areas of criminality. First, arson. This investigation is at its early stages, but I will tell you the ATF National Response Team hit the ground this morning investigating to determine the origin cause of the fire. Now, this group is highly experienced, includes investigators from throughout the country. This is the same group that was responsible for investigating the Aliso Viejo bombing, the same group responsible for investigating the fire on the Conception boat that resulted in the death of 34 people. They get the job done, and I'm confident their investigation will bear fruit. We are going to fully investigate the origins of these fires. We have powerful federal arson statutes to hold accountable with mandatory minimum sentences anyone who is found to have recklessly or intentionally caused these fires. Second, illegal drone activity. We have seen people flying drones over restricted areas. We need to ensure that our first responder personnel are able to do their jobs.
How many people need to tell us about the drones?
We've already heard about drones flying over fires, hitting fire planes, disrupting them, taking them out of commission. That is unacceptable. It is illegal to fly drones over restricted areas. This basically means not flying over the areas where the fires are taking place. If you do so, you will be arrested and you will be prosecuted. And be warned, you may not be arrested right away, but our investigators will continue their work. We brought these illegal drone cases time and time again, including a case a few weeks ago involving Vandenberg Air Force Base. As we speak, we have investigators issuing legal process, investigating social media posts of drone footage in the fire areas, looking through that footage to determine the perpetrators in order to hold those people accountable. If you're thinking of flying a drone over an impacted area, over a fire, the message is simple: don't do it. Third, fraud. We are not going to allow victims to be re-victimized. Certainly, as the district attorney talked about, looters will be held accountable by his office. But we will take on some of those more sophisticated fraudsters who are out there using other means to steal. This is one of the largest disasters we've ever faced. We will see huge amounts of relief money coming into this area, including federal funds. If history is any guide, including through the pandemic that we all went through, the COVID-19 pandemic, there are people who will attempt to steal that money. Let's talk about two areas of fraud we are vigilantly monitoring. First is federal recovery funds. The Small Business Administration, FEMA, and other federal agencies are beginning their efforts to support homeowners, renters, business owners with relief funds. During the COVID-19 disaster, we saw people committing identity theft to steal that money. My office can use mandatory minimum sentences against anyone committing such conduct to hold them accountable. Second is charity fraud. People around the world are looking for ways to support the victims. This is a good thing. People are generous in times of need, but it also creates an opportunity for fraud. Charity fraud is a donation scam where people are tricked into donating money to a group or a fake group that essentially provides no services for the victims. We will investigate any group that illegally diverts funds from the victims. And let me say, as I mentioned, generosity is a good thing. But fraudsters will target victims and generous individuals who want to help. They'll do so through many means, including social media posts, including calls, including texts. Keep this in mind. True charities will not pressure you into giving funds. If you come across deceptive individuals who try to push you to donate money, that raises suspicions, and do not donate. Make sure your money goes to trusted organizations, and beware of websites that may try to mimic real organizations. There's a lot of fraud out there and people trying to perpetrate it. In conclusion, regardless of the type of crime we are talking about, we will hold people accountable. There is zero tolerance for any criminal activity arising from these fires. Together, we will recover from these fires. But the ongoing work, the recovery work, including protecting the victims and protecting those people who would like to help the victims and protecting relief funds, will be ongoing. We will be vigilant. Now, before I conclude, I want to give out a number from the ATF. If there is anyone out there who has any tips on the origins of the fires, any of the fires, please text 63975 with your tip. That is, again, the number 63975. That will go to the ATF National Response Team. Thank you very much. I will now introduce to the podium Special Agent in Charge of the FBI, Akil Davis.
Good afternoon. My name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. I want to state my condolences for those who have lost loved ones, property, and are currently suffering. We at the FBI also have employees that have lost everything that they own. It's a traumatic event for all of us, all Los Angelinos everywhere. I'd like to highlight just 2 lines of effort that your local FBI office is involved in. U.S. Attorney Estrada highlighted our drone efforts. FBI Los Angeles has created the nation's first counter-UAS task force. This task force has been deployed to the Rose Bowl, it's deployed to the Golden Globes, and it is deployed to all of these fires. We're out there every single day looking for drone pilots, looking for operators that are disrupting our most critical effort to contain these fires, and that is the airdrops. I'd like to foot stomp what our brothers and sisters at CAL FIRE said. If you fly, we can't. Meaning if you fly these drones, we're not able to use our most sophisticated technique to contain these fires and save lives. The second line of effort for the FBI, as U.S. Attorney Estrada stated, is significant fraud. As we have seen from COVID fraud, Hurricane Katrina fraud, we've seen earthquake fraud, all those monies that are pouring into our communities, fraudsters are sitting right now trying to figure out ways to steal that money. You heard Sheriff Luna reference the term being hungry. Our investigators, our task force officers, our deputies, our police officers, our investigators, we're hungry too. We're hungry to try to find the fraudsters that are stealing this money and preventing it from getting in the hands of the people that need it most. There are 2 ways you can reach the FBI. Please call 1-800-CALL-FBI if you have any tips or you've been the victim of any of these frauds, or tips.fbi.gov. Thank you for your time today. I'll turn it over to DA Hochman.
So I'd also like to thank Jose Medina, Acting Special Agent in charge of the ATF's LA Field Division, Jessica Post, Battalion Chief in charge of the LA County Fire Department Arson Unit, LAPD Detective Wilson, LAPD Detective Carrillo, for their tremendous efforts, and all the officers and investigators and detectives that worked to make this day possible to announce these charges so swiftly. Over 30 years ago, Los Angeles endured the fires, the floods, the earthquake, and the riots, all in sequential order. And LA showed back then its grit, its resilience, to not only come back, but to build better, we're going to see that occur again. When we get these fires stabilized, we're going to show Los Angeles to the world that we have the grit and resilience to again build ourselves better than we were. And to the extent that these criminals want to get in our way, please let today be one example of the united front that they are going to face. Between the District Attorney's Office, the City Attorney's Office, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, we have well over 1,000 prosecutors ready to do justice on behalf of the residents of Los Angeles County. And working with us, we literally have thousands of officers, detectives, and investigators that will bring these criminals to justice. So thank you all very much for being here. We'll take questions now.
Jay Hockman.
Yes, in the back.
Friend PR Martin Kosky, do you have a number of reports of burglaries in these zones, the evacuation zones? I mean, not ones where you charge people, but actually, what's CompStat saying?
These are ongoing investigations. Every one that has not been charged is an ongoing investigation. So it's too preliminary to comment about those investigations today.
Do we have a total number, though, of arrests for looting?
Actually, Sheriff Luna would like to add.
Yeah, very good question. And before even coming here, I'm trying to inquire about how many burglaries there are, at least in LA County Sheriff's territory. It has been extremely difficult to do that. Let me try and paint a quick picture for you. We have many areas where residents have not been allowed to go back in since they left in a really quick hurry to save their lives. As we start repopulating some of these areas, we are going to get reports. I hope it's not too many, but I think we are going to get reports of burglaries and other crimes. So just a quick second to tell our community, as you do repopulate, and if you believe you were the victim of a burglary or any other crime, immediately report that to your local police station, sheriff station, whatever that may be, because unfortunately, I think we're going to get those. But that's why we don't have all that information now. You talk about CompStat, it'll all start coming in as soon as we start going back in there.
So, Scott Snowden, Santa Monica Daily Press. We talked about some people who were impersonating firemen, and it's been confirmed that they were in fact wearing the uniform and helmet. How did they get those? Were those stolen?
I can address that. So that's part of the investigation that feeds into some of the information. So we're not going to disclose those parts of the investigation at this time. As the prosecution moves forward, at whatever level it moves forward to, we will be releasing additional information, especially after we confirm which charges are going to be filed. At this time, we can't really discuss it.
Chief Hamilton, quick follow to that. That was the people impersonating. That was at the Palisades fire scene?
That's correct.
Were they found, do you believe they had also been involved in looting or burglary, or were they found stolen property?
We believe that they were conspiring to conduct illegal activity, including looting and residential burglary in the area.
Just let me follow that up, because I would just want to tag on to something that Sheriff Luna said, that this has been a very, very chaotic scene for everybody right now, and we have a lot of areas right now residents have not been able to go back. I know that LAPD has reported 14 arrests for fire-related things, many of which you have seen here, but I think, for example, what the individuals that are arrested with the fire uniforms, we're pleading with the public, if they have any information that they may have seen these individuals in other parts of the Palisades, we need that information, because as the Chief Hamilton had said, this investigation is not closed, it's still going, and as residents begin to repopulate and we get more information, ring videos and things like that, those are the things that we're going to need to really get a picture as to how many crimes may have occurred in that area.
Cheryl?
Yes, right here.
Natasha Chen with CNN. I know that the investigations into the origins of the fires for Palisades and Eaton are still ongoing. As far as that task force activity is concerned, though, is there any indication that there's investigation into possible human involvement in the Palisades fire, whether that be accidental or intentional, and for the Eaton fire, a potential electrical transmission tower?
So we're not going to address at this point that part of the investigation. That'll be conducted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. More information will be forthcoming from that investigation in the future.
Will ATF have a news conference? Anyone?
So we are speaking on behalf of ATF. We are coordinating with ATF on the investigation and any potential prosecution. We are at the initial stages at this time, so we ask for patience as we go through this investigation. Everything is on the table in terms of the investigation and potential statutes that are in play. I gave you the number. I'll repeat it. If anyone has any tips, I encourage them to text the following number, 63975. But given that the investigation is at its early stages, we cannot provide further information.
How many of the cases qualify for federal charges, and what will be the maximum sentence if somebody is accused of arson?
Anyone who intentionally or recklessly causes a fire can be prosecuted federally for arson, carries a 5-year mandatory minimum sentence, and from there, depending on the facts, the sentence can be much longer, including decades in prison.
Mr. Estrada, can you just clarify, is this arson investigation just normal matter of course given the devastation, or are you acting off information that there may have been intentional fire set, Palisades eaten otherwise?
I can't get into details of the investigation. I will say this is by no means the normal course. We're dealing with the largest disasters in our area ever. It's for that reason we asked the ATF National Response Team to get involved. Highly experienced group has done this throughout the country, including in our area before, with success. Thank you.
How many cases are on your hands?
The investigation is its early stages.
Don't you have any number of investigations?
We are investigating all the fires for potential arson. We are looking at all the fires. We're focused on the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire this time.
Sheriff Luna, given the level of frustration and misery for so many people who are out of their homes, there's been some reports of vigilantism. Are you concerned about this, and how do you mitigate it if indeed it is happening?
Concerned, yes. I think we're always concerned. As the days wear on, people, our community, our residents who live there, they're getting angry and they're getting frustrated. We're going to try and do everything we can to enhance our communication. That's why every time we get up here, we talk about the reasons why we are not repopulating as quickly as we would like. There's still a lot of hazards out there, for example. As we're speaking now, I still have search and rescue teams that are out there trying to recover remains of individuals, correlating missing persons to addresses that used to be there. There's a lot of work there. So again, I plead with our communities, be as patient as possible. There is no conversation that we're having as a county family with our city partners that doesn't include evacuation orders and warnings without, okay, when are we going to repopulate? Because we're hearing our community loud and clear. All of us, I know our supervisors are going out personally and listening to our community and their frustrations. We know it. We're staying on top of it. None of us have been off one day. All of us are working 16, 18-hour days, and we're doing this because we want to get back to normal as quickly as possible. But I do remind everybody, I mean, I just read the weather report before coming in here. We're gonna experience some significant winds. I'm very concerned about the dangers that we still face, concerns that our community still faces. So we're still in the middle of this. But please communicate with us, and we'll continue to work on putting out as much public information as we possibly can. We don't want our community to go that direction. Now, if the vigilantes you're talking about are people who live somewhere else and are going to come and cause problems, this team I have around me, we're ready to deal with that.
I see the show of support here today, and it's massive and impressive, but to someone who feels desperate, how can you reassure them?
Somebody who lost their home, we will do everything we can to make sure that you are aware that we're here, we care, we're going to respond, we're going to investigate, and the reason we're here today united is because we are communicating. We have been communicating from the beginning. We're going to be something that the rest of this country looks at and says, how did you guys do this? That's where we're at. That's the assurance I want to give our entire community. We are here. We are here for you.
We have time for one more question.
A question for the FBI.
Right here.
You have pieces of that drone that hit the Super Scooper. Have you made any progress in that investigation? Do you have any persons of interest that you're looking at or speaking with?
So that investigation is ongoing, and yes, you're right. We have collected pieces of that, and we're putting that together as we would through a normal course of investigation. There's lots of avenues to investigate regarding that. So that's all I'm going to say as far as that goes.
And have you had any more incidents with drones and firefighting equipment?
So we are coming across probably 20 incursions a day. Now, our numbers vary a little different than what the fire department puts out, and that's just because of the focus on the area that the FBI is looking at. Our focus is a little bit more narrow than what the fire department's looking at. So, you know, the numbers we're putting out are probably between 20 and 30, and the fire department's is about double that. But the fire department is correct. There are that many drones in the air at any given time. And that's why we continue to stress to the public, stop flying your drones over these fires. Let us do our job. Let us save lives. Let the firefighters do what they do best, and that's put these fires out.
Can you confirm that 2 arrests
Not at this point.
have been made regarding the drone incident?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you say that again?
Can you confirm that 2 arrests have been made regarding the drone incident?
I'm going to leave that up to my state and local counterparts behind me. Thank you very much.
I can tell you from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, we've arrested 3 individuals for 2 drone usages.
All right, thank you all for coming today. If you want one-on-one interviews, you can do that at this point. I very much appreciate it, and stay safe out there.
Okay. Okay, we should jump right back down next to him. Well, on that note, I think that's it for me. For the kitty cam, the food's drying out, looking all gross out there. News is drying up. Everything's drying up. Thanks for hanging out. I put in my 8 hours. Better Mark, Marie, Steve. Marie, thanks for 25 hours of your time. I think that's 25 hours, Prospect. Savage Lee. Northwest Media. Pretty Wawa, I see earlier. Who else? I don't know who else. Toker. Mr. Bill, was it? Bill. Is that it? Hold the point. Hey, was here. Alright. Dead man. Everybody. I'm out.
Another one. Meow, 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 meow.